Hello. It is time for something with zombies. So we got a few things that I think are navigating correctly. So this is where the debug stuff comes in that I've been working on. So first I'm just going to start here. I want them to face the position of the navigation target when nav ends. There also seems to be a thing where they turn incorrectly. They're turning incorrectly. This is where action stuff comes in. Currently, I'm just printing the action. I want to print some information about that action every time. Let me just go and check to see what it looks like. I'm gonna verify. Okay. See, I think generally, kind of just like right after this, I want to print out what the stuff is. Because they definitely have this thing where they turn. They have a weird turn. They will finish navigation, and then when they're done with that, they turn some direction. I want them to face the point that they were trying to navigate to. I don't think they're doing that. I think they are using some old turn action, or even just facing the middle of the world. I mean, he's facing not the middle of the world right now. But I feel like sometimes they kind of do that. I feel like at some point before they were doing that, maybe I already fixed that. I just need to make sure that these action goals are happening correctly. So the last thing he was told to do was to chase. He was also told to investigate, although he didn't investigate with a navigation. Which could be that didn't happen because attack happened at the same time. I mean, generally these are clustered up together. Investigate and chase being the same priority immediately seems wrong to me. I don't think they should be the same priority. Investigate should be a lower priority than chase. Or at the very least, chase should be a higher priority than investigate. I do get timing data here. I can open the log that I've got. Very nice. And I can see exactly what time something happened at. So the last things that happened were... This log is a little bit weird. I think I just need to split it so that new lines get their own... I log it by new lines instead of logging like that. But I guess that's actually fine. That is actually fine. I should have closed it. Alright. This dog's... I bring him in here because he's barking. Then he gets up because he wants to go out of my room, so I leave the door cracked open, and he immediately starts barking. Okay, he's just getting locked in here now. He's getting locked away. That's it. He's like actually just been super barky for like the last week. I don't get it. He really doesn't want to stop barking. I'll be right back. back. This dog was laying down on the couch, barking. What's your issue? He looked like he really didn't want to get up either. I don't get it. I have the same response every time that he barks. I go to him, and I usually will make him come back to my room. So why does he bark if he doesn't want to come back to my room? He left my room because he wanted to lay down on the couch or something. And then he's like, okay, well, now I'm just gonna bark. For some reason. I don't get it. Hey, Danilin. I'm sick. Do something about it. Nothing I can do. Nothing I can do about that. I'm not a doctor. Alright, so... So my first problem that I have is that the chase is 50. Wait, why is the chase 10 here? What did the priority change? Chase has a 50 and a 10? That just seems weird. Pray for me? Sure. I pray for you. Don't die. Okay, so Chase just seems to be a little all over the place. It's got the wrong priorities. I have a medium for initiating the chase, which I'm guessing this is 50. And then a low, which is 10. Okay, so this is where that stuff comes in. So it seems like it kind of... Well, okay. Looking at this again, he sets his speed to 50, and then he navigates with 50, right? But then he sets his speed with 10, which I guess is fine. But then he navigates with 10, so this is continuing the chase. I feel like this should be higher priority than that. So probably... Let's do normal priority minus 5. Maybe minus 10. So it's a bit lower. I mean, this doesn't really change anything, but I feel like I'm just trying to get it tuned in so that what I'm seeing makes sense. What I'm seeing should make sense. Okay. I lost him. So... Whoops. So we got chase initiates 50, and we continue. Looks like the very next frame, or I guess the next physics tick, we continue. It's 0166 repeating, right? That's a 60th of a second? Yeah, it should be. So the very next physics tick, he runs again on the next physics tick to set speed and to navigate. That doesn't seem right. How did he do that? Because the tick rate should be like 10. I think I set them to 10 right now. He should not have been able to do this right away, I think. Oh, I guess he gets... I think I know what it is. Hello there, traitor. Traitor. I think he's getting a callback execution. And he's continuing a navigation to chase. He's continuing the chase, right? Wait a second, let me think about this again. Chase continuation should only be happening when... I mean, I can literally see the one place that this happens, right? So when we process memory, if the last navigate is completed and is equal or higher priority than our priority, run a lower continue priority. Equal or higher than our priority. That's not correct. It has to be... This comment's not right. If the last navigate is completed and is lower or our action, run with the lower continue priority. Okay, so that comment was just wrong. If it was equal or higher to our priority, yeah, must be otherwise skip. So, okay, so this is what's happening. We're coming back here and we're saying, all right, well, actually, how did we activate? Because this should be running off senses. Chase. We respond to vision. How did it run again? Right. Process memory happens every tick. No. If it's sense activated, it has to wait for the sense to activate. Vision is not that fast. Yeah, look, it's happened again, right? Chase 850 with 50 priority. The very next... Yeah, the very next physics tick, we ran again. That shouldn't be happening. This should only be activating on vision, which is like once every 10th of a second. A little bit less than a 10th of a second. I'm thinking about this correctly, right? Yeah. That's the very next physics tick it ran again. So how did it do that? I know I have... Okay, wait. I know I have action callbacks. I know that I have action callbacks. This true here. I wish I could know. Update on complete. True for update on complete to request or run in the goal again when the given action completes. Okay. So the only time I pass true here is right there. When we have a travel target. And we set our speed to top speed. Oh my gosh. Enough of the hiccups. Ugh. Oh, man. Enough with the yawning. Got a stuffed nose too, apparently. I just noticed. Alright, here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? Honestly, it's been long enough. I am definitely no longer under the effect of, what is it? Sunk cost fallacy here with this AI system. Do I try again? Do I try again? What was I actually going to do first? I was going to make them face the position. Yeah, but I needed to make sure that stuff was happening correctly. Here's the thing, right? These priorities, I thought maybe I would set them, you know, as resources. But this isn't really configurable, right? This is all just kind of weird. I think it works really well. But working with this is weird. Maybe I'm just not, you know, maybe I'm just not maybe I just need to use it more, you know? Like maybe I've made something complex enough that can do what I want it to do. Or really, the idea here was that I could do whatever I wanted to do. And changing things should be, you know, relatively easier, and I don't have to worry about conflicting with other things. As long as I set things up correctly. I mean, I think what I could do is I really could just sit there and write up every behavior manually. I could still probably use this part, you know, the sensory bit, but then just have an entire, almost kind of like writing a huge recipe almost for like what the AI should do. When you were away, I found a new Olmec the whole 20 minutes I was there. He keeps asking why I call him Olmec. Okay. Okay. You're just confusing people now. Okay, so first of all, the memory in the sensory system I think is actually really good. That stuff, I think, is kind of set. It's working the right way. The goal system, I have a lot of repetition. Every one of these goals so far is going through all of these events, and they're doing a bunch of just, honestly, kind of like garbage. I really feel like it's kind of like garbage. Everything that this is doing, this code is basically repeated identically in investigate and in attack, and it's all kind of garbage. The priority system is, I guess it just gives me room to make sure these are ordered in the right way that I want them to be, but I don't really have, it doesn't really make sense, the priorities generally, I think. Yeah. Priorities would be more for a system where I don't know, where I'm planning a system for someone else to use. I'm the one using the system. So these numbers are really just a way for me to, honestly, it's kind of the priority thing right now, okay. Priority thing right now is kind of garbage too. It's kind of garbage. Because genuinely, like what I'm writing here, I mean, it's even getting down to this. I go to the actions to say, hey, have we done a navigate? Oh, did we? Was it our navigate? You know, is it a low priority navigate? This stuff, if I were to write it all in a line, I'd be like, hey, let's think about investigating stuff. Or I would write the code such that attack is like, all right, let's do an attack if we can see him right now. And he's close enough. Okay, we can't. Let's do a navigate. Yeah, you know, just down the line, right? That's what I'm writing here. I've definitely made something more complicated than it needed to be. Perhaps what I should do is probably scrap just about everything that I have for goals at this point. The senses, they're great. I think these are, I need data, right? I need it organized. But this two-step thing is making it really difficult to get stuff. It makes it harder than it needs to be. Maybe the actions are still pretty good, so I can still have this mind act stuff. But I do still like how things are split. So if I'm like, all right, I want to work on chase stuff. Okay, I can go into the chase code and work on that. And I would kind of have a... then here's the thing, right? If I'm working on the chase code... All right, here's, I think, is the ultimate ideal. I look at every single event from the senses one time. What I'm currently doing is I'm looking at every single event from every sense as many times as I have goals. Every time. That's a big slowdown, right? Really, I could go through each sense, each event. Okay, here's the thing, right? The sensory memory is the big, you know, what has happened, you know, like historical stuff. I think ideally the goals would probably not even that. I would literally run through every single goal or every single sense, and I would have how to do this. Okay. Let me think about this. What I would like to do is do stuff like this. Hey, if I'm going to activate, I need travel. It's got to be close. It's got to be the closest one. There's got to be a node. He's got to be in a group, right? Let me go to attack real quick. Attack is very, very similar to this. All right. It's got to have a travel. He's got to be close. It's got to be a node. He's got to be in a group. It's got to be new. Like, this is all copied. I think ideally what I could do is have one loop that goes through and says, all right, here's the most interesting thing. This is where it is. Or here's this event. This event tells us where something is. This is another event that tells us where sound came from. And then I look at each of those and I say, all right, can I do an attack right now? All right, let's do an attack. And then we're done. But I don't even need to go to, I don't need to go to chase. I don't need to go to investigate. I don't need any of that. Just do the attack. Maybe I can have investigate for turning, you know, like maybe when I have their head turning, I can still turn during an attack or something. Who knows? If I wanted something like that, I could, you know, put it inside that attack thing, because I already know I'm doing an attack. And then I have some extra stuff that I might do during the attack. If I can't attack, then I'm like, all right, well, were we chasing somebody? Let's keep chasing that person. All right, we're not chasing anybody. We're not attacking anybody. Okay, are we currently going to something that we thought was interesting? Okay, we're not. Let's look for something that was interesting, right? I feel like all this is definitely kind of like a tree, right? If I would really think about it. A progressively more and more nested tree. Should I do some research? Here's the thing. I made this all without doing any bit of research, without looking at anything that already existed. No exaggeration. I just straight up made it up. So maybe it's time to do a little bit of research. I feel like I've explored it. I've explored my idea. There's some bits I like. This goal thing, I really don't. I'm liking it less and less. And I kind of want to replace it. I would honestly rather just have... At this point, I really would just rather have... What am I thinking of? I would really rather just have, like, a tree. I get one travel event. Okay, we don't have a travel event. We don't care, right? Like, so far, all my stuff does not even care unless I have a travel. Actually, I think Investigate's the first one that got... Where is it? This is Curiosity. That's right. Investigate actually doesn't... Oh, no, it does. It does. It looks through sight and sound. But also, same thing, it needs a travel, right? Like, literally everything so far that I've written requires a travel. I mean, every sense is going to produce a travel. Here's the thing. This bit is maybe a little stupid. Maybe I should operate under the assumption that if I don't have a travel, I have a bad memory. Right? That's wrong. Every memory should have a travel. Travel is like pretty much just a directionality. A directionality and a distance. Sight, which way did I see him? How far was he? Sound. Which way did the sound come from? How far away was it? Perhaps... What other senses do we have? Smell is probably... I mean, I guess smell would just be the exact same thing as sound, except instead of detecting sounds, we would just read nearby nodes and say, all right, this is, here's the node. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm gonna do some research. I'm gonna start researching what is it? I don't even know. Like, I'm like super hesitant to use the word AI now because it's been trashed. The term AI has actually just been trashed by fake AI. Research. AI, not LLMs. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay. So I had some thoughts. Maybe what I need to go and do right now is probably start writing down more concretely what I really need. Can I... Is this open? Nice. Put that over there. Later. Apparently I closed it. Okay. I gotta go back to my documents. All right, here we go. I would like to go ahead and write down everything that I want to happen, to be possible, with the AI. Mechanics, smart zombie, okay. I mean, I guess I need like a new section or something. How do I decide when I make a new section? I don't even know. Apparently I just like... Okay. Oh, man. Alright. What have I got? What have I got? How do I do this? 2 empty lines and then the thing. Okay. 2 empty lines and then the thing. Alright. I'm gonna call this a behavior system. This is definitely closer, I think, than just saying AI and more, you know, clear. What do I want? I want a system where, let's call them agents, where agents have configurable senses and memory stores. The agents also have goals. Okay, now I'm like describing what I've already written, right? Okay, the goals part is something that's like really difficult for me to figure out. That's really difficult for me to figure out. So I'm just gonna say for now, they have goals, right? Examples of, you know what? Yeah, goals is just bad. I need to find some better way to model that. A goal is way too abstract, and it doesn't tell you at all how it works. Is behaviors better? Is behaviors a better way to like describe that? What does that even mean? What am I just trying to figure out words here? Like, what am I doing? What was the right word for this? I don't know. I need to position. Get into position here. I think I need to bring the camera up a bit. configurable senses, and memory stores. What does a ghoul mean? A ghoul... Alright, I think this is probably where the ghoul system has been lacking. The ghoul needs to have a... What is it? Like some kind of antagonist. A goal might be to eat, right? The antagonist to eating is being hungry. So if I were to model like a human character, I would probably have a value, hunger, that decreases over time, and have a goal, not even a goal, but I guess this would just be a behavior that activates when that hunger reaches a certain level. And I guess that is where the priority of a goal would come in. The lower the hunger, the higher the priority is to eat something, right? If you're already full, you're probably not going to seek out food. And even if there's food directly in front of you and it's like literally free to acquire it, you're already full. You know, you're not going to, you know, you're at a buffet, you've already eaten. You're not going to just continue eating forever, right? You're going to stop. There's even, I guess, you know, getting more closer to biology, there's even a reason that you can't eat forever, because your stomach can't hold infinite amount of food. We literally have a system in our body that tells us, stop eating. Last night I had a little bit too much food and I got that feeling. Like, I had like a couple bites left of my food and I literally was just like, nope, I literally can't eat this. I won't eat it. Like, there's like, I guess there's like a scale, right? You know, if you think about a hunger from -1 to 0 to 1, where 0 is being full, -1 is being as hungry as possible. You know, probably like, you know, eating food brings you up to 0, and then once you go over 0, you can have this negative. Maybe negative is difficult in this case because I'm talking about a positive value. It has like a negative multiplier onto its priority, right? There's a certain point where you eat enough food that you literally just will refuse to eat food. You will refuse to eat more. So that's probably where I was lacking on goals. No, go lay down. No, go lay down. Go lay down. No. I would let you out, but you just start barking at me. You would. Ah, fine. Okay. So that's probably why priorities was a weird thing. There was no like antagonist to it, right? It was just like the wrong model, right? I mean, I don't think zombies have a goal. I really don't think they have any antagonist. Probably the only one that might have an antagonist is the smart zombie, and the antagonist is death. So, yeah. Pain, death, whatever, right? So maybe a smart zombie would modify its behaviors based on how much health it has. That's an antagonist, right? And the dog is back. Okay. Good boy, Red. Good boy. I was hoping you'd just come back. So maybe this is more of a case where I need to make a difference between behaviors and goals. Goals need to have an antagonist. If I were to get very personal, I have a goal to make a game. The antagonist is unemployment, right? Or rather, maybe employment is the actual antagonist here. I don't want to work in the industry. I don't want to work in a... What is it? I couldn't get a job anyway, so it's not even that case that I don't want to. I'm totally gatekept out of it. I can't get a job in gaming. It's not possible until I've made a game. So you can't get a job at McDonald's until you've worked at McDonald's. Like that's essentially the thing. Essentially what it's like. So yeah, I have to make the game to, you know, whatever. But I still think I think mostly, okay, for the plain zombies, it's very simple. Attack player prior to number 1. Try to attack the player. If you can't attack the player, get closer to the player. If you don't see the player, chase after the player. If you're not chasing after the player, look for the player. Right? So there's also kind of yeah, okay, I've got it. Goals was wrong. If I want goals, I need to have an antagonist. Some counterbalance, some parameter that counterbalances itself. It doesn't really influence behaviors. I mean, it does influence behaviors. But a behavior might be look for food, right? Okay. Going back to the seeking out food thing. A goal, don't starve. Maybe that's how I should phrase goals. You know, don't die, don't starve, things you don't want to happen. And that influences things that you have to do to make sure they don't happen. And then I kind of have behaviors, which is, let's think about like a farmer, okay? Let's assume they're in like a really bad spot. They're super hungry and they don't have any food. First thing they gotta do, they can't grow food. It's not gonna be fast enough, right? They have to find food immediately. So maybe they go look for bushes or fruit or something. Animals, they go hunting, right? They get the food. They have to prepare the food. So once they've acquired food, now they have to prepare the food. So they like cook it. And then now they have to eat the food. Now that they're full, their goal is don't starve, right? So now what do they look for? They probably check, do I have any spare food right now? Do I have any food that if I were hungry, could I eat it now? They don't. Okay, so probably they go hunting again. Just to stock up. Let's say they go through all that. They cook the food, it's ready to eat. Okay, now what? We're not hungry. So we don't need to eat. We still have our goal, don't starve. But now we have a store of food. Okay, now maybe we can go and like plant carrots or something like that. You know, grow some wheat, right? Now they might do that. Okay? And now they satisfy the goal. They have food ready to eat, and they have a plan that, just assume that this is like a game setting. They don't have to do anything with the crop. The crop will just finish growing and they'll be able to eat it once it's done. Okay? So if I were to break up that goal of don't starve, I would say, first thing, stop being hungry. Second thing, have a stockpile of food. Third thing, do something that is going to produce food without your input. Okay. For a zombie, let's say they have the same thing, but they can't, they can't produce food, right? Eat brains now, and stockpile brains, okay? That's what they would do. So goals are like crazy abstract, right? Don't starve. It doesn't tell you how to do it. It just is the thing that you need to make sure it doesn't happen. A goal could also be ambitious. If I were to think about maybe some kind of RPG character, maybe they have a goal, make a lot of money. How would they do that? You have a plan. You need money now. Maybe you don't need money now. Save money, stop buying things, invest in stocks, whatever, however your game world works, that's what the character would do. And I guess those things are behaviors, right? You have a behavior to look for food now. You have a behavior to eat food now. You have a behavior to stockpile food. You have a behavior to grow crops. So are goals even real in that sense? Yeah, yes they are, right? They have an antagonist. The natural world. Right? Don't starve. Your hunger meter is constantly going down. You need to make sure it stays consistent, right? Get food now, stockpile food for later, prepare food for the future. Or like, grow crops, whatever. What do I do when two goals are conflicting? I guess things always have a higher priority, right? Let's go back to the farm example, okay? He just has the plain goal, don't starve. Maybe he has another goal, don't get eaten by a bear. Okay? So he's going to act purely on don't starve. And then his behavior is going to change when he sees or, has evidence that a bear may be nearby, right? Then he's going to switch to that, right? So the bear is probably going to kill him faster. I guess in this case, this is where a human comes in and says, yep, bears is more dangerous than starving, okay? Don't die to the bear. Prefer not to die to the bear, even if it means you may starve faster, right? Essentially, I'm just saying the bear is a more immediate threat to your life than starving to death, okay? Maybe you escape the bear, and the idea behind that is, all right, well, you've escaped the bear, but now you're too hungry to move anymore, or whatever. Someone might come by and help you, okay? But at least you survive the bear. The bear will just stop you right now. So, yeah, two goals conflict. I think somewhere I have to have a way to say, all right, this goal, more important. Don't let this one happen. Flip your behavior. If I have like a behavior tree, okay, and I have a whole list, I have A, B, C, D. All right, these are all like the starting nodes. A goal decides which one of these we're pretty much going to be focusing on no matter what. let's say I do have a goal for zombies. I have 2 goals. I still want the idea that they will travel across the map, or at least within town, just to get movement to happen so that you're not, the player's not just a passive observer in the world and like the world is waiting for the player to do something. I don't want that. I want the world to happen even if the player does nothing. So I have a thing where I really want zombies to, some of them, to have like a daily schedule. They're in their house at night, and the day they come out of their house. Like, that's just the most simplest thing, right? 6 a.m. leave house, 6 p.m. enter house, go to house. Doesn't matter what they do in between there, just like that's it. So maybe this is one of their goals. Their goal is just schedule, you know. Then I have a more important goal that I say is attack player. That activates when they hear the player, smell the player, see the player, whatever, right? Are those goals? What's the antagonist to that goal? Those ones, I mean, those ones just don't have an antagonist. So what are they? Are those ambitious goals? There is no antagonist? That is something that they want to do? I guess so. Then an antagonistic goal would take priority over any ambitious goal. I'll say for the regular zombies, they don't have any antagonistic goals. They just only have ambitious goals. Smart zombie would have an antagonistic goal of not dying. So perhaps shooting at the smart zombie activates its don't die goal, and it may evade you, run away, I don't know. Maybe if they're low health, that's what activates their goal. They just start moving away from you. Unless they're close enough already. You know, I feel like it'd be dumb if they're like right in front of you and like one more shot, they just stop in place and turn around, right? I guess in that case there would be like a threshold. How much health do I have versus how far away from them am I? And if this ratio is a certain value, I'm going after the player. If it's the other direction, I'm fleeing the player. If they even have that. They might not even have that. They might just say act like regular zombies once they spot you, right? They just have extra stuff where they're more invested in trying to find you, right? You know, a regular zombie might have a schedule and then attack player. Smart zombie might have an investigate and no schedule, just investigate. They're always looking for you. All right, so what? Okay. Let me get back to writing. What does this concretely look like? Experiential senses, memory stores, behaviors, and goals. Senses. Agents have primary and secondary senses. Primary senses are responsible for primary senses are responsible for writing memories, such as where an agent saw something, what an agent heard, etc. The secondary senses. Maybe this is where a secondary sense comes in of like something like hunger, right? If I were to have a farmer, I might have a secondary sense that is hunger. The value increase. Actually, maybe this is probably where hunger is like the better term on a scale from -1 to 1, with 0 being like okay. When you eat something, hunger decreases, so on negative. When you... And then just over time, that hunger value increases, right? Secondary senses, yeah, secondary senses drive behaviors and goals, such as becoming hungry over time, or becoming hungry over time, or becoming curious about sights and sounds. It should operate a variable that influences behaviors and goals. Okay. Now I have memory. Agents store memories, which are just abstract containers for data. Primary senses share a generic store of sensory memory. Tracks events. Secondary senses yeah, what is this secondary sense thing? I guess secondary senses are just things that happen directly after the primary senses. They may be related to primary senses, or they may just be time and event driven. So when you eat something, that secondary sense will log that, or become aware of that, and Do secondary senses happen after goals or behaviors? Because if I were to have a hunger thing, okay, I'm not going to have a hunger thing, but if I were for an AI, out of primary senses, which just detect the food, and then a behavior that eats the food, and that behavior says, hey, I just ate something, and then I would have a sense of hunger that would decrease because of that behavior happening. I guess that action completing. So I guess I do have a case here for something writing that. But I guess the order of it, maybe that order in like a single operation doesn't really make sense. It would be equivalent to just saying the secondary sense of hunger, reading like a log of actions that just happened, or completed actions, and it would see, oh, I completed eating apple, you know, plus 10 or minus 10 hunger or something. If it's a scale of like -1 to 1, then it'd be like minus point something. But it would read that event later. That action which completed. Secondary senses, have simpler memory. And operating on that memory by increasing it over time and decreasing it when eating happens. When eating behaviors complete. Just decreasing when eating. At any given moment, memory would be stored. Memory could be saved to disk and later recovered to continue an agent's behavior. Let me write this up here. This is the only place where reading and writing data happens for an agent. I'll put this up here. At any given moment, memory could be saved to disk and later recovered to continue an agent's behavior. As if no interruption had occurred. 2 C's, of course. For instance, a shared generic store of sensory memory that tracks events. Secondary instances of simple memory, such as storing a single hunger value, operating the memory by increasing it over time and decreasing it when eating. Okay. So this is where things get abstract, more abstract than I currently know it. Agents perform actions as agents have behaviors which drive interactions with the world. The behavior consists of decisions and actions. Decisions and responses. Questions. Questions and answers, I guess. More like questions and responses. For example, a behavior to attack the player would start, am I close to the player? If so, attack. Otherwise, get closer. Right? Right. Behaviors activate. Behaviors are chosen from What is a behavior to a goal? Can a goal have more than one behavior? I guess so, right? Maybe this is where goals and behaviors come in. One second. Something on my keys here. It's like a breadcrumb or something. Okay. Behavior, okay. So maybe I might have a goal that picks like a root behavior. Where does the behavior start? Behavior consists of questions and responses. So this is kind of where I'm thinking about a behavior tree, but I still have the idea where I want to say, is it all just a behavior tree? Like what's the root of a tree, right? What's the root node? I guess a behavior tree is yeses and nos, and maybe I would have like a random. I guess not even that. Maybe we'll just have a behavior that's like, actually, I guess a behavior tree is like either a yes, responsive yes, responsive no, random. Random choice. And then a goal might be more, is it always just yes and no? Is it actually always yes or no? Yes, no, and random. Weighted random, perhaps. 20% chance of this node, 80% chance of that node. Maybe there's even some equation where I take two values and like, I don't know, I have like just like a polynomial graph. If the value is positive, pick this one. If it's negative, pick that one, right? I will say, I may be biased right now. I'm kind of hesitant to do like a decision tree, but I feel like that just simplifies things so much. Alright, here's the thing. Regardless of the physical model, in the computer world, we only have yeses and nos. It always comes down to 1 and 0. Or random. But a random is just a fancy way of saying 2 no's and 1 yes, right? And like I said, even if it was random, I would have weighted random, right? Like, all right, I have ticket range 0 to 5, ticket range 5 to 10, and ticket range 10 to 20. Pick a ticket number, pick the one that it's in, right? No, no, yes, right? Or no, yes, and we're in there. Random is just a fancy way of saying no a couple times before yes. So it's always a tree. No matter what I do in a computer, it's always going to be a tree. There's always going to be a yes and a no. Right? But again, I have to ask the question, how do I want to organize this? I think I can kind of keep the concept of goals and behaviors. Where I might evaluate, I might give 5 goals a chance to process, and they would all return a value that says, you know, what's my priority, right? And then I run the highest priority goal, and that's it. I don't run any other goal. Yeah. Behaviors are essentially trees. Yeah. Behaviors are essentially trees. Or lines of logic. Lines of logic that execute actions on the agent. Alright, I think I'm figuring it out. Goals. Agents have a set of goals that are all competing to direct the behaviors of an agent. You know, how do the Sims do it? This is probably where I need to start doing research, right? But I feel like I want to get out what my idea is and then start researching. I think it's probably a good way to do it. Think first, research, and see if there's any insights that I could gain. Maybe I can find a model that is probably, that could be better than mine, that I like more. Like, actually, let me follow that model. I just don't, I mean, is this a bad thing if I feel like, if I take someone else's answer, then I'm not really doing anything interesting? I've heard people praise, I think it's Alien, yeah, praise this Alien game because the AI seems to be very alive, I guess. Essentially, kind of like, it seems a little unpredictable, but you can influence its actions. You can influence how it behaves. I think there's some things where the alien you haven't used like a flamethrower on the alien before. So you pull out the flamethrower, it's coming at you, you blast it, and it just scatters immediately and it's gone. And then later on it comes back and it's coming at you, you pull out the flamethrower and it like stops and hesitates or something. Right. I don't think I'm gonna have anything quite that complicated, but how would they do something like that? How do they do something like that? If I were to seek that interaction, given what I'm coming up with now, how would I do that? I would think I have senses which are like a secondary sense for pain, right? It reads through like events of having damage and it says, hey, I just took damage, what happened, right? It's gonna look at what it saw, it's gonna look at what it heard, maybe it even actually knows just straight up it took damage from a flamethrower. And it says, all right, save that memory, we took damage from the flamethrower, that was not very nice. And then a goal, don't die, triggers, and it's like, whoa, I just took some damage, I gotta get out of here, right? I took some damage from something I have not taken damage from before, that's pretty bad, and then it scatters. Second time it comes around, it still has those memories. It knows it took damage before from a flamethrower. So it's coming at you, it's the sense of vision activates and says, all right, I see a player holding a flamethrower. The goal says, don't die. Like, all right, hey, I just saw a flamethrower. I just took damage earlier from a flamethrower. So let's say activate the behavior, hesitate. Like just straight up hesitate. Literally wait to see what happens. Would that work? I guess that's how I would, that'd be my plan of action, right? That'd be the question. The goal, don't die, runs. It says, I see a player with a flamethrower. I have memory of being hurt by this. Let's hesitate, right? Behavior, hesitate. So I guess a goal will compete with other goals. So goal 1, attack player. Goal 2, don't die. Goal 1, attack player is running. Goal 2 is saying, nothing seems dangerous right now, so I don't need to do anything. I don't need to change my behavior. And then the player pulls out the flamethrower, and the goal that says don't die is like, all right, whoa, 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 whoa. You know, we've got a problem here. Now I need to react, right? Says let's hesitate. Because it knows it would have associated, right? Seeing a flamethrower, taking damage. Even just that simple. I say that simple. That's probably pretty complicated. That's an association. Maybe that's even how they do it. Maybe that's literally how they do it. They wire it up so that things that the player does and sees are connected to things that happen. It sees flamethrower, it takes damage, associates, all right, took damage, what happened? Flamethrower, right? Later on, goal activates. It's just looking through those associations. It's saying, hey, I know about a flamethrower. What happened when that happened, right? And I guess that's where like desensitization would come in. It would say, all right, flamethrower took damage. I was fine. You know, alien's like invincible or something, so. Eventually it might say, all right, flamethrower took damage, nothing happened, right? Didn't die. So ignore that, right? That's probably where it's running a more complicated equation under the hood that determines whether or not it activates. So it's all right, I got a lot of associations with flamethrower taking damage, but nothing happens, so we're fine, right? Maybe it's even linear like that. Just like a downward slope. More associations, less interest. Okay? Maybe just more predictable. Like, I know that this is going to hurt, but it's not going to kill me. Okay. Good little thought there. They all have a chance to this is okay, so I'm getting back to all right, actually here's the difference, right? The difference before is that goals are more like behaviors and they would always run and they would always run in an order. A goal now is saying, I have 5 goals. Which one of these 5 goals do I want to act on now? Right? Maybe even say, when a goal activates, it just keeps going until some time runs out or the goal reaches some like either a stalemate or it completes. So for example, hunger. Goal is constantly activating. I actually don't even need to say constantly activating. Yeah. They all have a chance to process memory. Have a chance to read state of memory and produce a priority value. The highest priority goal will then activate and execute its behaviors. I'm thinking about behave, I think, where they have their behavior trees like nodes in a scene. I think that was really silly. But now thinking about it, I feel like that's probably a really nice shortcut to get around creating a custom inspector plugin to do the same thing. Because inspector plugins are nice for nested objects, but they're kind of hard. to tell what's going on. I would rather have like a full screen, straight in the middle, tree diagram. That would be better. I would prefer that. And execute its behaviors. Only one goal can run at a time. Goals will I guess goals kind of yield, right? Goals will yield, if I can spell the word. Goals will yield when they have completed, or goals will yield for reprioritization. Will yield for reprioritization. No, maybe not. I think goals just like they kind of have their internal state, you know, and they're just kind of running. But then they're still always updating their priority. So if I think about the farmer and the bear example that I had, he's always looking for the bear, right? That don't die to the bear goal is always like, is there a bear? No? Okay, we're fine, right? Not a high priority. The don't starve goal is always like, all right, well, we're hungry, so we got to keep going. You know, I want to keep going. Maybe goals just have like an inherent order instead. Maybe they don't. I don't know. This is what's difficult. I guess if I have like, you know, 3 or 4 goals, I can set the priorities. Maybe this is what I do. A goal always produces an output of 0 to 1. Maybe even negative 1 to 1. Maybe that's even a better way of outputting it. And I would have a multiplier. A custom set multiplier that just multiplies that result. Right. This is really getting neural network as well. I'm pretty sure, well, technically neural net, like, what is it? Neural network neurons have an unbounded output. They output any number. But it's more like each one of these goals, I'm writing a custom function. Yeah, I have to write some function. Would I literally just write a function and then have a weight and bias to it? I'm not even sure. Thanks for following, Spy from TF2. I am rethinking, reanalyzing the AI system that I wrote. I think I'm getting somewhere better now. Yeah. Only one goal can run at a time. Goals have a function that outputs a value between -1 and 1. Just gonna reorganizing this. Each just have a set of goals that are all competing to direct the behaviors. They have a chance to read the state of the memory and produce a priority value. Goals have a function that outputs a value between -1 and 1, or maybe this is a function. This function outputs a value between -1 and 1. Where -1 represents a specific desire to not execute. So for something like hunger, yeah, hunger would literally just be like a -1 value. Like, really don't run this. I don't want to do this right now. To not execute. And 1 represents the highest possible desire to execute. Would there be a reason to actually need a negative value? I guess a negative value, like, is what you would output when you strictly don't want to run. Like, no matter what, right? Like, if I think about, you know, hunger, if you're outputting -1, no matter what happens, don't run this goal. Like, if every single goal is outputting -1, what happens? The agent just stands there, right? That's what should happen. They should do literally nothing. Should literally just do nothing, right? The highest positive result, or the highest positive value goal will then activate and execute its behaviors. Only one goal can run at a time. Goals that output a negative priority will be restricted. Will just be excluded from consideration. For example, a goal related to hunger might output a negative result when eating more food is impossible. Modeling a full stomach. Alright, stop with this grammar stuff, that's annoying. Is this my idea? I think so. I'll read over this and then I'm gonna research. I'm gonna see what other stuff is out there. Senses. Agents have primary and secondary senses. The primary senses are responsible for writing memories, such as where an agent saw something, what an agent heard, etc. Secondary senses drive behaviors and goals, such as becoming hungry over time or becoming curious about sights and sounds. They should operate a variable that influences behaviors and goals. A variable that can be used by goals to produce, used by goals to compute their priority. What's the way to like go to read mode? Viewing? No. Memory. Agents store memories, which are just abstract containers for data. This is the only place where reading and writing data happens for agents, or an agent. Yeah. At any given moment, memory could be saved. All memories could be saved to disk and later recovered to continue an agent's behavior as if no interruption had occurred. Primary senses share a generic store of sensory memory that tracks events. Secondary senses have simpler memory, such as storing a single hunger value and operating on that memory by increasing it over time and decreasing it when eating. Oh, what? You're lucky I'm sick today. Can't disturb you very much. Yeah, thanks. I'm home with good internet. Zombie does start over. What did I miss? I am getting somewhere. I'm having a breakthrough, actually. Here's my plan right now. It's actually not. I'm kind of cutting it off. The camera kind of cuts it off a bit. I can kind of scroll down. Actually, I think I did this before. How did I do this? I feel like I've done this before where I like move that over somehow to like the other side. I'm not sure how. Behavior. Okay. Let me just keep reading. Agents have behaviors which drive interactions with the world. A behavior consists of questions and responses. For example, a behavior to attack the player would start, "Am I close to the player? If so, attack them. Otherwise, get closer." Behaviors are essentially lines of logic that execute actions on the agent. Goals. Agents have a set of goals that are all competing to direct the behaviors of an agent. Agents have a set of goals that are all competing to direct the behaviors of an agent. Of the agent. They all have a chance to read the state of memory and produce amazing news. Japan Patent Office rejects Nintendo application relevant to Power World dispute. Cites games like Ark as prior art. Ark? Really? Funny. I mean, honestly, yeah. If you take out, like, throwing a ball at a pal, I guess is probably what they're called, it basically becomes Ark, right? It pretty much just becomes Ark. Yeah, you might be able to say Power World is more similar to Ark than it is to Pokemon. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it was. Yep. Okay. They'll have a chance to read the state of memory and produce a priority value. This function outputs a value between -1 and 1, where -1 represents a specific, represents the strongest desire to not execute. I'll even italicize that. To not execute, and represents the highest, represents the strongest desire to execute. Italics that. The highest positive value goal will then activate and execute its behaviors. Only one goal can run at a time. Goals that output a negative priority will be excluded from consideration. For example, a goal related to hunger might output a negative result when eating more food is impossible, modeling a full stomach. Also, more funny news. Developer who accidentally listed his game as Shitty Dungeon in Japan says Steam wishlist skyrocketed in the aftermath. He's like... what is it? Plague Inc. The headlines that run across while you're playing that are just like all total jokes. At least before your plague is like discovered, they just have like joke headlines that run across. That's like exactly the kind of thing that I would expect to see. Also, how do you accidentally do that? I feel like that's the equivalent of like walking into a government office, filling out an application, and accidentally writing a fake name. All right, time to research. What would I search here? More funny news. What? Auto devs are greeting players who bought the game early with, "You're the reason our marketing works." Promotions and sales have riddled your brain, and you're more interested in buying the next big thing than financial planning. Okay. What do I look up here? What do I look up here? Obsidian making fun of players. Honestly, at this point for Reddit links, it's like a newspaper article. I just read the URL and that's it. That's all I look at. Alright, is there like a version of quiet YouTube where I can just like open it and not have this page? I don't want all this crap. Alright, let me go back here. What will I search on YouTube? How video game AI works, I don't know. Can I type? What is this? That's a crazy thumbnail. 6 years ago, and it has the Alien game. All right, I'm going in. Oh, he's starting with Halo? Yeah, this is probably the video minute for me, I guess. But I am going to increase the speed here.
Hi, I'm Tommy Thompson, and welcome to
Oh my
AI
God.
101, the series that explores the artificial intelligence tools and techniques used in video game development. In the first entry of this series, I looked at the navigation mesh, a data structure commonly used in 3D games to enable AI characters to move around an environment,
I guess I
recognize
actually have to go
obstacles, and
higher
make
than
decisions about how to get from A to B as fast as possible. In this video, I'm looking at one of the core AI technologies that is now pervasive throughout much of the AAA video games industry: behavior trees. While the wider world is caught in the thrall of machine learning,
Look up how does the live
games
system
industry is
work?
heavily reliant
I was
on
thinking about
behavior
looking
tree
that up.
techniques. Now, I first explored how behavior trees are used in my video on Halo 2, the
I
game
will.
largely responsible for
I
their
will look it up.
proliferation, but since then, regular viewers will
It's
have
Unreal
noticed how
Engine,
frequently they
click off.
pop up. They've since resurfaced in my videos on Alien Isolation, Far Cry 4, Bioshock Infinite, Spec Ops: The Line,
Behavior
Far Cry
tree
Primal,
AI in
Halo 3,
Halo
Tom
2?
Clancy's Division, and that's just the games I've elected to talk about on the show. So in this episode,
Alright, I might have to look at
address
the
what
Halo
these systems
videos.
are, how they work, how they're integrated into commercial game engines, and, from my perspective, discuss why they're becoming increasingly more popular in games, and why as a developer and designer, you might be more inclined to use them.
Should I pause the music? I probably should.
So first up, let's cover the fundamentals. What is a behavior tree, and how does it work? A behavior tree is a data structure in which we set the rules of how certain behaviors can occur and the order in which they would execute. The term tree
Liking
is
original
denoted
Halo
given that it
games
follows
is
the
like
traditional rules of the tree
are the
data
highest
structure
amount
in
of gamer
computer
cred you could
science,
have.
meaning as a series of nodes that start at the root, which is this one here at the top, which is then linked to other nodes by connections. Now, in fancy computer science terms, this is actually a directed acyclic graph, meaning it's a collection of nodes that are connected to one another, but in each case there is a fixed direction and that it doesn't loop back or repeat itself. The logic of the tree works its way down from the top to a specific set of one or more nodes where a specific behavior is going to be executed. A node that has been linked to by another one above it calls that node its parent, and any node it links to below it are called its children. And that's
So
some
the
good
EU is
cognitive
looking
knowledge
into
you're going to need to
banning most
remember right
traditional
there. Now, how
microtransaction
a behavior is
methods.
selected within the tree is based on how it moves
Traditional.
down through it and the nodes it executes. Nodes are typically found to be one of 4 types. First up, there's the root node. That's the one at the top.
What does that mean?
It has no parent, only ever has children, and it's where the execution starts from. Next up is the basic node of a tree called a leaf. This is where we
I can talk about it later, maybe.
actually put AI behaviors.
For now,
such
I
as
wanna-
running to a fixed
I wanna
position in the
focus on
world,
this.
shooting an enemy, interacting with an object, stuff like that. It's the opposite of the root. It can only have parents, and it has no children. After this, we have composite nodes. These are special nodes that control the flow of how we move through the tree. And there are 2
Oh, and I
commonly
think of
found.
this sequence. Okay, so I guess I have like what is it? 3 types now. I have random, A, B, and sequence. Because I'm thinking, I think, that, behavior trees, very established, right? It's literally how computers operate. Yes, no, random, and I guess sequence now. If I pick a sequence, then it's like, all right, no matter what, you got to run through these, right? So maybe a sequence might be plant crop, till ground, water ground, till ground, plant, water, right? You got to do those 3 things, and if you don't do it, you're not done, right? I guess a sequence can more or less be boiled down to several questions combined. Is it tilled? No, till it. Is it water? Is it planted? No, plant it. Is it watered? No, water it, right?
Composite node
And then we
types.
would say
A
we're done,
selector,
right?
where it decides which child to execute based on some logic in the world. So, for example,
So I
if
guess
the
there is
player
no
too far
sequence.
away, it won't execute the child node that does a melee attack, but it might decide to use a gun and shoot at you from range. Secondly, there's the sequence node. This allows us to execute several child nodes in sequence one after the other. This is great, say if you have a character that's under fire and you want it to run towards cover, then hide behind it, then take a shot at the player. Given that's arguably 3 distinct child nodes you're going to execute in a sequence. Lastly, there are also decorator nodes. These take existing logic of a child and manipulate it. This is great for making us repeat actions a certain number of times, or make a selector make a decision based on the inverse of the logic that we've given to it, and so on. So already with this setup, you could come up with trees that mash up multiple behaviours, like say deciding whether to have an AI shoot from nearby cover, rush in to attack the player up close, or stand their ground. And with
This
this
is
tree
so
that I've
easy.
marked up here, it's easy to start visualising this design and subsequently implement it. Alright, so with the basics down, let's explore how they work and some of the cool features they carry. So traditionally, when behavior trees were first devised, the idea was that at every frame of a given game, the system would run an update from the root called a tick. The system then burrows down into the tree to find the node that is active, rechecking whether other nodes should be active along the way down. However, that's a bit expensive, especially when the tree starts to get really big. So nowadays, the tree will retain a reference to the active node and have that node process the tick. If it eventually finishes the behavior at that node, then the tree will reevaluate what to do. In addition, a concept advocated by the Halo franchise was to make them more event-driven, meaning that the tree can quickly switch out of a given node to re-evaluate which node it should be executing now based on an event occurring in the game world. Now on top of all this is an additional component known as the blackboard. Blackboards are used to store useful data that the tree uses as part of the behavior of multiple nodes, target locations, distances to nearest items of interest, even things like status variables like if the character is under fire or...
Yeah, this was something that I was missing. This would have solved what I do here, where investigate needs the closest, it needs a travel, it needs the node, and it's got to be the closest one, right? Chase, a travel, the closest one, and a node. Attack, travel, closest node, and a group. Actually, did I say group? All of these also contain the group. That would be solved by a blackboard. That would be, I was thinking my system, the goal would be kind of like the blackboard. Not even that. It would more like just ask the questions like, are we, I'll figure it out. But this is what I'm missing, right?
They've already executed a specific behavior. The blackboard not only allows us to store this information to minimize the need for repeated calculations,
Yep,
but also
exactly
you can use
that.
the same blackboard across multiple active behavior trees. This makes it easier for different AI characters that are all using behavior trees to share information, like where the player is, for example. It's a common one, you're going to use it a lot. For those keen to experiment with making their own AI that uses behavior trees, the toolchain found in Unreal Engine 4 is arguably the best fully available tool out there to use. Pretty much everything I've explained thus far is implemented in the same fashion in the UE4 tree system, and you can get up and running with it pretty quickly. Now, a common question that arises is why would you use behavior trees versus the likes of, say, a finite state machine, which we've seen in my videos on the likes of Doom and Arkham Asylum, or even something like planning, which is used in First Encounter Assault Recon. So let's discuss some common issues that can arise and why many developers adopt behavior trees as their method of choice. First up, let's consider how streamlined the flow is. Users can clearly watch the decision making happening in a top-down fashion from root to leaf. This makes for a more scalable system, even as the tree gets bigger. We can still follow the train of logic that gets us from the root down to a specific behavior. This visual readability is so important as the number of unique paths increases. Even in this shot taken from my case study on The Division, which was simply a visualization to imply the overall scale of the system, you can still kinda read the flow of it. Conversely, a finite state machine becomes a nightmare to follow the more complex it becomes and more connections are made between states, and this gets me to my second point. By streamlining the logic, they're not only more designer-friendly, but perhaps more critically, they're easier to debug. The combination of simplified flow, modular behaviors, and shared knowledge through the blackboard reduces the capacity for error, and it also resolves so many of the major issues a designer would have in building behaviors. By comparison, finite state machines are typically very code-intensive, given the conditions of their execution are often tied to the code of that specific behavior in that state. And even in the more recent implementations, such as Doom 2016, those state machines were built by programmers on request from designers. Meanwhile, many modern behavior tree systems better support workflows where designers can quickly build new behaviors using modules already built with the programmers and only then pester them for specific bits of behavior they might be missing. The third valuable aspect is reusability. We typically build individual behaviors in these trees such that they can be used in different contexts, and the logic of the tree will allow us to reuse the same node whenever we need it. Conversely, with finite state machines, many of the states are typically tied to that specific context, so it gets a little uglier the more you try and maintain them. Lastly, there's the big issue that impacts every AI system in a game regardless of scale, the CPU power and memory required to execute. The optimizations of tick processing and event-driven overrides have enabled behavior trees to become more optimized over time, whereas a finite state machine still needs to update, typically every frame just to check it's in the correct state and conduct state transitions accordingly. Lastly, the use of blackboards help keep memory to a minimum, given it allows for data to be shared across nodes, as well as different AI all executing the same behavior tree. Now, while this episode is dedicated to explaining how effective behavior trees are, this isn't to say that they're the one and only option for crafting behaviors in your games. If your behavior logic is relatively small and simple, finite state machines are more than sufficient for your needs. If you need something dynamic and reactive, planning is also well suited in a number of circumstances, but it often means the problem scale needs to be compact. Otherwise, the overheads of the planner could prove overwhelming, especially as the number of characters using the planner for decision making increases. Ultimately, it always comes down to the project you're working on and a lot of the smaller facets of the game's design. Alrighty, I hope this helps you better understand the theory of how behavior trees work. As I say, they're incredibly popular in the games industry, and you can expect them to continue to crop up in future case studies when I'm exploring the AI of AAA games. Behavior trees were the most voted for topic by my supporters over on Patreon.
Okay, I had an alien in a thumbnail and didn't even talk about it. Oh well. I want to get back to this guy, AI in Games, who is pretty easy to find. But I will go and look up Alive now. What game was this from? It was Stalker. Minutes. Probably this one. It's pretty short. A deep dive in 3 minutes versus a deep dive in 40 minutes. Okay.
Today, we're diving deep into the current state of A-Life
Diving
in the
deep.
Zone in Stalker 2, especially in the latest patch 1.5. This is going to be a quick but informative breakdown, so strap in. On PC, we can now explore A-Life in much more detail.
Wait, Stalker
In patch
2. No, no,
1.5
no, no. I have been told by Yelia that Stalker 2 does not have it. Okay, well, I guess we got the 40-minute one.
What's going on, guys? Jimmy Changa here. Today I kind of just wanted to talk about A-Life and really kind of explain what A-Life
All right, well, this is funny. Stalker 2 players, A-Life is broken. Stalker veterans, A-Life ain't broke. It's non-existent. X-ray engine? Yeah, okay.
is.
So this
and
is-
what
this
it
is
does and what GSC
40 minutes. All right, this guy's getting 1.5.
aims for it to bring to the player during their playthrough and experience. Because I'm seeing a lot of confusion online, and outside of that, I'm also seeing kind of the sentiment that it's just a spawn system, which, spawns enemies around the player. That, my friends, is only one very, very small, minute part of what A-Life does. It is far more than just a spawn system. In fact, I would argue that it's not even really a spawn system, and GSC would probably tell you the same thing. Now, what A-Life does is it creates a scenario where it simulates all life in the zone. So what do I mean by that? Well, essentially it takes every single NPC in this region, well, not even the region. Look at that. That's a perfect example. So I had a quest going where I needed to retrieve a case for duty, and then you heard gunfire in the background. Well, that was a team of, I don't know who did it for me, duty, somebody, just killed whoever had that case. So that is done. All I have to do now is go retrieve that case off of the dead corpse and then bring it to duty. So that's A-Life working in the background for me. And that happens all the time. Say I take a quest from somebody that instructs me to kill a group of bandits or a group of mutants, and I'm just wandering the zone doing my own thing, and the next thing I know, the PDA pops up a of mutants, and I'm just wandering the zone doing my own thing.
I wasn't gonna say anything, but since he's brought it up first, I'll say it. Yeah, this is pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Holy nasally voice. Sorry, allergies acting up big time. Yeah.
And the next thing I know, the PDA pops up a message like that saying, hey, your quest is complete. That, in Stalker 2's current form right now, just can't happen. The game right now has taken A-Life out so they could worry about optimization. So what they did is they basically fed resources to optimization that were originally allocated to A-Life. A-Life, is a complex system that takes some compute power, which, some people argue, oh, why would I dedicate all this compute power to simulate life in the regions or an area that I'm not even in? Well, guys, they did this before in all 3 of their games, and currently we're in Clear Sky, and they did it in this game on single-core processors. So it's just really the matter of them getting the game optimized to a state where they're comfortable with, and then finding the resources to throw back in A-Life. Because I think really the main issue was just getting it optimized on console, specifically Series S. So with all that out of the way, we already seen one example of a quest unfolding without me even having to do anything. Here's another example.
I mean,
of
hopefully he's
A-Life
not just
working.
gonna be
This is
talking
not
about
static.
examples
This is not scripted
and
right
tell me
here.
like what
This
happens.
happened, and this is just punishment. This is, this is the zone just filtering people out. So what happened here is it looks like, a group of snorks stormed this checkpoint here, and Duty tried fending them off, and unfortunately, they were not successful. It looks like they were able to kill them, but they died in the process, which leads me to believe that there are still snorks somewhere around here. So, get this. We can actually really... So get this, I can explain A-Life for the most part, mainly just by looking at my map here. So if we pull up the map... So as Duty yells in the background here, if we pull up our map, we notice a couple things.
Why is it
right
that every time he says duty, it comes out as DY? Duty yells, DYL.
off the bat. A, we got a bunch of dots here. All these dots represent groups
Just cannot
of people,
figure out
whether
what the
it's
word
groups of
duty is.
Groups of freedom, groups of stalkers, groups of monolith, groups of clear sky, just all the different factions, groups of mutants. Now, here's a good example. Yellow is duty because I'm neutral with them. Green is ally. Red is enemies. See how this is light yellow rather than the solid yellow right here? That's because this group of duty right now has a target. They're actually moving right now. So as you can see, their target is the barrier. So we can realistically watch the map and follow them to whatever barrier that they're going to. Right here, another group of duty heading to the barrier. Now, what the beauty of this is since all of these NPCs, despite where the player's at, it does not matter where I'm at. As you can see, they all show in every region regardless of where I am. This allows the NPCs to have free reign over their life.
I've got a question right now, Yulia. I'm assuming these regions are like levels, and when you leave the region, it picks one of these places and then like teleports you there. Is that what's happening? Or is the whole map like, is this path between here real, or is this like a teleport zone? Would you just walk over here to the path and teleport to here? Because I saw a comment mentioning, was it a comment or did he say it? Something about like in a different region they don't process, or they have less processing.
Hence A-Life, which dynamically changes the map over time. So what do I mean by that? Well, you got freedom over here. Okay, that's their main base of operations. You have duty right here.
I don't know.
This is their main base of operations. Garbage sits in between them. All right. Now, what I did in this playthrough is I helped the loners take back garbage from
The loners?
bandits. But now in doing so,
Some funny names.
I opened up the perfect opportunity for duty and freedom to travel into garbage now that there's less conflict to worry about. And they are going to fight each other over points of interest. Now, this necessarily doesn't have to happen inside of garbage, but say I'm all the way up here in the Red Forest, and freedom and duty end up running into each other. Now, here's the perfect example of that. As you can see, we got duty, who's trying to get to the barrier, and then you got freedom, who just came from the barrier, because that barrier takes you to Dark Valley, which is Freedom's compound. They're in combat with each other right now. So if we were over there, we would literally be witnessing that, and bam, just like that, duty has wiped freedom from the map. They are gone forever. Say they're fighting over a POI. Say that group of duty ends up killing freedom. Well, they might actually decide that they want to set up shop at that point of interest. And then the next thing I know, I come back down there later in the game, and that dead point of interest now has a bunch of duty members set up in it, and they might have decided to set up a vendor on top of that. So the dynamic changing of the map is what makes A-Life so immersive, because you quite literally just go about your playthrough as a normal game, and then all around you, you can take solace in knowing that there is stuff happening, regardless if the player is active. So right here, these people traveling right next to me is a group of duty. You can see right here, duty going to the barrier. So we can follow them the whole way to this barrier where they will set up shop and guard. So this guy's lagging a little behind. But I can run, like, where Stalker will despawn these guys completely after 100 meters, and then they're gone forever since they're randomly generated NPCs. I can run away. I'm way far in the
No
distance
mess you
here.
in combat if it's a group.
And I can come back. And, like, that guy never left.
Yeah, I watched
see him from way back there.
Jonathan Blow play Stalker
And
2
then
for
as
like
I get
an
up here,
hour.
you can already see, off to the left there, these guys are still in the game.
It looked
They're
pretty
not
cool.
random. They have
Like,
names,
he was
they're
doing
persistent,
something,
they
and
will
like
be
two
on this
groups
map
showed up and started
forever
fighting each
until
other.
one of them dies. And when they die, well,
And he
their
was just like
corpse will be back
third
there.
partying them.
And there will be maybe some loot there, maybe not, because when
And it was
these
like,
guys come
he was
across
getting in
a
a
dead body,
situation where he
they
was like
will
afraid to fight even
100%
one guy.
loot that dead body.
Because like I guess he was
So
out of
these
ammo, or
guys
he was like under equipped.
Currently are programmed
I think
go
that's
to this
pretty
barrier
cool. When
and help these
when a
guys.
game doesn't I mean,
defend
it's
it.
cool when a game has
And
you as a
ultimately,
super soldier,
it's
you
an
know,
important
like
barrier for
Halo.
these guys because,
I think it's also
as
cool
I
when a
stated
game
before,
has you as
freedom
like
now can travel safely over
you
here
can
to
die
our
just
base
as
and
quickly as they
ultimately
can.
go over here and try to take this base. Which
Like
that
2 guys fighting
happens.
you
There's faction
is
wars in
as
this game.
dangerous as
So
you
ultimately,
fighting
freedom and
2
duty
versions
are
of
going
yourself.
to battle, and whoever ends up the victor
They can sneak in
will
and kill you.
control
Yeah.
this region and this region. So if you look at our faction tab here, we have our faction war tab and we got statistics. The statistics essentially roll
I might
into
start
the
skipping
faction
ahead.
war,
He's
and the
just
faction
kind of like
war runs
talking
into
about
the
it. He's not
statistics.
really
Now, just looking at
saying
this right now, at this point in
technical
the game,
stuff
in this
about
save,
it.
I am still aligned with the loners. All right.
He's
now,
just
that can
providing
change.
examples.
You don't have to be part of one faction for the entire playthrough. So, you know, essentially, organically, what will happen is you'll start out with the loners because you come from the Great Swamps and make it into the Cordon.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
this
where
is
you're gonna meet
yeah,
the
this is
loners, and then
definitely
you
cool.
ultimately have to push north. So you can choose to do this mechanic, or you can
This
choose
guy's
not
literally
to.
just me.
A-Life is going to make it play out regardless of the player's
Yeah.
intervention. So what you can do is you can join the loners, which is going to be a lot of help.
Looks more like he's just kind of talking about it. All right, I want to get back to this guy. Unity ALF is just zombies. They are going to be really simple. I was talking about it earlier. There are certain goals, but these goals are kind of antagonistic, where if you're not proactive about it, bad things happen. For something like A-Life, I guess an antagonistic goal would be to control territory, right? If you don't have territory, you're not controlling territory, you need to do something to start controlling territory. Because it looked like he was talking about this area he cleaned out, just opened it up so that freedom and duty could fight each other to claim that territory, and that's what was happening. I don't really have any antagonistic goals for anything. They will proactively do stuff. Like I still want zombies to have schedules. The smart zombie will pretty much only be seeking you out 100% of the time. And the hunter will just kind of show up when you're near the edge of the map to shoot you. But they don't have anything that's like, they don't manipulate the map, I guess. Things still happen. I definitely want it to be a case where the world is going to move by without you. But not much can happen. Definitely not like A-Life, where it seems like there's territory. He was talking about vendors. So you could help some guys so they can set up vendors so you can buy stuff from them, right? You could join fights, it seems, to try to tilt the outcome to your favor. Doesn't Project Zomboid have something like that? I've never researched it, but it seems like the zombies are about as intelligent as just, they kind of walk around. I guess it is kind of similar to what I'm describing. Some of them will walk around to do stuff. So if you stand still long enough, a zombie might just pass by you. But more like they just kind of stand around and wait. And there's also random events. I think Project Zomboid has, it tries to do stuff to make things happen. Because otherwise the zombies are just like really, really lame, and they won't, like, if you sit inside of a house, a zombie's never going to come inside. If you are doing nothing, they're never going to come inside. Maybe sometimes. I guess that's like probably the random event. It's probably like, all right, spawn a zombie just to crash into this house. Like that's probably all it does. I have seen people play where they like go to a specific location where they know is really, really quiet, and they could just literally sit there forever and never deal with zombies showing up. But then you have like house alarms go off randomly. Like if you're in a neighborhood nothing actually happens. The game just sounds an alarm at a house next to you. I think there's like explosions or just gunshots, like random gunshots happen. Okay. Let me look for Halo here. He mentioned something that I really liked. That Halo apparently does event-driven stuff. I've never done any research on Halo AI. I've played the game enough to know that they definitely react to things happening. You can sneak around them. If they see you go behind cover, they might eventually walk over to that cover, and if you're not there, then they're like, guess he's not there. They will shoot at cover. So if you walk behind a wall, they will like continue shooting at that spot that they saw you at. I guess it's like suppressive fire. If you throw a grenade at an enemy that's facing you, they might dodge. If you throw a grenade at an enemy that doesn't know about you, they will turn around and look at the grenade and be like, oh crap, and then they just explode, right? Some of them might see it right away, so they dodge. All right, what is this? 09. 10 years ago.
Master Chief, defend this station.
Yes, sir. I need a weapon.
Right this way.
The music is so bad when it's sped up, I gotta skip through it.
Enough? Okay.
I can't listen
For
to
the
that.
benefit of those not familiar, and to those new to planet Earth, first of all, welcome. Halo is a first-person shooter franchise published by Microsoft. Originally created by Bungie, now famous for another little space shooter game called Destiny, and is now developed by 343 Industries. Now, Halo is not the first FPS we've discussed in the AI in-game series, given we've already looked at the likes of First Encounter Assault Recon, aka Fear. But Halo has a lot to offer to aspiring game devs when it comes to combat AI.
Also, if
So in
there's
this
like a
video,
lot of
we're gonna
grunts and
discuss
one
in major
elite and he's
part
like
what makes the
weak,
AI tick
shoot the
in
elite and the
Halo
grunts will
2
just start
and Halo
running.
3 by highlighting an AI
Like a
technique
typical
called
encounter would
behavior
go,
trees.
shoot the
What do they
elites,
do?
shoot the
How do they
jaguars,
work?
shoot the grunts.
Why is this technique continuing to prove popular for game AI development? Before we go into the details of how these
If there's
systems
very
work,
few, like
let's take
maybe
a
there's
minute to
2 or
talk
3
about the
grunts, then
tactics
maybe you shoot the
themselves.
grunts first and
The
then you go
enemies
for the
facing
elite,
Halo are
right?
varied, given that, as is
But
explained
if there's a
in the
lot of
narrative,
grunts, then you
the
might
human
just go
race is
for the
essentially
elite
at war with a
to make
coalition
them
of
run
numerous
away
alien races, with
and
characters
disengage
such
a
as
little bit.
grunts, jackals, elites, and brutes all appearing throughout the original trilogy.
Dear humanity, we regret being alien bastards. We regret coming to Earth. And we most definitely regret the Corps just blew up our raggedy-ass fleet. Hoorah!
One of the benefits of the narrative is that it allows for the player to be introduced to a range of visually unique and interesting characters. While we like to talk about AI in these
What
videos,
is this guy
it's important to
doing?
appreciate how vital the visual elements
What is
of
this gameplay I'm
lend to
looking
the
at
player's
right now?
understanding of enemy behavior. Each Covenant character behaves differently from one another, and in many respects this is a reflection of the characteristics we as players may interpret.
Dude, this
courtesy of
guy
their
just like
visual
cranked the
design.
sensitivity to
example,
10 for the
grunts are
first
small
time.
and awkward creatures, so it's perhaps not surprising that they often react in a panic to the player, given that John 117, or the Master Chief, which is you by the way, are meant to be 7 feet tall and weigh around 1,000 pounds. Meanwhile, jackals, given their rather shifty-looking nature, act more or less as snipers, and the bigger characters like elites and brutes are far more aggressive, in line with their increased physical stature. In short, the use of character art is useful to help the player identify the different behaviours expected of the enemy. Ultimately, this helps you strategize more effectively, given that the character art provides visual confirmation that the enemies will behave differently from one another. Think of it like Pac-Man ghosts, only with a much bigger art budget.
Stay with the Master Chief. You'll know what to do.
Yes, sir.
As mentioned earlier, the AI behind the Covenant is reliant on a technique known as behaviour trees. Behaviour trees provide another approach to modelling behaviour and logic from, say, finite state machines, a method we've previously looked at in both Fear and the Batman Arkham series. But what makes them so
I thought he
special?
said Fear
Well,
had
it comes down
planning.
to how the tree expresses and executes behaviour. A behaviour tree is,
I really want to know what
well,
planning means.
a tree. A tree of nodes, to be precise. Trees are actually a fairly common method of storing data in computer systems because navigating trees is rather straightforward. Each node in the tree can either dictate how we navigate it or tell us which actions to execute. For example, sequence nodes dictate all children beneath a node can be executed in order from left to right. This allows for multiple behaviors to be glued together in a sensible fashion. Meanwhile, conditional nodes, where specific subtrees are only executed based on certain things being true in the world.
I think I've got this. I've got this.
Behaviors you want to exhibit. So how does all of this come together? Well, let me show you. This right here is a typical behavior tree used in Halo 2. It's pretty big, isn't it? Lots of different behaviors in there, and it all runs on selectors. So at any given point, the NPC will decide which of these behaviors to execute. Note that the behaviors themselves are not actually fleshed out and are kept fairly abstract. So this tree is even larger than what we see here. We're just looking at it from a very particular level of abstraction. However, this doesn't tell the whole story, as there are a number of smart systems in place that impact how...
I'm going to look at this again a little bit. So I mentioned what they do. Yeah, post-combat, shoot corpse, check corpse. I always see that, right? Sometimes they'll walk up to you, sometimes they'll shoot you after they kill you. Guard. What guard is. They're searching when they don't see you. They will, yeah, like suppressing fire. They shoot at the last place I saw you. Yeah, sometimes they do throw grenades. That one's pretty rare, I think. I think they typically just throw grenades at you. Though it's definitely killed me before where I go to hide behind a corner, a very small, tight corner, and they just throw a grenade right at that spot. And you're just dead at that point. Uncover, investigate, yeah. Research, uncover, and investigate. I don't know what uncover means. But I do know that after shooting, sometimes they will go up to that spot where they last saw you.
It's even larger than what we see here. We're just looking at it from a very particular level of abstraction. However, this doesn't tell the whole story, as there are a number of smart systems in place that impact how AI make specific decisions in certain contexts. The decision made by each Covenant pays attention to the current context. The context that an NPC finds itself in, such as its type, whether it's driving a vehicle or even being a passenger in a vehicle, where the player is relative to it, these can all disable parts of the behavior tree so the AI only knows about what it can do at any point in time. This stops it from worrying about potentially redundant or just useless actions, given that it's not actually offered the opportunity to try and execute them. The next thing is, given the context, you need to have priority. Priority of actions for an AI are in continual flux, as the context of what that character is doing, as well as what the player is doing, are changing constantly. So as a result, while the available actions shift based on context, the priority of the available actions also shift based upon what's happening around them. This
The Pelican almost killed the player by launching
react accordingly and prioritize attacking
one of
or
those
defending
crates
based
at it.
upon what's happening. However, sometimes this doesn't always work. Like when you're in a vehicle and the enemy is on the ground. It might seem more sensible at that moment.
I do
in
like
time.
this is console
Like when
gameplay.
you're in a vehicle.
I guess it couldn't be console. It probably is. 10 years ago, this is probably console gameplay. Crosshairs below center.
And
He has
the
really
enemy's on the
twitchy
ground.
movements, so he's
It
cranked
might
his
seem more
sensitivity up.
sensible at that moment in time to defend or hide, rather than get in a nearby
But it's also
vehicle.
clearly
I would guess this is largely because the
controller.
context analysis does not allow for long-term decision-making to be factored in. At this present moment, getting in a vehicle is going to be suicide. But in fact, in the long term, it's actually the more sensible option. To address this, Halo 2 uses what are called stimulus behaviors, where the system will create an impulse in the NPC. This immediately shifts the priority of a particular action. So now, if an elite is not in a vehicle, and Master Chief, you, are in a vehicle, getting into a vehicle, if one is available, will become a priority, given that it makes sense to fight fire with fire. Also, this creates one of the more memorable behaviors in Halo combat, where grunts flee in the event their commanding officer, typically an elite, is killed by the player. One last thing to appreciate is that not only do priorities shift, but after a high priority action is executed, a delay is injected to stop the enemy from doing it again in quick succession. This makes sense for things like grenade throwing, given you don't want the player to have to dodge 10,000 grenades in the space of 3 minutes. So in this video, we've only really talked about one aspect of the Covenant AI, behavior trees, and specifically how they work in Halo 2. Bungie have divulged a lot of information on how many of their AI systems operate, as well as a lot of the game design principles behind them, so we will most certainly
I want to go see
come
those
back to the
original
Halo universe in a future
documents then.
video. One final thing to mention is that this is not the last time that behavior trees have been adopted in games.
It's probably
Far from
like
it. They're actually rather popular in some
conferences that they've
circles. In
done
fact,
talks
they are
at.
now the default AI type.
I watched their Halo Reach networking video. They talked about how they did networking for that. A particular problem that they were facing was synchronizing armor lock. to the point where I think they were mentioning they were probably going to take the ability out of the game because it was too hard to make it work over the network. It felt like too unfair. Because a certain interaction with armor lock is if you drive a vehicle into someone who's armor locked, they give that player infinite mass such that the contact with it is essentially like flying into a wall. If you fly a vehicle into a wall at a high enough speed, your vehicle can be destroyed. So a common thing to do is if you're about to be rammed, you will armor lock. There's a wind-up animation for that. So what they were facing a problem with is making it so the player using the armor lock feels like it's fair, and the person running into the player using the armor lock feels like it's fair. The player using it might think, okay, I'm armor locking, but I just got run over and died, but it looked like on my screen that I completed, so I should have not died there. Person in the vehicle will say, that guy wasn't even starting his animation for armor lock, and I just exploded when I ran into him. They're facing issues with that.
Built into the Unreal Engine. As you can see here in Unreal Engine 4, there's even a visual editor that allows developers to start putting together their AI behaviors
Totally unrelated, by
fairly
the way.
quickly.
But
with that, thanks a lot for watching. If you want to learn more, there's a fully written blog that goes into these techniques in far greater detail.
a blog. Okay, not linked.
Not to mention, there are some highly useful references if you wish to find more reading material on getting started with behavior trees. Click the link on screen now or go to the video description.
Oh my god, it's so old. Oh, this is the article. Oh, it's on... Okay, for some reason I thought this was just like random stuff. All right. Medium. Tough. Thanks, Medium. It definitely still exists. Oh, there's the diagram. GDC. Look at that. So they say GDC 2005. Is there a... Oh my god. – 2001, 2002. There's probably not a video of that. That's kind of old. I'm gonna look that up though. Really?
This session is not...
Oh my god, it's them. Score. This is a score. In fact, yeah, I was going to say, in fact, these guys are going to go on normal speed.
A post-mortem
I found the
of
gold
Halo.
mine.
We're not exactly sure how it got built that way, but
This
we're
is
sorry
24K
that's
gold.
what you were expecting. Just so nobody was disappointed.
I got it.
came
I
up
got to
with
give that a
really
like,
brief
too.
post-mortem. If you can at all help it, don't be a launch title.
The actual
That's our post-mortem.
presentation. Recorded. Awesome.
This session...
Sadly, they didn't have a camera in the audience. I kind of like those ones where they have the camera in the audience, but
is targeted at designers and AI programmers.
at least this is better because I can see the presentation. I'm assuming when they do a video, which usually that's a common thing that they do, and sometimes the video doesn't work.
It may also be useful to anyone who is stuck in level 3 and needs
Level
insight
3.
in how to beat our AI.
All right, he just mentioned it. Is this which Halo is this?
This session is not...
This has got to be
a
CE because that's a
post-mortem
CE
of
model.
Halo.
Level 3. What's level 3? Pillar of Autumn, Halo. What comes after that? Is that the night mission with a sniper? I mean, that was
Not
just trivia
exactly
for me.
sure
That's
how
not
it
even like
came about.
relevant.
This
But
session is targeted at designers and AI programmers. It may
That's
also
me.
be useful to anyone who is stuck in level 3 and needs insight in how to beat our AI.
that one is
First thing
actually a
we're
hard
gonna
level.
talk about is,
Harder difficulties, that's a really hard
our
level.
initial design goals for Halo and how they changed over the
I
course.
gotta verify that I'm even right. Halo CE missions. Truth or yep, I was right.
Of the project with the feedback that
Download
we got.
it.
We're also going to
That's too much to download.
briefly about our implementation.
I mean, this was uploaded 4 years ago. This is safe.
Including the
Nerd?
technical
Yep.
constraints and the important framework elements.
Like I said, I've played the game
and
enough
how
to
those
know
affect
how the
level
AI
creation
works
process. At the end of the talk, we'll
with
give
my
a
interaction with it.
demonstration
Not to know
of our
how it
production
works,
tools,
but to
and we'll
know
try to show how all the
what it does.
ideas translated into the player experience. I'm afraid this is my first GDC. I didn't realize we were supposed to be vague and secretive, so we're going to get into a lot of specific detail and give you guys the run of the store and tell you how we did everything. That said, our intention isn't for you to come away completely understanding everything we touch on. Certainly not every part of the AI. We just
in fact, I'm actually gonna get lunch. This is gonna be the lunch. It's gonna be the lunch video. Because this is Halo was good. Did a good job. Definitely it's gonna be a lot simpler, but I feel like the simplicity levels are kind of matched. I feel like what I'm trying to do is in the same ballpark as what Halo does. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab lunch and I'm gonna eat while watching this. I will play music while I'm gone. All right, be back in a few minutes. I'm back. Hey, everyone. Alright. I'm gonna eat while I play this video. Let's stop the music.
Hope you'll be able to pick out 2 or 3 ideas and apply them to what you're working on. There's a lot of material here. We need to move very fast. So unless you're just looking for a quick clarification, please hold your questions till the very end. The title of the talk is The Illusion of Intelligence. It's not the reality of intelligence. If you came here for tips on how to make the enemies in your game intelligent, we don't have any. That's really hard. Ask the Lionhead guys. It's really hard. What we do have for you is tips on how to make your AI appear to be intelligent. Chris and I have lots of experience pretending to be intelligent. What? To be intelligent.
I missed that joke. I need to let that
have
joke
lots
play
of
out.
Experience pretending to be intelligent. What we do have for you is tips on how to make your AI appear to be intelligent. Chris and I have lots of experience pretending to be intelligent.
Right. Okay.
What? Modern video gamers have expectations that they have of the AI in their video games. They expect novel situations. If Pac-Man came out today, reviewers would say it had no replay value, that the ghost AI was repetitive and predictable, there's no exploration, there's no story, and the mission goals are always just eat everything. One method of achieving these novel situations is through heavy scripting. Medal of Honor did this with a lot of success. The positive aspect of this method is that the game feels like a movie. The negative aspect is that it feels like a movie, not like a game. Players get the sense that everything is preordained. This method is also time-consuming and technically demanding on the level designers because they have to essentially...
Alright, this is just too quiet. I know there's an extension that I can get to turn this up, so I'm going to go and get that. This is just too quiet. I can barely hear it. I've turned up my headphones. I can still barely hear it. And I'm sure on stream it's very hard to hear. So let me find this. This looks like what I've seen. All right. I got it.
become programmers. Players also expect total interactivity. People are tired of the one man against the mindless evil horde game. They want every character to acknowledge them and interact with them. And they even want to be able to
hang on, the internet is
manipulate
crapping
these
out.
other characters.
Sorry, I won't be hanging on. Good luck.
A common method to accomplish this is the extended interface. Unreal Tournament did this also very well. Unfortunately, the player
Unreal
spends a lot of time
Tournament. That's kind of crazy to hear talking about. 2002. Wow.
managing, and the end result is a lot of people just ignore this option. The final thing that players expect is a significant challenge. Gamers have become a lot more sophisticated. Many of them have played games in your genre for years, and they want a challenge. And this is especially true of reviewers and early adopters who can make or break a game. So it's important to provide them with a challenge. Some games do this through omniscient and relentless enemies like Quake 3. Unfortunately, this method feels a lot like bullying because nobody wants to have a reflex competition with an electron. It requires precise tailoring to your player's reflexes, which is difficult in a long solo campaign, And it also becomes a barrier to the mass gamer because they can't improve their talent level and there's no other way to achieve success. I just want to make sure you don't take any of these examples as a criticism. I only chose games that I really like. I just wanted to give you briefly explain why we didn't choose any of these methods. So parts of the AI are clearly designed. These are things like mission objectives and scripting. We're not going to talk about these parts. Parts of them are also code, like firing patterns and pathfinding, but we're not going to talk about those either. We're going to talk about where design and code overlap, which is combat behavior.
Sorry, I forgot
Ideally, you
subtitles.
want to borrow the intelligence of the designers to make the AI seem
Holy
smart,
mic pop.
but you also want to use the generalization of code to make the intelligence procedural because you can't ship a designer on a CD. In Halo, the designers were responsible for anything that had a 3-minute scope. This means any aspects of the AI that were established over a period of minutes rather than seconds. A couple of examples of the 3-minute scope would be racial personalities. Our characters express themselves over a period of time. For example, the grunts are comical and cowardly. The elites are tough and aggressive. The racial personalities were in the context of the designer. The designers also provided the AI with a strategic purpose. These are the goals that motivate the AI's actions, and they're not represented in code anywhere. Things like securing the landing zone or protecting the flag. On the other side of the aisle, the code responsibilities were anything that fell in the 30-second scope. This means anything that the player experiences on a moment-to-moment basis. These are things like making intelligence decisions. This rock is good cover, this tree is good cover, this enemy tank is not good cover. This also includes instant reactions. Things like this grenade is going to explode, I need to dive away from it, or the player is aiming a rocket launcher at me, maybe I should hide. Once we divided the responsibilities, we started to lay out our AI plan, starting with the design goals. The first design goal was to make the AI intelligible to the player, so that the player can understand what they're doing. Anything that the AI is doing that the player can't understand, it might as well not be there. On the individual level, this meant giving the AI limited capabilities. The player tends to assume that the capabilities he has are what the AI can do. So he assumes that the AI can see things that he can see, that the AI can know the things he can know, and that the AI can do the things he can do. For instance, the energy shields on the elite in our game recharge exactly in the same way as they do for the player. The converse is even more important, however. The AI should not do things the player cannot do or know things the player cannot know. There are no psychic AI in Halo. There are no AI with perfect aim.
Yeah,
this
I really
is
hope I can
important
get-
to establishing the kind of fair reciprocation that you
I'm
want to
thinking
have
I
with
could
the
get that
player.
with affiliate.
There are invisible
Technically, I
AI,
should have it.
but
Twitch
we let
is
the
just
player
being
try
slow.
out the invisibility, so he knows
Not
what the
getting the
limitations
invite.
of it are.
I
This
had it one
concept
day.
of
I know at least
limiting
one
the
stream
AI's
I had like the
capabilities
full
to the player's capabilities
quality
is
options.
only a guideline. In Halo, there are some AI that can jump higher than the player or run faster than the player, such as the Flood. But a good rule of thumb is if you can give your AI an ability the player doesn't have, as long as that ability is recognizable and the limits of that ability can be easily predicted. Another way to make the individual AI intelligible,
Alright. So, does this mean I should not have something like smell? Where certain zombies can kind of be aware of your general direction and distance just by being near you? I guess if they can do that, then I need to have like, what is it, like the warden from Minecraft? He can smell the player, and he literally like stands still, looks up and goes like really loudly, so you know he's sniffing for you. Yeah, I guess if I have that, there needs to be like an obvious, oh, I just saw him stand still, do like put his nose up in the air and sniff really loudly, and now he's walking over to me. How does he know, right? Oh, well, he literally just smelled me, right?
Is by giving them a transparent thought process.
I guess that's fine for the smart zombie, because I feel like I need to give them a little bit of help to know roughly where the player is. If the player's making no signs, they need to at least like be able to stay near the player and track them.
In other words, it should be obvious why the AI is doing what it's doing. One of the ways we choose to do this in
Yeah, it should be
Halo
obvious, right?
is to limit the AI to basic cause and effect decisions. We also gave them custom animations and dialogue for each decision. In general, it's best if these animations communicate what the decision is. But even if it cannot be communicated, it's important.
I have heard about this, that even though all the aliens are speaking like alien language, you can actually listen to what they're saying and know what they're doing from that. I have heard that. It's not something as simple as you know the difference between a grunt sniffing when he's investigating you and a grunt fleeing when he's screaming. It's not like quite that, black and white. I've heard that the elites literally have lines that they say when they're choosing to do something. But I've never played the game long enough or enough to really get an understanding of that. Maybe I kind of do. It's more along the lines of, if I walk across a spot where I think I might get seen, I'll know I've been seen because I hear them start talking. I'm like, oh crap, they saw me. Right.
To at least alert the player.
So like, so maybe I also can have an idea of how certain they are that they've seen me. Sometimes they'll start shooting at you right away. They'll alert everybody, and everybody starts running to you, which is pretty obvious that they've definitely seen you. And sometimes it'll just be one guy who's like, hey, what was that? Whatever they say for that. I know if I hear that, then I can say, all right, I need to like wait a few seconds and not expose myself again, because if I do, then he's really going to see me.
Has made some decision so that they can try to guess what it was.
Exactly. Player can
And the
kind of
final
guess.
way
That's
we
about
made
as
the
far along
AI
as I am with
intelligible
AI.
on an individual level was through racial personalities. In Halo, grunts are cowards, and all of their behavior derives from that. They hide when the player targets them, and they panic when an elite is killed. In Halo, the elites are very aggressive. They rarely hide unless the player hides, and they go berserk and charge when they take massive damage. This kind of stereotyping isn't good if you're writing dialogue, for instance, but when you're talking about AI, it's very important to make the stereotypes as simple as possible so that they're intelligible. Establishing these racial personalities was helpful in two ways. First, it made the design process much easier. It's easier to make a stereotype than a complex character, as I'm sure you all know. And it also saves you from muddying the waters and creating confusing or conflicting behaviors. Racial personalities also help the player. They make the behaviors the player has seen easier to remember. Oh, that's the coward guy. He's going to run away. And it also makes them easier to identify and predict. That's the coward guy. I bet you if I throw a grenade at him, he's going to run away. Keep in mind that the player's first impressions are what establish these racial personalities. If you remember back to the first time you meet an elite in Halo, you don't have a gun, and he jumps out from behind a door and starts shooting at you. So we established that the elite is very aggressive and often quite scary. Whereas the first time you meet a grunt, you've got the grunt killing pistol. It's the first time you actually get to wail on somebody, and he immediately tries to run away once you pop around the corner. To make our AI intelligible on a group level, we try to give them strategic goals. Players are naively confident in your AI programmer's abilities. They'll assume your AI knows that they're supposed to be protecting the tractor beam power switch until they prove that they're just standing around and not doing anything intelligent. In Halo, we worked hard to allow players to continue to believe that the AI has strategic objectives. We mostly fake this, as you can probably guess from the subject of our talk, but it gives the player the feeling that his enemies are opponents and not just obstacles that he has to overcome. We also gave, on the group level, our AI clear racial goals. When you have when you have a consistent racial role, you give the player feedback on how a group of enemies is going to react. When you walk into a
I'll be right back. I'm back.
Room and you see nothing but a bunch of grunts, you can figure that they're probably going to collapse easily and it's not going to be much of a battle. Whereas if you walk into a room and see a couple of elites backing up those same grunts, you know that you're in for a fight. The next design goal was to make the AI in Halo interactive. We know from experience that AI that doesn't react to the player is not fun. We've all played those games. So we assumed that the more ways the AI reacts to the player, the more fun it will be. But we didn't just want to make them more efficient at combat. So we wanted to add lifelike reactions that made the AI more engaging. First, we wanted an AI that could be impressed. The player wants to be important. We create this entire game universe just to put him at the center of it. And part of being at the center of your own universe means you're the biggest badass in the room. In Halo, everyone has a reaction to seeing the player for the first time. The grunts are surprised and they run away in terror. The elites usually see you as a threat, and so they immediately start targeting you and making sure you can't get away. The Marines, on the other hand, are just impressed. They stare at you and they make comments like, "Wow, it's him," or "I didn't think he'd be so tall." Players really respond well to this because it makes them feel like they're the ones that are impressive. We also wanted an AI that could be fooled. The player wants to be a ninja. He wants to toy with his enemies and manipulate them and then humiliate them. Unfortunately, psychics cannot be fooled, so an AI that relies on its eyes and ears was essential. We had to limit the AI's knowledge. Another defining...
That's something I already do. They only know you if they see you or hear you. They don't always know where you are. I mean, I guess I could just kind of stop there, right? I don't need anything more. I still think for the smart zombie, they gotta be able to, like, if they have nothing else to go on, they gotta, like, just have a little bit of help. Because what I want them to do is I want them to be, like, constantly after you. I want the player to think, if I sit around for too long, this guy might just show up, right? And, like, totally ruin my, my nice silence I got going on here. Right.
ability of ninjas is being able to predict what their enemies will do. We help the player do this by giving the AI lots of simple cause and effect reactions. If I shoot over here, the enemy will investigate over here, and so I can ambush them. If I throw a grenade into a room, the enemy will run out of the room, so I can force them out of cover. The other way we help the player become a ninja was by giving the AI very predictable strategies. For instance, they have a straightforward search pattern. They move forward at a constant rate. They don't double back, and they aren't very good at watching for ambushes. So this allows the player to manipulate the AI into doing what he wants and eventually humiliating them. The final way we wanted to make the AI interactive was to allow it to be thwarted. The player wants to be the commando. He wants to dominate his enemies, and he wants them to know that he was the one that beat them. To accomplish this, we included the concept of a breaking point. For example, when the grunt sees enough of his friends die, he runs in terror. And usually this happens with several grunts at the same time. When an elite takes a large amount of damage, he just loses it and starts charging you. And that's how you know that you've won. This happens on the group level as well. If an entire squad takes casualties, it will retreat to a defensive position. The squad members will take cover longer and try to fight more defensively. And this tells the player that he's got the enemy on the ropes and that he is a commando. The final design goal that we had in Halo was we wanted to make our AI unpredictable. It's important to note that unpredictable does not mean random. We found that random factors in the behavior are rarely good.
That's funny. Halo can be really random sometimes. It's usually really predictable, but sometimes you get this little bit of randomness that happens and you're like, oh my god, that just like ruined something.
They cloud the issue. They make it very difficult for the player to figure out what's going on.
I'm assuming this has happened after. Yeah, I mean, of course, They're talking about their game after they've made it, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be here. That's really funny though. There is a lot. The more you play Halo, like the original one, CE, the more you'll realize how much randomness there is in the game. The biggest factor of randomness is in enemy spawns and the level and rank of enemies. Rank typically dictates health and shields. You can be totally screwed by randomness, and sometimes it can totally help you. Most obvious in like lasso runs, in Truth and Reconciliation, which is the third mission. When you first enter the ship, invisible elites with swords spawn randomly, and it's 100% random. Definitely on a higher difficulty, it spawns more of them. But I've had runs in Lasso on that mission where one spawns. The guaranteed guy spawns and that's it. And there's like 2 waves. It's like really short and that room is over. And sometimes it's spawning them really fast. Invisible elite spawns. Before he even reaches you, a second one is spawn. You kill him, a third one spawns, and like every single wave, it's like 20 waves. You're in that room for like 10 minutes, and every single wave has an invisible elite with a sword. Like sometimes, like there is a lot of randomness, especially around enemy spawns. Behaviors may be less, but there's definitely also randomness in behaviors. I've had it happen where if killing the elite just made that one grunt flee, I wouldn't have been shot by him and I would have lived the fight. And sometimes grunts just don't flee. Sometimes they just don't. And it's really annoying when that happens, especially if it's a tense situation and I've decided to kill the elite first and not the grunt. But the grunt's still blasting you.
For us, unpredictable means not repetitive. For reasons I've listed already, we wanted the AI to be predictable, so that means the player is the only unpredictable element. Because we know the player is going to do slightly different things each time he plays. In Halo, we use this to trigger a cascade effect. The unpredictable player puts the AI in unpredictable situations, which causes unpredictable reactions, and this leads to a unique experience. This also causes a feedback loop because the unique experience leads to more unpredictable player actions and goes through the cycle all over again. The final way that we avoided repetitiveness was the use of analog reactions. When you drive an encounter, which is what we call a group of AIs, with a script, they're very predictable because the inputs that the script takes are very digital. Is the player in the room or not? Is the AI dead or not? However, in Halo, the encounters are driven completely by code. It has a much higher resolution of inputs. Exactly how far away from the player is each actor, and can he see the player? Exactly how much health does the actor have left, and how far is he from cover? This allows small changes in the situation to be amplified by the AI to yield large changes in behavior. And now I'm going to let Chris talk a little bit about the technical goals.
Thanks, Jamie. So Jamie's given you an overview of what the basic design goals are for Halo's AI, and now I'm going to talk about how those design goals we use to drive the technical design process on the AI. We didn't really have any specific technical goals we wanted to shoot for. There isn't really much in the way of specific cool technology set pieces in Halo. Mostly the technology we have on the AI side is just used to advance the design of the game and to focus on those goals that we talked about earlier. But there are constraints we have to live with because, of course, we don't have a perfect world and resources are not infinite. So this is basically the situation that we're heading for. We want to try and simulate an epic battle. And in our game world, epic battle means probably about 20 or 25 characters. We call them actors, and they're the AI characters in the world. They're every non-player character. Battles also feature vehicles in Halo, and usually there'll be between 2 and 4 vehicles in your average large-scale battle. And the goal is that we shouldn't consume all the resources. We have some limited amount of CPU time available to us. Originally, we planned for about 10 to 20% of the CPU of the Xbox. And the Xbox is a Pentium 3 733 MHz CPU. Because we didn't have the final hardware available to us at the start, and we couldn't know exactly what the scope of the AI would be, that turned out to be roughly in the middle. So we use about 15% of the final game CPU. One of the big wrinkles in Halo is that we have to support a 2-player cooperative mode. This is one of the big design goals, and it's a really hard one to support from an AI point of view. Because it means that you can have 2 players who potentially are in completely different situations. They're activating twice as many AI, there's twice as much stuff going on, and you end up having twice the load on all components of the system. So we have to scale things down a little bit for each individual battle. And finally, there are some really specific design goals which we want to support. The AI has to be intelligible, interactive, and unpredictable. And the way that we do this on the technical side is there are 3 specific ways we go about handling each one of those challenges. In order to make the AI intelligible, we give them a very understandable, clear communication structure. In order to make the AI unpredictable, we use emergent behavior techniques, which are built up out of very simple components that interact together in a cascade-style fashion. And in order to make the AI interactive to the player, we have a really specific individual knowledge model. I'm going to talk about each of these 3 components in turn. So the goal is that the AI should be able to react to the player, and every individual AI should react to the player in an appropriate fashion for that specific actor. And the way we do this is we have a knowledge model which is stored inside every actor in the game. This is not a complete model of the world. For obvious reasons, the world in Halo is really large, very rich, and we can't model everything for every character in the world. So the way we do that is by ensuring that we only model objects which are relevant to combat. That turns out to be characters and vehicles and things like dangerous objects in the environment, grenades, weapon fire, and so on and so forth. And we model all of that on an individual basis, so every actor has their own perception of the world. This means that if Jamie knows that I have a gun pointed at him, his friend who's around the corner almost certainly doesn't know that, unless Jamie has told him about it. And you can see this in action here. There is a Marine who is searching for the last survivors of the Covenant outpost, and this happens to be a Covenant elite who's hiding behind some crates. Covenant control panels. And you can see that the Marine has got some information about where he last saw that particular character. That's the blue debugging circle you can see there. That's his knowledge model. And there's a black line being drawn to the elite, which is his actual position. The Marine is not aware of the elite's actual position, but he does know where he last saw the guy, so he's going to go and check it out. And the way that we derive this individual knowledge model is through a real, physically plausible perception model. We model 4 of the 6 senses. We model vision, hearing, touch, and ESP. And we use ESP very, very sparingly. Only in situations where it's cinematically appropriate for the Covenant to know you're there and to come charging around the corner.
ESP. Touch. I guess touch is like they're being shot, right?
And also, one of the things we found was really important is if you're trying to get coordination between a group of friendly characters, it's very important they should be able to maintain information about each other without necessarily being in each other's visual cones. If you have a group of Marines who are advancing in formation on some enemy position, they almost certainly will not be able to have everybody else in their field of view at once. But it's critical they should know where everybody is so they can coordinate well. So we use ESP on our friends quite extensively. And that's the only cheating we do. And this cheating...
I'm assuming that just means they literally know exactly where they are. The perception is just a list of objects or entities, I guess, that they should know about, and they can access anything they want to know about that entity. As long as it's in their list of, like, known entities or something. That one could honestly have been solved with hearing, though. They saw the Marine, now they hear the Marine. Of course they know where the Marine is because they can hear him, and they just saw him.
Doesn't take the form of allowing the AI to have access to the real state of the world. We're very careful we don't ever do that. Instead, what we do is that all knowledge is gated through the individual knowledge model. And the knowledge model is the only access the AI has to the state of the world, except for things which are not relevant to combat, like doors and scenery objects, etc. So another thing that we have to do in order to keep the complexity of the system down is that memory has to be selective on a per-character basis. If we didn't do this, we run into order n² problems, where you have 25 characters, all of them are fighting a battle on some open field, and every one of them has information about every other character that's out there. You quickly run into hundreds and hundreds of data structures, and although it's very interesting to have potentially your knowledge of how the battle is working, humans don't work like that. We do not chunk data in that kind of fashion. We don't maintain individual knowledge about everybody. So the AI in Halo follows a one-to-many kind of counting system. We discard information about characters, even if we could potentially know exactly.
I was about to say one too many. He meant one too many. So they know about one character, they can know about two characters, and they can know about a group of characters. That would solve my issue right now, where if I have zombies in a horde, they are all individually... not quite yet, because I haven't gotten that far, but the direction I'm going in right now is that they would individually be aware of every zombie around them. So if I have a group of 10 a group of 10 zombies, each one of them stores 9 pieces of data, essentially. So I guess I may need to figure out some way to chunk that. He said one too many, right? So I guess that just means grouping. If you see one zombie, it's one zombie. If you see 2 zombies, it's 2 zombies. If you see more than 2, they're all one, right? So I guess that means when I reach that threshold of 3, the processing kind of shortcuts to say, do I still see one of them? Okay, then I see all 3 of them. If the zombie wants to ask the question, how, what are these zombies doing? They get an average, right? They're all grouped together. It says this group of zombies is running. This group of zombies is idle. Whatever. Maybe that's what they're talking about?
Exactly where they were, if they're a long way away, or if they're not doing something interesting. We try and keep the number of characters that we actually maintain information about down to a manageable level. And that level turns out to be about 3 for friends and about 5 for enemies. So every AI has some single-digit number of knowledge objects about characters in the world. You can exceed that limit at any time for any character if there's a lot of interesting stuff happening in their environment, though. And one of the really nice things about this is that because the AI has got information about its local state only, the decisions that they make are almost always based on local stuff that's happening around them. And that means that if the player is looking at AI and the AI makes a decision, they can almost certainly see what the other object was the AI used to make that decision. So the AI isn't making decisions based on the fact that they can see someone who's 300 meters in the other direction behind the player. And finally, the upshot of all of this is basically that the AI has got a persistent knowledge state that the player can reason about in a fairly human understandable kind of fashion. They can fool the AI, they can trick it into doing things. Basically, the goal is to make the player feel like a Space Ninja Commando. The second of the major design goals is that the AI needs to be intelligible. You can have the smartest AI in the world, but it will not matter one whit if the player doesn't know what the AI is doing and that it was really doing something terribly clever. Why didn't you see that? So the way we do this, we have to communicate the AI's intentions to the player. Because otherwise, the player is just going to see decisions happening and not understand what is going on. We found that the player derives a lot more fun if they can actually see the states that the AI is using to make the decision, because it's easier for the player to learn about what the AI is doing. And in fact, almost any hidden state that's inside the AI, which is influencing their decision making, can potentially turn out to be a source of annoyance for the player. So it's important that we try and keep the player informed as to the AI's current mental state. There are 3 main techniques that we use to do this. We use language in the form of spoken dialogue. And this is not just dialogue in English for the Marines, for example, or for the grunts, where the player has a translation software for them. This is for every AI character in the game has...
That's funny you mentioned that the grunts actually speak English. Because I think they go like, run away. Like, that's a common line I hear them say. He's dead. If they kill the player, they're like, I get his helmet or something like that.
Some amount of speech is attached to them.
That is funny.
And even the Flood, who don't really have vocal cords anymore, have got different kinds of muttering. And the reason that we do that is because tone of voice turns out to be very important in communicating the decisions that someone is making. If you hear the elites, who don't sound anything like humans, really, they still have the same intonations because they're basically reversed English speech.
I don't remember if they... I think I mentioned that I'm glad that they still don't speak English. I don't remember specifically with the grunts.
That's how we ended up doing that. The second of the two major tools is posture. When an AI has got some intention over time, for example, I'm sneaking up on this person, or I'm running away, or I've been wounded so I'm limping, then we want to communicate that over time. And the way we do that is through the posture of the AI and their animation state. They can sneak, they can crouch.
He says limping. I think only Marines do that. Although I guess I could say I don't think I've looked at enemies long enough to see if they act like they've been injured. But I know that Marines do. They have like really funny running, and they basically like move as if their leg has been shot off. In like an intense pain whenever they walk. I've seen that. So I'm like, oh, this guy's weak, right? Marines also will do the same thing that elites do when they reach really low health. They will like yell and just start mag dumping and running at the enemy. They don't actually like run down the enemy, but they get a lot more aggressive.
They can sprint, that sort of thing. And we also have animations which are not persistent over time, but which are one-shot animations, which I call gestures. You can see the Marine there is pointing at something. Who knows what he's pointing at, but there is a certain number of limited gestural animations we use, and these aren't just gestures that are used for communication and combat, but also gestures that are attached to specific actions, like diving away from
when you
grenades,
show up in certain missions,
rolling in and out of cover.
Like, there he is, and they'll point at you.
And other ones that I can't remember right now. And it's also important that this is not just used to communicate to the player what the AI's internal state is, but also what the AI thinks about what the player just did. If you can give feedback to the player using these same tools, then you've got a really, really powerful tool you could use to tell the player, this was a good action, you just did something really significant, or the AI is not paying attention to you, so you might as well try something else. So we spend a lot of effort on specific dialogue and animations which are used for specific reactions the AI might have to a player's action. This turns out to be very important. It really makes the player feel like they're part of the game, as opposed to just being a floating camera wandering around observing this big AI environment.
I mean, so far I'm still at the AI stage, so I don't have any animations or anything like that. But I've definitely been thinking about that. Like, I wish I knew when the zombie was looking at me that he was just like curious about something. When he's coming to investigate, he's doing his navigation phase of investigation. I wish I knew that that was a navigation, because currently he has one moving animation, so I just play the running animation. And then in a chase animation, or in his chase, I say phases, these aren't phases, these are goals. It's definitely a little weird. I'm definitely reworking it right now to make it easier to work with. But that's something I currently lack. They don't make any sounds. They have two animations, like three animations: attack, stand, run. So definitely once I get to that point, I need to make sure I'm putting in those actions, you know. Point at this, look at this, start running, start walking, scream, shout, whatever, right? Play a curious noise, play an angry noise.
And lastly, we want to make the AI a little bit unpredictable. We don't want it to be repetitive. So you can see here an example of a non-repetitive way of tackling this particular encounter, where I've driven the Jeep off the cliff into the middle of the group of jackals who are searching. And if you'll notice what's happening here, a bunch of the jackals are just frozen in place and are staring at the Jeep that's about to crush them, and one of their friends is diving off to the side. This is an example of survival of the fittest in Halo.
This is a very common
But
thing that
basically,
happens
the
in
way that this
in this
works
part of the
is
map
that we
too.
build the AI system just as a general principle up out of lots of
Pretty much
simple
what I always do there.
components.
I
And
always
these
drive
simple
the. I always
components
he calls it a
interact
jeep.
with each other
I always drive the
in
warthog up there
fairly
and run
simple ways,
the
but the
jackals
overall
over, try
complexity
to
of
run
the
them over.
system is caused by the
Because
number
typically
of
they will
components
just
and the number
stand
of
there.
different ways they can interact. And this happens on multiple levels in the AI system. One way we originally thought about doing this was through using a fuzzy logic kind of analog emotion system to handle the way.
You can also see the ranks here. I mentioned it earlier that, like on higher difficulties, their ranks are randomized. I think jackals kind of only come in 2 ranks: the blue shield and the yellow shield. The only difference between them is that as far as I'm aware, only what I've noticed, the only difference is that the yellow shield is way stronger, and you basically can't break it. Like only an overcharged plasma pistol shot can break that shield. No, or a rocket launcher directly to their body, which will just kill them. None of the guns in the game have enough ammunition to break the shield in one full burst.
The AI worked. In fact, we had 4 emotions. We had fear, anger, surprise, and defensiveness. And these emotions were used to control the AI's behavior, and they were all based on different inputs from the world. The only problem is that because they're analog variables, and there's 4 of them, they're all...
Okay, so this is really nice. I've been talking about having like a 0-1 value for a goal, and then having just a variable that, like for hunger, ticks up with time and down when you eat. So far, I only have zombies have 1. He says they're emotions, which I guess they are. I have curiosity, which just increases to individual nodes, and the reported value is the maximum of all those nodes, or it's actually the sum of all those nodes. Is it the maximum? I actually can't remember. But basically, in my testing, I was at just the right range that shooting the gun is enough to get them to turn to face me, but often not enough to get them to navigate. So I have to fire twice. Sometimes even 3 times if I was still further away.
hidden from the player. It's very hard to try and express that much emotional state when characters are running around and jumping and firing weapons and that sort of thing. It's almost impossible to tell the player exactly what's happening. And in particular, the decisions the AI makes are based on analog decay rates and threshold values that really are wholly unobvious to the player.
I'm glad that they mentioned those words specifically. Decay rate, threshold.
And the player can't build an effective mental picture of that typically. So we mostly discarded that system. Instead, we use a lot of...
Oh, that's funny. We didn't do that.
Cause and effect stimuli. Basically, a lot of the AI's decisions are made on a binary basis. This isn't to say that they just work based on true and false input conditions. A lot of them take analog input, like how far away is the player, how is the player looking at me, and so on. But then we tend to quantize that information and then perform operations on the quantized data. And this leads to much more predictable results, we found. There are some examples of different things that we use there. But this isn't appropriate everywhere. There are still cases where you really want analog behavior from an AI, in often situations where players would be responding with analog behavior in the same circumstances. Like defensiveness is the one analog variable that we use a lot. And that's basically a measure of how threatened the AI feels by the current situation. As the defensiveness increases, the AI tends to take more and more defensive action.
So they are using this? I'm kind of confused. He mentioned, and then he said, we scrapped that, and then he says, that's what we're using. What is he talking about? So they are using that?
Actions. It basically provides like a single linear axis that combat can follow at any given time. And the player can quite easily reason about this axis, like, I'm hiding behind the corner, therefore the AI are coming after me really fast, but if I jump around the corner and start shooting at them, they'll all like get scared after a while and run away. Players are very good at making that kind of reasoning, we found. And one of the things that makes the emergent behavior approach really practical is the fact that Halo's got a rich world simulation to start with. We have vehicles and projectiles and weapons and scenery and all kinds of things that individually, the objects in the game are designed to interact well on their own as a self-contained unit, but to have nice, well-defined interactions with other things in the game as well. And we're continuously seeing situations that no one would ever anticipate. If any of you have been following what our fans have been doing on the internet, they've been blowing each other up in jeeps and sending AI flying and all sorts of horrible things. But also in the single-player example, you quite frequently will see behavior that's a natural consequence of the way the world works. You can be standing somewhere with a glass floor between you and some enemies, and the enemies will just be circulating around and kind of staring up at you and waiting. But if you break the glass floor or someone shoots the glass, then maybe those enemies will decide they're going to jump at you now because that path is open to them. That's just one example of how there are two separate elements, the glass floor that can break and the enemies that know about the environment. And then when you combine those, you get behavior where suddenly the player really realizes they have to protect this glass floor between them and the enemies. And one consequence of the fact we have this big emergent simulation is that we have to have flexible behavior. Whenever we do group coordination or that sort of thing, or, for example, scripted behavior sometimes, we don't want that behavior to be forced. If you're locking an AI into a particular action, the player will almost always notice that the standard reactions that they're expecting from the AI just don't work anymore. And the player believes that this makes it feel as though these particular AI are somehow different. They're being scripted. They're not responding how the player has learned over the hours of gameplay. So whenever we do group coordination in Halo, it's always in the form of a request-based system, where individual actors still have the freedom to choose whether or not they're going to obey that group behavior and whether they're going to instead dive away from the grenade that someone threw just right next to them or say hello to the player who just turned up. And now Jamie's going to talk a little bit about how we implemented stuff.
Thanks, Chris.
There's a particular moment where that happens, the second mission, when you get to the first, like, tower that's shooting whatever it is into the sky. Sergeant Johnson and I think it's just kind of a generic Marine are scripted to show up and tell you and have dialogue with you. But that Marine, when he shows up to you, he will stop before he reaches you and say, look, there he is, which is the normal response. And then he'll come up and finish doing what he was doing, his scripted thing where he says his dialogue and then Johnson says something else. So yeah, in that sense, that's still what I want for schedules, where at the most simplest level, the zombie goes into a certain house at night and stands outside of the house during the day. At any point in between, if they spot the player, they will say, all right, I'm going to chase the player now, right? They have a certain... It's like a higher priority thing, right? Or I guess in that case, it's more like a request. So it's more like when there's nothing else to do this. Unless something more interesting happens, right? That's probably what they mean. Hey, go path over to the player. And then along that path, he can do any of his reactions. So, like I said, if that Marine is coming up to you, you can shoot at him and throw a grenade at him, and he will react accordingly. But he'll still try to come up to you, which is kind of funny. You can shoot and grenade the Marine, and he will, like, swear at you and then still come up to you and say his dialogue.
Now we're going to move on from theory and talk about our implementation. In keeping with the theme of our talk, I'll start by explaining how we divide the responsibilities between design and code during our implementation. The designers focused on the flow of battle. Here you can see a wave of Marines who are charging a defensive line of Covenant. We'll talk about these little squares later, but for now it's important that you notice that the Covenant are all grouped together behind their defenses, and the Marines are charging them in a pretty coherent line. On the technical side, the programmers worked on small scale reactions and responses to the individual actors. Here you see the Marines selecting targets to fire on. They're determining which targets they can see and which targets are in cover. One of the main areas we focused on was using the difficulty level to make our AI seem more intelligent. It should be obvious that in most cases, smarter AI equals tougher AI. But what we found from our playtests was that the reverse is also true. Tougher AI is perceived as being smarter AI. The tougher you make the enemies, the smarter they seem to the player. In one playtest, we had weak enemies. They died easily, they didn't do a lot of damage. 36% of the players thought that the game was too easy. And that led to the result that only 8% of the players thought the AI were very intelligent. In the next playtest, we increased the hit points of the enemies and increased the damage they dealt, and 0% of the players thought the game was too easy, which translated to 43% of them thinking that the AI was very intelligent.
That's
Our
nice.
playtest guys tell us
Without changing anything else, they just made them. It basically just literally legendary. Started on easy mode, then put it on legendary, and they're like, yeah, these guys were smart.
that 43% is a good rating. Apparently, people are reluctant to admit that the computer is smarter than them. Another way we used difficulty level to improve the AI was by providing a consistent challenge. If the game goes from easy to hard and back again, players attribute the easy parts to poor AI and the hard parts to evil level designers. So by keeping the difficulty level consistent, we were able to avoid these pitfalls. I'm going to talk really quickly about negative reinforcement so we don't go too much over. Don't be afraid to kill the player. As long as he can tell how he messed up and how to change his tactics, he's going to accept it. So one of the ways that we helped the player figure out what was a bad tactic without killing him was we added the recharging shield to Halo. It allowed the player to take temporary damage and then retreat and essentially return to full health. This way we could show him that he was using the wrong tactic without killing him outright. Another tactic that we discouraged was the melee attack rush.
This is probably something I need to think about. He said, don't be afraid to kill the player. I can't say I'm afraid of that, but I think so far what I'm making, definitely I have an issue. The bunny hopping is really powerful. So that makes it really easy to just outpace the zombies. I have the zombies a little bit slower than the player. Only very slightly. I think when I was testing it, I ran around a block like 3 times and only gained like a few feet ahead of the zombies. It definitely seemed kind of like the right amount. You know, you got to be running for a long time before you lose them. Taking corners frequently. But also, you can eventually outrun them. Maybe I should think about having certain zombies be fast enough that you can't outrun them. You are forced to either somehow completely lose them in one go or take them out. Right? That would definitely encourage, you know, not training zombies because some of them might be faster. That's definitely a thing with Call of Duty zombies. Every zombie has the same speed unless they're like, or I guess every zombie has 3 speeds. I guess there's actually 4. You have a zombie that sprints, a zombie that runs, one that crawls, and one that crawls really fast. The ones that are sprinting, I mean, it only really matters early in the game, and it's pretty much like a ratio. First round, no sprinters, the last guy sprints. Second round, you know, 90% sprinters to runners, and eventually everyone's a sprinter, and it's pretty rare to see one that just normally runs that you can outrun. And you can always move significantly faster than the zombies do. You can always outrun them very easily.
Our AI is not very good at shooting someone.
So maybe I should consider having some zombies be particularly fast. Specifically faster than you. And if you don't respond to them quickly, they will get hits on you or... yeah.
If they're at very short range. So To discourage the player from getting that close to the AI, we gave some of them very powerful melee attacks. The elite tends to beat the hell out of you if you get too close to him. You can go too far and make the game difficult if you don't reward the experimentation and you only concentrate on negative reinforcement. But playtesting can help tune that. The second...
So I've been wondering about, they've mentioned that they focus on about 20 to 25 enemies at a time, or at least not even enemies, just but like characters in a given scenario, combat scene, whatever. They have about 20 to 25. Sometimes they fake it by having infinite spawns. They use it a lot with the Flood. There's certain parts of certain levels that until you reach a certain location, enemies are spawning infinitely and very frequently. So there's like, I would basically say there's like a minimum amount of 10. If there's not 10, spawn one. Like, that's how aggressive it is. As soon as you kill one, another one spawns to take its place. There's one hallway specifically in the mall, the final mission, where the lasso strategy for it is you get into the room that's before the hall without triggering the hall, clear everything out, throw grenades on the other side of the door at the end of the hall, and then sprint down the hall and then sprint back. The idea behind that is, 1, the infinite spawns happen when you're ready. 2, your grenades are going off and destroying, killing the enemies as fast as they spawn. And you can reach that door and touch the door and then retreat back to cover to kill the enemies that are left. Usually with more grenades. I've thought about how I could do that for the zombies because I'm thinking about a number of about 100. I have a target number of 100 for the most zombies you could really have at a time. But what happens when you start killing them? Do they get replaced quickly? What happens if you group up? What happens if you're just a crazy person and you group up every zombie that can spawn possibly in the game until literally it won't spawn anymore, and then you run away and like stash them somewhere? What happens, right? Now you've pretty much emptied the map because all the zombies are still alive. They're just stuck somewhere. And now you can freely explore the map, right? How do I stop that from happening? Would it be a radius thing? Do the zombies start some timer once they're far enough away from you that once the timer hits 0, they just disappear and die? And then they can respawn later? Do I have periods of activity where, all right, this day can have 200 zombies in it, and once you've killed 200 zombies, the target count drops from like 100 to 15. So there's still going to be zombies in the world for the rest of the day, but there's going to be a lot less. That's something I need to think about.
Implementation that we tried to achieve was using battle lines. These are imaginary lines that determine where one side of a conflict is separated from the other side. To do this, we focused on making strategic spaces. It's very important to make spaces that highlight the strength of your AI. A battle in a corridor does not have a lot of strategy involved, and so there's no intelligent things for the AI to do. When you have a more interconnected space, it allows the AI to flank the player and surprise him, which makes the AI look more intelligent. And it also allows the player to flank the AI, giving him a chance to watch the AI react to his tactics. One weakness of interconnected spaces is that they tend to be chaotic. And so to get over that handicap, we...
And also, what happens if you get a big group and you walk into a building? Are you like, not soft lock, but are you totally just guaranteed to die at that point? Like, there's no way you have enough ammo to kill literally every one of them, and they are just going to keep piling in? Does entering a building temporarily, like, cut sensory? Is there like a hard boundary there where once you walk into the building, the group outside will just kind of stop and idle there until you come back out, and some of them will funnel in?
We had to establish kill.
Like, is it more fun if the player can survive that, or is it more fun if that's just it? You know, you can't get out. You made a mistake of getting way too many zombies interested in you and running into a dead end, right? What if it's an accident too? Like, what if I can't even think of like a place that would be unintentionally a dead end, but
Killing zones, which are open areas with positions of good cover on both sides that tend to be death traps to anybody that gets caught in them. Flanking is still possible in an area with a killing zone, but the battle's more directed and the battle lines will be more clearly defined. This also works very well when there's multiple enemies to fight, so you can view the whole battle and tell that it's not just chaos. The most important way we controlled the flow of battle, though, was through attacking and defending states. Each group of actors, which we call encounters, has an aggressive territory that it wants to occupy. It also has retreat conditions, such as a number of casualties or the position of the player, which cause the encounter to transition into a defense.
also, this is one thing I was thinking about. Can the smart zombies lead other zombies? I've kind of told myself that they can't. Everyone is individual. But would like a simple zombie see a smart zombie chasing a player and somehow say like a communication happens there and that zombie joins the chase? Very specifically because it was a smart zombie that they saw. Or maybe they're not even looking in that direction and the smart zombie does some kind of sound and that instantly alerts the simple zombie to what's going on. Like, I'm chasing a player and this is where he is, right?
Defensive state, where the actors are closer together and in a more defensive.
Will you see like a troop of zombies walking down a road, being led by one zombie in front? Does that happen?
Defensible area. By carefully collapsing
Maybe
an encounter
not.
from
Probably
a
not.
large aggressive territory to a smaller defensive territory, we were able to capture the feeling of a dynamic battle that had an ebb and flow. I should mention that our actual AI system got a lot more complicated than just the simple attacking defending states, especially if you overlapped a lot of them. But in a large majority of our encounters, I'd say about 80%, we didn't get any more complicated than just having two states. The final tool we used when we were implementing the design side of the AI was playtesting. For our playtest, we bring in between 25 and 35 non-hardcore game players who have never played the game before. We put them in a lab for an hour, and then we have them fill out a survey about their experience. We found that this gives the most objective results and lets us act on the feedback with the confidence that it's accurate. Just as a brief aside, if you are not doing playtests, you should be doing playtests. And if you are doing playtests, you need to do more playtests earlier in your development cycle. We actually have the designers watch the playtests. Nothing forces you to confront reality faster than watching 30 people repeatedly die during your tutorial. Until they hate the level, they hate the designer of the level, and they hate the game. They just want to leave.
But did they really do that? I know the first encounter in Halo is, I think, 3 grunts. And you have a pistol. Even on Legendary, grunts can like totally smack you. I have a feeling that those first ones you meet are probably turned down pretty hard, even on Legendary. Because I feel like those guys have never been quite the same problem. Also, I mean, when I play Legendary, it's usually been lasso. So you just walk around the corner, shoot one grunt, back up, and they just all explode. It's one of the goals. The grunts would explode like a plasma grenade when they die.
It turned out the desire to get people to stop wanting to quit during the tutorial was a major motivation for our early design process. The most useful data we got from our playtest was a list of things to avoid. At the top of this list is subtlety. If it's not totally obvious, it's too subtle. Even if you make something as obvious as you can possibly make it, most of the people will miss it the first 3 times they see it. For example, in Halo, the grunts run away when the elite is killed. Initially, nobody in our playtests noticed this, so we had to keep adding clues to make it more obvious. By the time we shipped the game, we had made it so not only does every single grunt run away every single time an elite is killed.
Okay, not every time. Sometimes they don't.
They have an outrageously exaggerated panic run where they wave their hands above their head.
And they shout, "Run away."
They scream in terror, and half the time one of them will say, "Leader dead, run away."
Yeah. Run away, yeah.
I would estimate that less than a third of our users made the connection. Oh dear. Another thing we learned from our playtest was to avoid letting our AI look broken. When it comes to AI, most players are looking for any excuse to jump all over you for shipping a bug. For example, in early versions of Halo, the AI had this short...
I'll be right back. I'm going to get water. I'm back. Oops.
Pause between seeing you and recognizing that you're an enemy. This was to allow the player to get the jump on AI or retreat back around the corner if he wasn't ready to fight. But our playtest feedback showed that players assumed that this was a bug, and they all said it made the AI look dumb. So we ended up almost completely removing this perception time from all the characters because even though it was intentional, people assumed it was broken, and that's one of the things that playtests really help you determine. The other useful feedback that we got on things to avoid was insufficient challenge. We talked about challenge being an important factor in how intelligent people assume your AI is.
Okay. Currently, I have kind of more like an abstract idea of how I do this. Essentially, vision updates, I think I'm targeting probably every half second, right? And that's going to scale with distance to the player. But I think the highest rate is like 6 times per second that they will update their site. In my own testing, I can literally walk in front of the zombie and he's not aware of me, which I would say definitely in that situation where he's updating, he's seeing me like 10 times per second and he's not instantly knowing that I was a player. That's probably an issue, right? That probably actually is broken. But yeah. I can use their findings without having to like, reinvent the wheel and rediscover what they found. So they're saying that they found that AI that's too slow can look broken and incorrect, right? Which I guess makes sense for us, right? If we see something, if we see the small, I guess I'm speaking for everybody. You see something at a corner eye, you hear something, you're kind of, you didn't have to see someone run behind a corner. You could have caught it in the corner of your eye and be like, oh, someone just ran around that corner, right? You would know what happened. You would know what you saw. Maybe you had even enough time to, when I say enough time, I mean like fractions on fractions of a second to tell maybe even what clothing they had, if they were holding anything, if they were running, if they were walking, if they peeked around the corner or if they ran around the corner, things like that. So maybe I should reconsider how quickly zombies can respond to seeing you. Because if I have them be too slow, like even, I think I was saying like a half second point blank and they would notice you, maybe that's too slow. Maybe under a certain distance, any glimpse of you is enough for them to instantly activate like chase or investigation. Not simply like, looking at you, being I saw him, but I'm not interested enough to turn to look at him. Being I saw him again, still not interested enough to look at him. Being saw him again, because that's essentially what happens when I walk in front of the zombie. He gets like 3 to 4 updates where he sees me, and he like doesn't even turn. So maybe that's something I need to fix.
But
something I need to be aware of. That if they are not quick enough to react, then it will appear broken and wrong. Not even just broken, but incorrect. Like, that guy saw me and he like just took a full second to process my presence. That's like gotta be wrong, right? It should probably be like, I walk around the corner and that zombie sees me and I see him. And before I can even think about hiding, he's already seen enough of me to start coming towards me, right? I think that would be like, oh, he's really smart, right?
the playtest really gives you a lot of fine-tuning.
And adding a little bit of stress and challenge, because it's like, okay, if I walk around this corner, I gotta be ready to back up immediately, or else I'm gonna alert the horde.
To get the exact level where it's hard enough to be smart, but not so hard that it's frustrating. The other useful feedback that we got from our playtest was a clear idea of where exactly we could refine our AI. We can make sure that the thought processes we were trying to communicate we're getting across. We learned which of our animations were being interpreted correctly and which ones we needed to change or exaggerate to avoid being confusing. One of the most important things we were able to refine because of our playtest was our engagement distance. Nothing breaks our AI faster than engaging it from the wrong range. When you snipe the AI, it tends to look kind of oblivious to the danger it's in. And when you get too close, it looks robotic and a little awkward, and it's not very effective. So we were able to playtest extensively our weapon ranges and the activation ranges of the AI to keep the player at this optimal engagement range.
It's funny they mentioned that sniping, they're totally oblivious. Literally, the third mission, you are like 20 feet away from the enemy and sniping them, and they are actually unaware of you. They're literally oblivious. You definitely still have to play it right when you're sniping them to make sure that they don't see another one die, and if one of them does spot them, you gotta kill that guy because he's about to like alert everybody. And sometimes it's a little BS because for literally no reason at all, they just suddenly all instantly know about you and they start blasting you, even if you were playing it correctly. A little silly. Yeah, that's funny that he mentions that in literally the third mission, you are sniping enemies from 10 feet away and they have no clue what's going on.
If you want to
They are scripted to not hear you.
learn more about our playtesting, our playtest
Normally they would hear you. Like in any other situation, they would hear you and know where you were shooting them from. But in that level specifically, that's obviously, very obviously been turned off. Either reduced or completely just turned off. Like they cannot hear you shooting from 2 feet away.
guys, Bill Fulton and Keith Story, did a talk a few days ago, which you can find in the proceedings. So now Chris is going to talk a little bit about the technical implementation.
Also, your Marines all have assault rifles with flashlights on them, and for some reason the enemy cannot see the flashlights, even though it is like lighting up the wall that you're standing next to. None of them see it.
Right, and Jamie really does mean a little bit because I want to get to the demonstration. Okay, so this is a simple block diagram of what our actors actually look like. You can see the world, and there's information flowing from the world down into the AI.
That is nuts how similar that is to what I'm working on now. I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? Perception saves to memory. Situation analysis reads from memory and emotions, which I guess it also modifies emotions. That's one thing that I don't have different. Which that leads into making decisions, and then those call actions, which is literally what I was going to do. I was going to have, not decisions, behaviors, which call actions, which the actor does.
And then from the AI back into the world. We tightly gate all of the information. It all flows through the perception system on input and the motion control system on the output. This is very important for letting the player understand what the AI is doing, because the player has got the ability to observe the AI's perception and to observe the AI's motion. And if there are any other invisible channels there, the player can't observe that. So it's broken up into two sections. The left-hand side you can see is our knowledge model, where there's the information gathering phase that takes memory from very raw form and then processes it over time in a layered form. So information goes from raw perceptual data to memory about objects, then into a processed information about the current situation the AI is in.
I wonder if that's something I should think about. He said over time. Layered analysis over time. They said they have a one-to-many model, which to me means I can be aware of one guy, I can be aware of two guys, and then I can be aware of a full group. Anything more than that, and every one of them is a group altogether. Maybe he means over time as in this could be a way to reduce, processing CPU time, where when the vision comes in, I don't process everything all at once. I say, all right, let's look at event 1, let's look at event 2, then let's look at event 3, and I go through each one of those events one tick at a time until perception runs again. Or I guess even chunking it would literally be smarter. If I know that I have a vision update every 10 ticks, I can process all of that. I can process that vision for 10 ticks before I get more vision that I need to process. That could be smart.
And then that goes into the spatial analysis section. Sorry, the spatial analysis comes first. And the spatial analysis feeds into information about the situation and the threat level. And then that affects the AI's emotions, their persistent state over time. This is a very complicated number crunching process, basically, because there are thousands and thousands of objects in the world and lots of AIs observing them. So it's very important to distribute this over time. And as long as you always have the most recent information at each one of these phases in the cycle, then your AI can reason from information that's probably delayed by between half a second and a second.
So they're operating on a half second to a second, which I was thinking is probably fine. Maybe I should really do that. Maybe I really got to do that next. Because if I want 100 zombies thinking about you, I gotta really make sure I'm bucketing that time, and I'm not doing every 10th of a second. Every single one of them processes like a ton of information instantly. They can run that over time. They could even be more delayed than that. They could just straight up miss events, and that would be fine. If there's a lot, some of them could miss site events. And that could even add to the, they talk about unpredictability. That could even add to unpredictability in the system. Because if there's a lot of zombies, sometimes they just might miss you and just change their behavior a little bit.
And we generate discrete stimuli.
Or maybe it doesn't even matter, because if there's enough of them, they're just all aware of you, and it doesn't matter if one of them fully, even completely misses a whole tick full of site or a whole site update.
As we
player might not even notice that, and it might not even change the outcome of what's happening.
During this information processing phase, these stimuli are then passed off to the decision logic, and the decision logic takes the discrete stimuli that have happened over time, as well as the current situation and the current emotions of the AI. And it takes that into account. And I'm going to elaborate on this in a second, but basically what the decision logic does is it picks from a finite number of actions that the AI could be taking at any given time. Only one action is ever active, and then that action is then what influences the emotion control subsystem and determines exactly what the AI does. So this is the decision logic now expanded into another slide. There are two main components to the behavior of any given AI. The perception system feeds an alert cycle, which is basically the simple reptilian behavior of the AI. It's innate. It's like see enemy, attack, pursue the enemy, and then go back to a relaxation state. And this is what drives the default transition between every individual action. The actions are also very, very simple themselves. They're things like flee, fight, charge, that sort of thing. And each one of these it's basically a finite state machine. There's a very small amount of information in the state, in addition to which state we're in, though. It's just information about what the current goal is and what the completion
I think R1's internet is the only issue I'm having trouble with Twitch too. Yeah. I mean, some days they just suck, so it is what it is, though.
For that goal. And then there are very, very simple transitions, which are the default transitions between actions. But almost all default transitions are generated by the alert cycle as the combat proceeds. And the other thing is that there's a big toolbox of behaviors. And this is layered on top of the default cycle. You can turn off all the behaviors and the AI will still operate. It will just be very, very boring. Doom-level AI, basically. And the behaviors are all activated and deactivated based on stimuli that come in from the world. Each of them is a little procedural chunk that's got information about when it's appropriate to perform this behavior. And there are various kinds of behaviors that can fire.
Wired
they can do
in
things
now?
like
Nice.
change the current action to be something else, very straightforward. They can override other behaviors, and they can persist over time and take control of the AI for a brief period as well. Things like throwing a grenade would be a good example. And then these go into a little bit.
I definitely will have a need for delays. Attack is already a pretty hard delay, but it doesn't actually stop them from making decisions. which I think is fine. It's just more like attack can happen and then navigate chase can say, also, I want to go to this position. That's just going to be straight up ignored because attack is there. But that's not really on the action side. That's on the agent side or the actor side. The zombie says, yeah, I have a navigation request, but I'm in the middle of attacking, so I'm not going to act on that. I wonder if I need to move that to actions. The actions are going to check, hey, am I attacking? Okay, well, I can't do anything right now. I can't navigate. That might be better than putting it on the zombie side. Obviously, it would be better because then I don't have to re-implement it for every zombie type. It would just, the action would stay the same. Twitch can get funky. Starlink for me mostly works with the whole town getting Starlink. Oh, that's neat. Yeah, you can only get so much, like, wireless connection before the quality of it starts degrading.
Bit of a black box. This black box is custom code that is done according to the rules that we want for every individual race. It's very, very simple. It basically just enables and disables behaviors that exist in the toolbox. So, for example, the grunts will flee.
That is one thing I didn't think about, that they obviously have. Jackals cannot throw grenades. They are definitely disabled from throwing grenades. Elites don't flee. They will seek cover, but they don't actually flee. Grunts and jackals will flee. Some jackals won't. They're definitely less likely to flee, but they still can. I think jackals do that if they are fewer in number and they're low health. I'm not exactly sure.
Very easily, but they never flee if there is an elite in their current situational knowledge. Just something very simple like that. It's typically a page of code for each individual racial character. And then this feeds into the motion control system. There are three elements. There's the combat, which is firing and grenade throwing and so on, pathfinding, and the animation control system. So that's the higher level. This feeds down into another, in between the motion control and the action, there is a level where basically we know what the goal is and we need to find out exactly what kind of motion we need to do. The problem of motion is that it's a continuous problem. I could stand anywhere in this room, so how do I go about reasoning like that given that we have a discrete processing unit available to us, the CPU? And the answer is that we discretize the problem by having the designers place lots of points in the environment. Before you throw up your hands in horror, this is actually not the hardest part of creating a level in Halo. This is really simple, because these points have no context attached to them at all. All spatial analysis is performed by code. The designers do not place hints or anything. All they do is just place these points and then assign them in groups. You can see here a bunch of different groups. This is the way that the designers actually assign which area AI exists in at any given time. Is they specify a set of firing points which is attached to a given set of orders the AI has. And then when the AI wants to move somewhere, which is every so often, distributed through time again, we need to examine all the firing points that are available to that AI and then weight them somehow. The weighting functions are all determined, they're all different depending on which kind of action you want. For example, if you're seeking cover, you want to find a point that doesn't have line of sight to your target. If you are fleeing, you want to find somewhere that's far away from your target. And if you're searching, you want to find somewhere that's near your target's last known location, so on, so forth. These are the different information that we compute for every given firing point. There's more than this, but these are the basic ones. Line of sight, distance, where the point is in relation to the situation, the friends and enemies, that sort of thing, and also the location of any vehicles, grenades, dangerous objects, that sort of thing. This senses the environment by casting rays, and this is expensive. This is the most expensive part of the AI in Halo. Typically, the calculation for casting rays through the environment is about 60% of all AI cost, and the rest is taken up just simply by pathfinding and perceptual bookkeeping. I'll give you a demonstration of this in just a bit. Combat dialogue. The dialogue system is cool, but I don't really have time to spend on it. All I'm going to do is just...
The first dialogue I noticed was, I'd love it if you'd stop killing my men. That's like... Sergeant Johnson says that, and it's pretty funny.
Play a little line here. Oh. Never mind, I guess we go to the demonstration right now. Jamie is going to switch the thing over to the Xbox. I'm going to show you some of the production tools that we use to debug the AI. No one outside Bungie's ever seen these tools running, and they're here on the Xbox for you today.
I'm assuming I'm not going to get to see that.
Alright. So, let me just fly up here for a second.
Wow. They've got it.
This is the area I was just showing you. Here it is. It's running in the game. Here are all the firing points in this area. I have selected an AI that's standing over here, and this is the current set of firing points they have available to him. The colours indicate what kinds of actions they can take at those firing points.
I guess maybe not work.
But you'll see, as I run up here and I start
Oh, I couldn't find footage. This is my own substitute footage. Tough.
engaging this AI, they will start to change their actions. What's been written above their heads?
That's loud.
If I pause this for just a second and fly away, you'll see that these AIs are undertaking different actions. These guys are fighting. Where's the other one? Oh, he's also fighting. But these AIs over here have not yet seen the player because their individual knowledge does not indicate that they have heard anything yet. So now I'm going to just keep playing, and you can see as this goes on, I'm going to fight my way through this encounter. You can see the actions change, and also as I kill people, conditions will trigger, and the set of firing points has now changed. So the AI is now retreating over there. They're still going through exactly the same set of actions they had before, but just the points they have available from this change, and now it changes again. And I can do things like throw grenades at them and affect them in that regard. And if I, for example, come up here and kill this elite, you'll get a demonstration of the fleeing behavior. These guys just didn't flee because there's also another elite in the area, and they won't flee if they've got more elites around. So let me just go in here and kill all these guys. Here's no anyway, there's no
Covenant
run.
are putting up a real fight.
Is this
Alright,
guy
so now I'm
actually,
going
this
to
demonstration
quickly
footage, is he
fly
actually
over to
playing from this
another area of
perspective?
the map.
Covenant
Many
are
of you
putting
may
up
be
He's like
familiar
shooting
with
at the
this particular
walls. I don't know if he's
encounter.
doing that
This
on
is one of the
purpose or
signature
not.
encounters in Halo, and this is actually the one we first used to build the AI system. This is where the Marines have just been dropped off by dropships, which in this case have been magically created because I teleported there. And I and the Marines are going to fight my way up the beach towards the Covenant positions here. And I'm just going to do this one from the flying camera because it's much easier to see what's going on.
My analysis is
So you can see these Marines are fighting their way up the beach here. And if I switch to another mode here,
Let's keep going inside.
They did mention that the Marines take formations. I feel like I've never noticed that. But I will say I've noticed on this level more than any other level, the Marines feel more competent here. Typically, they just kind of like die. But even on like Legendary and Lasso, they seem to be like really competent on this mission in particular. I wonder if it's just because this one has the most scripting than any of the other levels. Or if this has just had somehow this scenario was set up well enough that the Marines can really shine in their AI. Because this group over here is literally in like a line formation. This group is in like a square formation.
alright, these are the individual targets that every character has. This is happening on the individual basis. These are the targets that
Even on Legendary, you can almost sit here and let the Marines kill everybody. Like they're that good. They can pretty much solo this entire
is how the group
fight.
coordination of the battle is taking place, is because every Marine is calculating stuff on an individual basis. If I select one of these Marines and then fly down here, these are the positions the Marines have available to them. And you can see these numbers above the firing positions. It's like, as every Marine computes which firing point he wants to go to, the numbers change based on the changing situation. And the one in yellow is there. You can see the Marines are all trying to get out of the way of the grenade there. Pretty successfully. We had a lot of problem with that in development. These characters not so successful. So this is something interesting here. Let me pause this for a second. This is the knowledge web. Every one of these lines represents an entry in the knowledge model between one character and the object event that they do or don't know about. Yellow reflects the fact they do know about something. Blue reflects the fact that they have a previous acquired position from there. And black means they don't know about it at all. So it's kind of hard to see. But if I fly down to this guy, you'll see that he only has about 5 lines coming out of him. And even though he's actually in an area where he could potentially be seeing about 20 characters. And that's
I remember what they were. I'm not going to be able to find it, but I know they have a very specific screenshot really early on where they show that blue and black line. The blue line was pointing to the last location they saw the elite at, and the black line was pointing directly to the elite. I think it's actually this one. I'm at 5343. Yeah, right here. That That could be a nice debug tool that I should put in. When they're aware of a certain entity, they save it as a list. This is a really simple system, or I guess a system of more limitations, where they have the Xbox, and that's what their AI is on. I've got a computer, which is probably like 1,000 times more powerful than the Xbox. So I could have like 100 enemies every 10th of a second, or every 6th of a second, up, like casting 12 rays at you to see if they see you. Meanwhile, these guys are pretty much limited to, they can do a single ray cast to 3 or 5 entities at a time.
Decision. They can almost certainly.
All right, I was at 53 minutes. Looks like it's all substitute though at this point. Can only really listen to him.
And even though he's actually in an area where he could potentially be seeing about 20 characters, and that's because he's only got information about the guys that are interesting to him. So I'm going to let this play out over time, but as you see, like, it's all completely connected now, because that elite up the top there is getting blown up at the moment, but you see they've all got knowledge of this grunt who's currently flying through the air because they just saw him over the hill. But as time goes on, you see now there's no knowledge about the environment.
I guess you want to melt
Because
that thing
if I slide
down.
Here, you'll see that the Marines are actually climbing up
Melt
the
the
hill,
thing down.
so they don't know where the Covenant is. So they've all gone into a searching state, and some of them are crouching and crouch walking up the hill because they're searching for the Covenant. And you can see here's the past information.
Yeah, I
they
mean, I
had
guess at
about
some
that
point I
one
need to
grunt
like
who's now
really
dead on the ground. And like here is all the past information
quantify
they had about these other characters who have now moved back from the hill. As let
what
the
I can do in the
simulation
game
play
with
out, the
AI.
Marines will move up the hill, and then
Otherwise, I want to make something that like not enough
as they move up here,
people can play because it's too intense.
it becomes pretty clear as everything starts coming back. And you can see there is a group of reinforcements back behind the rock there, and they have not been allowed to come out by the scripting yet, but they'll come out in just a second, and you'll see the knowledge model starting to become generated. It's just one way at the moment because they're hearing the Marines firing, but soon they'll start shooting, and then all the Marines start
If you want a
to
PC
and then there's a
to churn while adding a
complete
huge amount of
build-up.
enemies, go for it.
Then, I'm
Yeah.
just going to explain this in a second. This is the rays that are being cast at any given second by the AI system. These rays are being cast for visibility purposes, and they're also being cast for firing point evaluation purposes.
I mean, I definitely have to figure out some generic solution to that. I can't just say, all right, well, these guys can be aware of 5 guys at a time. These can be aware of 3 guys at a time. They can be aware of everything that's happening. But they only have like 20 events in their memory that they can keep track of. I need something that's like dynamic, like it's measuring CPU time and saying, all right, we got to cut back. Like we don't have enough for this, you know. It'll start chopping off essentially agents in the distance and say, all right, you were getting an update every second. We don't have enough for that. We gotta, you're down to like 10 per second or 1 every 10 seconds. Something like that. So that I don't have to go through and tune. I have to do a lot of tuning. It might be a good idea to have, you know, very strict limitations. I mentioned earlier, after they mentioned that they can be aware of like 3 friendlies and 5 enemies, I should probably do something like that. A zombie can be aware of 4 other zombies at a time. That would really cut things down. So they are not checking everybody around them, they're just checking the 4 closest guys to them.
So you can.
I already do that for sound, where the closest 20 points of sound can play. And if they're outside, and that's updated like every second.
See, on any given
So if they're
tick,
out of
the game
range and they
updates,
say, all right,
which
I'm
is
not going
30
to play
times a
sound
second,
anymore.
we can be casting
I'm
quite
no
a lot of
longer
rays,
the closest
several
20.
hundred potentially. So as I let this advance, you see the rays are being cast. Those rays that are being cast back there are being cast towards me as the player. I'm back on the beach, and the AI is always seeing if they can see the player. The player has a little bit of special properties like that. And these Marines will eventually advance up here.
Damn it! Nice one! Area secure. All hostiles have been eliminated.
And then, that's it. That's all I was going to show on the demo there. for you.
So
they
I
keep
want to
the
thank everybody
questions?
for coming.
There's
It
very
looks
few
like we've got
questions.
about 30 seconds for questions. Does anybody have something that maybe a big hole that we missed that a lot of people would be interested in?
Hopefully I can hear the questions. Typically, even the most recent like GDC conferences, they really suck at recording the questions. They just don't have mics out there.
Oh, sure.
All right, I'll do that.
Okay.
Unless you'd like to.
Does anybody else have a question related to our talk? Yeah. So the question was, do we rotate our playtesters? Microsoft
Okay, he actually repeated the question, which is pretty crazy. No one ever repeats the question.
has a
They just answer it.
database of thousands of playtesters, so we never let anybody play the same game more than once.
Hey, mate, I don't
again,
think they're going to give you a medal for that one.
What's that?
Sorry.
Nice. That was nice. You should go check out the talk given by our usability guys. It's got a lot more information in it. Anybody else? Yeah.
How did you locate the firing point by manually or generate automatically?
Yes, firing points are placed manually. We never had an automatic generation. It doesn't really take very long. If you were to set up a complete encounter, which might have, say, 600 firing points in it, the estimates I've got from our designers is that part probably only takes about half an hour, 45 minutes.
Yeah, it's actually a lot of fun, too. It's almost like sculpting. You get to kind of get a feel for how the encounter's going to play out.
The only problem is with getting the feel for how an encounter's going to play out is you become very open to designer error, you know.
On that note, I think we'll end. Thanks for
Dang.
coming.
2 questions. The Giga Chat blessing us with long forgotten archives. All right. Definitely got a few good ideas there. A few tips. This model is probably going to be good to look at a little bit longer. So I've had, I guess this memory and emotion really like that's what I'm making. I'm making the primary senses, which is this together. And then I have secondary senses, which maybe I could just call those emotions. I don't want to copy them completely, but which is also why I wanted to go through this again on my own and refine it more before I just look for stuff. Because if I find anything that's really good, I don't just want to have like, I would rather come up with it and then be validated that someone else has done the same thing than maybe think about something and then just copy someone else because it was what I was already going to do. I hope you get a whiteboard or something for this. Dude, who's the guy that like has like a what is it? Someone on Twitch. I don't know if they are on Twitch or they just like have a good setup. Because I've only seen them interviewed by other people. He like pulls down a glass screen and starts drawing on the glass screen. I don't have anything like that. I've got paint. Would be difficult to keep it all in your head. Yeah. But I mean, I'm like treading the same path, right? I don't think I know them. I found them because they, Primogen talked to them a bunch. Primogen still talks to them a bunch. Is their name like... Yeah, I think it's Case, this guy. His dude's got like a glass screen that he pulls down and starts drawing on it. So he's like writing letters backwards. He's like really well practiced with it.
Have the most recent information at each one of these phases in the cycle, then your AI can reason from information that's...
Okay. So essentially they have perception, writes to memories. Situational analysis would be what I am doing for goals. Maybe I should probably flip these around. I don't know. Yeah, let me flip this around so it's a bit... I think this is a better... This more closely matches what they were doing. I have my senses, they write to memory. Goals, which is their situation analysis, I guess. Casey, yeah. Which is where they decide which like branch to run through. So what kind of goal would I have? I feel like the zombies are gonna be, or at least the plain ones are basically gonna have like 2 goals. Sometimes they have a schedule goal. And then they have like, I guess I could still have the investigate, attack, and chase stuff, right? Which I think they have listed out somewhere else. Their actions would be more like my goals, I think. So I would go to search or go to charge, and they would activate one of these, and that would perform a series of what I'm calling actions. They call motion control, which I pass to the agent to say turn, travel, or turn, navigate, attack. I think those are the only 3 I've got so far. Speed. They can set the speed when they're navigating. That's cool. I mean, I have never seen this before. I've never really done research on this before. I've just like thought about it. Feel very, very cool that I'm getting close to what they did. Of course, all the names are kind of jumbled up. I'm not sure what this diagram is. This diagram is really strange. I'm assuming this is saying that this is the machine, and the machine has behaviors, and they have like an alert cycle, which I don't really have that. I mean, I guess I kind of do. I have attack, which is chase, pursue, which I'm assuming is investigating and chasing, and relax when you don't see the player anymore. First time for everything? Yeah. I think this is cool though. That's why I wanted to do all this first, so I wouldn't come across something and feel like I'm copying it, rather than being validated that I am coming up with similar solutions. This definitely wasn't my first choice, right? My first choice was just having goals and actions, and the goal was all the processing, all the actions, all the behavior. They already had a split. Or at least they probably needed to iterate on it too, or maybe they copied it from someone else. Such a box in machine or logic. Yes, everything else is an action linked to another response. I think what this is just modeling. The arrows are always weird. I don't like when guys use arrows because they always kind of point the wrong way. I'm assuming this is the code that they wrote, and the designers put in the behaviors and the alert cycle, and the programmers made the actions and the motion controls. Right. So this machine is picking the action, which is what I'm going to call a goal. And that goal runs what I'm calling behaviors, which run actions, which they call motion controls. But I wonder if I should have something like this, or if this is just modeling. They even have like a dotted box on it, so maybe it's not even real. If this is just a designer thing, they said, all right, I want, like they have over here, I want the grunts to flee when all their elites are dead, right? Like that's part of their design thing, and that's implemented. I sort of implement Vim, VM, and Flutter. Learn to keep things in a buffer and trigger certain actions on a key sequence or combinations. Yeah, that's really cool. I feel like definitely always trying to solve the problem, at least to a little bit, at least to an extent, first, and then doing research around it. So if I understand how that box works, yeah. I mean, before I did, I mean, this is the first bit of research I ever did. Before I did anything, I already wrote like pretty much the whole template for the system, and I was realizing I have issues with the goals. They're not working. I'm back, wall of chat. Okay. Do I need to do more research? These are long videos. I've actually lost my place because I closed the other tabs. Where did he get the oh, I literally just closed the tab. This one. Constructive dialogue, not the usual hell raising you do. Digest first. Yeah. Figure out. Well, I already did the figuring out. That's like a second iteration of it. And I feel pretty validated already in what I've got now. What my high level plan is, at least. I can keep all of this, and this part is what's changing. My text-based whipping is constructive. Whipping? A lot of take in is fascinating. It is, yeah, it is. Yeah, where did he get this? Okay, they had the AI of Halo 2. How did I get there? What did I search? The AI of Halo 2, is that just what I searched? Actually, this might be finally where Google AI could be helpful. Or not. Or not. It's linking me to the video I literally have open right now. Wait, what? Oh, hang on. This is where I got here, skip all that. That's garbage. This was their Halo 1. That's before Halo 1. That's really... Why do they talk about Halo 2? And they don't link to Halo 2. I don't understand. If you could stream and talk on the mic, I bet might be meek and not say anything. Okay. Google searches Coke with the AI summary. Leverage Obsidian. I did have Obsidian on Windows. I have not gotten it. Oh, actually, wait. Do I have it? Hang on. Nope. I used it to plan out a story for a game jam. That's all I've done with it. I guess I don't really know. Like you said, digest. I'm thinking about what I would do next. I want to keep researching. And I'm not one to really take notes. I probably should go. I probably should take some notes. So let me just do some notes here, I guess. Really quick. From that whole Halo CE. Oh, it would be a really smart thing to save this link. That'd be really smart. This was GDC, right? I think they said it's GDC,
The
right?
session is not. We're sorry. Postmortem. Don't be a launch title. It is targeted at designers and AI and needs insight in how to beat our AI. The first thing we're going to talk about is our initial design goals. We're also going to talk brief and the important framework element. At the end of the talk, we'll give a demo ideas translated and realize we were supposed to. I'm afraid this is my first GDC.
Yeah, it is GDC. What is it, 2002? Horrible color for that. Nothing wrong going back to the rifle, just leave the YouTube links. Yeah. There was just a couple things that I wanted to like particularly make sure I remember. They greatly limited the possible inputs. Really limited the number of other actors that can input a single actor. They didn't talk about their 1, 2, and many model. Maybe I should look that up to see what that means. I'm guessing about what it means, but I don't know exactly what it means or how I would even implement that. They mentioned about 3 friendly actors and 5 enemy actors. But that could vary between scenarios. Someone said your head is generating ideas is for generating ideas, not keeping them, right? That's a good quote. They processed input over time, which helped with CPU time. They mentioned an actor could respond to input that was between 5 and 1 seconds. Yeah. Your mind is for having ideas, not holding them. Cool. David Allen. Where's Dan? I don't know. Sleeping. Has he shown? He did show up today. I think he said one thing and left. I don't know. He was afraid. He's sick, apparently. Mention actor could respond to inputs between 1 and 5 seconds old. What else did they say? They said, there's a debugging thing. They had a memory, they had a knowledge network. And debug tools would draw colored lines between selected actors. That's what he gets for not being what? Like, was he selling what you heard and something you're understanding? Yeah. I definitely need this. I'm gonna need like some kind of way to visualize their. I don't do this. I only have memory that tracks events and then the behaviors respond to those events. They don't actually. The only tracking that I do for individual nodes currently is interest. So they say, and that's just to get them to respond more to the most interesting thing that they see. Which I guess they technically actually don't do that yet. Maybe it'd be a good idea for me to have memory be limited to only stuff relevant to actors. So they would, instead of tracking a full run-on list of like the last, 100 things that they've experienced, they would have nodes that would say, all right, these 5 zombies, I have 1 player and 4 zombies that I can know about. Here's all the stuff I've seen on the player, and here's all the stuff that I've seen for each of these 4 zombies. Maybe that would be better to do, to limit, go from an n squared or whatever it is to a constant n problem for memory. Technically it is constant the way I have it, they don't keep track of data per node. They just keep track of events, and they have a limit on that. Memories decay over time. But I guess it does mean that if there's a lot of, if they could see, currently they can only see the player. So I have a linear thing there. Every new zombie is one zombie that has to check the player. Once they start being able to see and hear each other, that's probably where that gets a little bit explosive and way too much. They should probably be limited to the closest 5. The closest player, I mean, I guess they could, multiplayer, thinking about that, they could just be limited to the closest player, period. And limited to the closest 4 zombies. So they can only track information on those guys. But then they have to, that adds the extra step of actually sorting all that, because then you have to compute distances, which I guess are pretty cheap if you don't need the square root of them. Oh well. Let me write this. The goal was to have a constant growth for memory and processing instead of exponential growth with every actor checking and remembering other actors. Wow, I can barely type. Radiant is missing. Tell him to come in and do his QA and mod job. It was not working for free. Huh. Oh. Not been playing music this whole time. Whoops. What else do they have that I really want to make sure I remember? I don't care about their firing points that they listed. That's not some novel idea that I need to remember. It's pretty obvious that if I want them to interact with the world, I need to put nodes to mark those locations. Make behaviors as obvious as possible, and then more obvious than that. They found in playtesting that it was, I would call the grunts fleeing when you kill the elite like probably the most iconic AI thing in the game. Probably second only to elites going berserk when you stick them with a grenade. Because as soon as they get stuck with a grenade, they face you and they scream. They yell at you before they explode. And even that, like they said, I even mentioned it before we even finished the sentence. They run away and they scream, run away. They literally scream, run away. Difficult to get players to notice. Like grunts flee. when their leader dies. To the point that they literally run in a comical, panicked way and scream, run away. Comically, sure, you're probably right. So for my example, if I really want to include a sense of smell, I think it has to be stupid obvious. The smart zombie's got to stop, sniff very loudly, point his nose up in the air, in order for him to in order for that sense to process, right? If he's got nothing else to go on, that's just what he's going to do, and that's just going to give him free information basically about which direction you're in and about how far away you are. That's basically just to keep it so that he doesn't have to literally know where you are. He can keep doing his investigations and stuff like that, but if you're on the other side of the map and you ran away from him and he's got nothing else to go on, he's at least going to slowly make progress towards you. And of course I would need to make sure there's actually a range on that, so you can't... It's not the, what is it? The snail that never stops, but if it touches you it dies thing, where... If you go to the opposite side of the map, you have a timer, essentially, before he's going to show up, because he's eventually going to get to you. I do want you to actually be able to fully evade him at some distance. So I think Olmec is a masochist. Why? What have I said? So I just started noting while watching, but you were eating. I've got a good memory for things that I really care about. I was absorbing everything. Zombies having a sense of smell, you're going to give zombies super hearing too. Well, they don't need super hearing. Gunshots literally travel the whole map. Just by virtue of, even physically modeling it. I don't have a very advanced physical model, it's just distance-based. But you can literally hear gunshots from miles away. Or should I say kilometers away. And know which direction they came from. My, it's a game. It is a game. That is the idea. The goal, to make a game. Nothing is meant to be realistic. But yeah. I'm taking a lot of shortcuts. But I need some way to make gunshots actually travel the map for them to hear it. What else? Maybe I should click through it again. See if I stumble on anything that I wanted to keep. Just the slides, basically. React to the player. Let me say that. Grunts jump in surprise pretty much all the time. They always do that. Elites, they typically shout or point. What do jackals do? Jackals pretty much just like throw up their shield. I think it's literally all they do. I don't think they do anything more than that. So perhaps for zombies, I need like a proper response to them seeing the player. As limited as I am with probably just grunts. Grunts and small movements. What else do we have? Local objects and crucial objects. I'm assuming local is, you know, the closest 5 enemies. Crucial objects is they always know about grenades. Or they can always know about grenades. Cover. Inform the player. Right. I'm not sure what they're talking about here when they say discarded fuzzy emotion system, and yet they are using that. Oh, this is... Huh. This was interesting to see. Maybe I should consider making the smart zombies stronger than normal zombies. They take more bullets to put down. I mean, that kind of doesn't fit with what I really want, though. I do want the zombies to be quite easy to kill. And the problem with zombies is more their ability to overwhelm you, rather than just be bullet sponges. But they did say that enemies with just larger health pools appeared smarter. So I wonder if that zombie should actually just be stronger. How would I even model that? About you might end up making a mutant. Is that what I would make? Because I feel like if he's gonna be stronger, I can't just have him be like, I can't just have him be the same model as any other zombie. He's got to be obviously different. And maybe a little bit believable as to why he might be able to take several shots more than any other zombie. Who knows, you might copy the Nemesis system. I don't know. I'm definitely quite biased against difficulty equaling more health and damage. I feel like difficulty should come from the fact that you are similarly weak. The tools that you have can be used against you to the same effect. And your opposition is pretty like close to the same playing field, or maybe they even have extra information. That's also definitely cheating, and we can definitely feel at least in a game context, we know that if the AI seems too smart, it's because they are too smart. They do have information that they shouldn't have. because, you know, we can't literally create a system that is smarter than us, because if we could, then we've made general AI. In terms of enemy intelligence, you want it to make the player think. I want it to be... I want it to feel like you're up against something that is not just waiting for you to shoot at it. Something that isn't going to sit there and take hits. Maybe the smart zombie just has a gun. Maybe he has a pistol. And that can drive his intelligence and difficulty. That if you don't properly engage him, then he can just shoot you. And you'll be toast. That could be a way to actually even like deliver weapons to the player. Weapons and ammunition to the player. If they have weapons. I think I'm pretty much decided on their intelligence just driving from the fact that they can do more than other zombies. When other zombies are idle, they just stand around and wander. When the smart zombie is idle, he's looking for you. And beyond that, they operate they have the exact same brain. They can't use weapons. They are reasonable in terms of what a person who doesn't feel pain could tolerate. Any gun can one shot to the head. They can still sprint at you without an arm on. So if you shoot their arm off, maybe they bleed out, but they will still come after you as if they don't feel it. If they've lost a leg, they'll crawl, if they can. Higher level enemy to be more unpredictable, in a sense, behave more differently to give the player a challenge. Not really behaving differently. It's more that they, so far I've settled on the fact that the smart zombie has a longer memory of you. They could remember where they saw you the previous day and perhaps revisit that location if they don't have any other leads on you. So if you, for some reason, are frequenting a certain area of the map, as the days go by, that smart zombie, if there's like how many of them could be on the map at a time, more of them are going to start showing up there at that same time. Because they'll be like, yep, saw him there. That's where he's been, right? They can see dead zombies on the ground and investigate them. Normal zombies just won't care at all to seeing a corpse. They could even see bullets on the ground, so if they find a dead zombie, they might, I don't know, somehow have an idea of which direction that zombie might have been shot from. Go over there, verify by finding bullet casings on the ground, and maybe they remember that spot. Maybe the next time they hear shooting, they'll be like, oh, that sounds like it's coming from the direction that I saw these bullets before. Let me go over there. That kind of thing. They'll be smarter in the sense that they investigate more stuff. And they don't just stand around and idle. They're always looking for you. Given enough time, just sitting in a building, a smart zombie will eventually just wander in there looking for you. Perhaps I could even have like, Minecraft has a difficulty system where chunks remember how long a player has been inside that chunk. And that results in, I don't know if it affects spawning, but it affects gear that enemies spawn with. So if you're in a chunk long enough, even on like the lowest difficulty, eventually they will start spawning with higher level gear, like better armor, and maybe even weapons. Maybe I could do something for detection where I chunk the world into like groups of like 10 by 10 meters, and those chunks remember how long you've been in them. So if a smart zombie passes through, they'll say, all right, this chunk has had a lot of player time, right? Because maybe that's their sense of smell, which will obviously have to decay over time. But that could be the thing where if you're sitting in a room and a smart zombie walks near that area, they're like, whoa, hang on. I can tell the player has been here for a long time, and they start really searching around. I need to be here when the game drops, and I'm curious as to how you want to wire this whole thing up. UE5 does have blueprints, but essentially you are just raw dogging this in Godot. Hopefully, it will be in less than a year. I've done a bit of math, and a year from now is like my maximum deadline. If I think whatever I'm doing now is going to take more than a year, then I gotta change something. I think even in general, I think if like you're making a game as a solo dev and you're looking at a year, you're making too much. Whatever you're doing has got to be done in less than a year. Now, if you're AAA, maybe you get 3 years. Maybe 3 years should be your max. Alright, but I'll go and write that down. I don't think I'm gonna have it. That's an idea. Here for the devlogs. It's one enough this for me to see how things are wired. Yeah. I'll definitely be sure to make some of those. I'll have a lot of archived footage to work with. What was I gonna say? I already forgot. Oh, tougher is smarter. I'll say to an extent. They don't mention it. Of course, there's definitely a limit to how much stronger you can make the enemies before the player's like, they're not smart, they are just bullet sponges. To an extent, just increasing enemy health, and it works better, I think, for ranged when you're firing guns. I can't just say a zombie can come up to you and one-hit you. Because definitely from like, if I put myself in a player's perspective, fighting a group of enemies, and I'm peeking out from a corner that they are spamming, and my shields instantly drop, I'm like, okay, I can't do that, right? And I know they're spamming the corner because that's where they saw me, right? But if I'm on easy mode and they're spamming the corner and I can just walk into that and there's no negative effect to me because they just deal so little damage, then I'm like, they're not very smart, right? They're just blasting me and doing nothing. Definitely on Legendary, you cannot walk around corners that they're spamming. You can literally die instantly. That's how much damage it does. Like if an elite sees you and starts shooting at you, you gotta take cover. Or kill him quickly. Because he will just drop you in like a couple seconds. So maybe this would be a good sign for the smart zombie that he should probably take cover from you rather than blindly running into your gunfire. He will perhaps even wait for you to reload. Like if he sees you, like I'm imagining like a small interior where there's corners, and he's coming at you down an open hallway, he might stay by the end of the hallway until he hears you reload. I feel like that would make him harder and feel way smarter. Because you can't just spam the hallway. He will just wait for you to reload. I mean, of course, eventually, you know, he has to be a zombie and come at you and die. So maybe that hesitation is less. They even mentioned that hesitation. Ah, I gotta write that down. That's a big one. Hesitation and intentional delays in response made AI seem broken and bad. So if I were to have any idea for like a hesitation like I was just describing right then, it probably makes more sense that he doesn't respond until you shoot at him, and then the zombie maybe whips around and runs behind cover, rather than going to the end of the hall and waiting for you to shoot, right? I mean, that would be more like wrong. Whenever they say broken or buggy, it definitely means that the response didn't make sense. So it was just designed poorly. It didn't seem human or natural. Best to avoid delays in response or deliberate hesitation. Perhaps longer than a second, longer than a half second or something. I mean, I've literally got it right now that if I... Do I have any changes that I've made? I don't think so. I've literally got it right now that I can walk in front of the zombie and he just totally misses me completely. Oh, cool. The terrain has decided to start breaking. He straight up didn't see me. Like, that's... I would call that wrong, but I do actually... That was intentional. He probably became aware of me like 3 times while I was walking in front of him just now, and it just wasn't enough for him to like respond to me. Okay, then he responded to me. So, literally, why does that terrain thing happen? I have no idea. Because it stays the same in here, but when I run, it just breaks itself. Yeah, I have no idea why this keeps happening. It just like it just nuked. It literally just nuked the terrain material, and I have no idea why. It literally just resets it. A stealth feature. I do want them to have delays, but I think my idea of them tuning it so that they need to see you for a couple times in a row to respond to you is probably too much. It makes them feel like they're not human and stupid. They are not human and they are not stupid. They are... What? They are not human and they are stupid. But I think realistically, walking in front of him should be probably enough for him to attack me right away. Maybe that makes more sense for like I can poke around a corner like this and maybe he sees me and starts walking towards me, but he's not instantly aware of me and engaging in a chase. But it should probably be enough that he, yeah, I mean, I had to jump way out there for him to even look at me. Like, that should be enough to navigate, I think. Like, if it was even a really stupid zombie, I think, should probably be investigating what he just saw just then. Even for such a small amount of time. Right. That was my intention. I did deliberately design it and do a small amount of tuning to make sure that that was not enough for navigation. I think when I was doing it, I was saying at 100 meters or at 50 meters, he needs to see me for like a half second before he engages in a chase. But I've definitely overdone it to the point where he doesn't even... It's like I didn't even walk in front of him just now. Yeah. So that's probably too much. Smallest glance, shortest, what? What? How am I going to tell her I didn't even buy the meds? You just tell her? You just tell her? That's a big one I gotta keep in mind. They also mentioned playtesting. That's the one thing they did right with Halo. They actually had a crazy amount of playtesting. Portal 2. It seems like a lot of like really popular games, whenever they do discussions, pretty much no matter what they're talking about, they're like, oh, by the way, if you're not doing enough playtesting. Like every time, those are like the words that they say. You're not doing enough playtesting. No matter how much you are doing, it's not enough. And then you have some games that are really bad and they don't even mention playtesting and they don't even take questions at the talk. And it's like, yeah, it's pretty clear what's going on there. They just don't care. $5,000 recorded lines. Wait, is this all of Johnson's lines? Okay, not all of them are Johnson's lines. A lot of these are. "12 speaking characters, 5,000 lines. Wait, what is this? Hundreds per second? Party context uniqueness relevance. Select random dialogue type. Nearby characters can reply. Power Rangers Wild Force review when? Possibly never. Probably never. What else? What else? And this is the demo that unfortunately is lost footage. It was probably not recorded. This video's a repost.
This session is
Wait a second. Found it. Back on Bungie Halo Archive. Damien E. I'm not sure how to say that one. I kind of don't even want to try. Are you gonna port your game to Nokia? No. I am porting my game nowhere. It would be a PC game. Apparently Godot allows me to just export for consoles. I'm not sure what that looks like, to be honest. I do want to be able to play it with a controller though. I feel like sometimes certain games I just want to play it with a controller. The Master Chief does. Are they like trying to not spoil Halo 2? This happens. It's not exactly the same dialogue, and it's definitely not Master Chief there. Oh, do I watch this one? You know what? Today's been like a super research day. I should probably just... Arwen's probably right. I leave myself a good day to think about this stuff. And not get into implementations yet. Be certain of what I'm going to do. I don't think there's anything else from that one. I will write down their name scheme just as like a note. Perception leads to memory, leads to situational analysis, which leads to behaviors, leads to actually I kind of do have to go back.
this session is not.
I kind of need to go back to this. Decision logic, that's what they had there. Motion controller. This model I do have the same though. Zero sense, memory. This is goals and these actions which are passed to motion control to the controller. It's not quite the same though. Maybe I do need to split that off. I have a motion controller that sits on a character base and manipulates that character base, as opposed to the zombie is the zombie and the character and the motion at the same time, which is what it currently is. And then it says that situational analysis goes back and forth with emotions. All right.
Cycle like the flood.
Oh, wow. Tough. This is all the way in the left ear. That's... Does this one have a anti-stereo? Oh, no. I wonder if that's actually an extension that I could get. Because I feel like I kind of want to fix that. Zero reviews? Cannot use that one. Last updated 2 years ago. Alright. That seems fine. Let's hope I don't get owned. Although I feel like 2 years is a long enough time for Firefox to, you know, take a virus off of their extension system. Alright, did that work?
Managing complexity in the Halo 2 AI.
Wow, it barely worked. That actually barely worked.
Or is it?
It's better.
My name is Damian Isla. I'm the AI engineer at Bungie. And
What is this artifact? Is this actually happening right now? How do I disable it? Let me check my other one. Disabled. Let me refresh.
cycle like the flood. Don't have. This is managing complexity in the Halo 2 AI. Or is it? My name is Damian Isla.
This is some crazy artifacting with the audio. That's awful. I don't think I can play that. Managing scalability in Halo 2 AI.
I'm the AI engineer at Bungie.
Is it D? In the... That audio is so bad. I don't think I can play that one. That's tough. Damn. The mono doesn't even work. Or the mono doesn't even work. That's weird. I think it actually doesn't work. So I'm gonna get rid of that extension. I feel like whatever it was doing, it should have been way more clear. I don't think it was actually working. Tough. Alright. Just gonna have to deal with it, I guess.
And I tell you, the main thing that gets me up in the mornings is the thought of building virtual brains. The thought of not just solving individual, maybe machine learning or planning problems, but sort of putting together the whole thing in this nice holistic way.
I can fix it. Let me do this. I can fix it for the stream. I can set it to be mono for the stream, so it's not so awful. But for me, I have to deal with. I have to deal with it. I think I gotta refresh the scene. Let me try that. Let's do this. And then go back. Okay, let me try that again. Let me go here and then back. I have to go to a scene that doesn't have the audio in it. I can go here. Okay, apparently it just didn't work. No way. I can't change it to mono when I'm already running. That sucks. Well, sorry.
From the sensor through perception.
Oh, it did work.
And so on and so forth.
It's just lying to me. It's showing the bars are center now, but
just over 3 years ago.
Oh well.
I was a fresh-faced, starry-eyed grad student. And,
all right, but hopefully it sounds less
I came
terrible
with lots of ideas
on stream.
About how brains should be built. You know, I had what I thought were revolutionary ideas about, you know, honest perception.
I'm gonna go and listen back to it just to make sure that I'm not crazy and I'm not making it worse somehow.
Individual agents in the world
Back to it just to make sure that I'm not crazy and I'm not making it worse somehow. Pause that so I'm not like gonna loop myself.
Images internally, you know, internally kept of other objects in the world and so on and so forth. And so I was ready to come to Bungie and just like lay down the gauntlet and say, hey, like lay down the gauntlet and say, hey, like lay down the gauntlet and say, hey, lay down the gauntlet.
Okay, that sounds fine, I think.
This is how things should be done, and I will die on this hill.
Need to head to bed?
So you can
late nights
imagine
call to me?
my,
Yeah, probably.
My disappointment
Have a good night.
when I got there basically and found out that they were already
Former
doing
star
everything I
citizen
cared
dead.
about.
Future creep runs
So,
in his blood.
so I thought, well, damn, I'm going to have to come up with a new cause. And one of the things that occurred to me was that I don't remember really seeing in a game sort of context the issue of scalability ever addressed. So just the idea of like, well, what happens when we cram a brain so full of rules that it, you know, do all those rules play nice together? How does it all work together? So I thought, well, here 3 years later, having addressed some of those issues, I thought I would give a talk called Managing Scalability in the Halo 2 AI. Now, that didn't end up being the title. Why? Well, because I was afraid I was going to get a lot of people thinking about this. You know, how do I get 10,000 little orcs running around with their 3 states of attack, run away, and defend, or whatever it is. So, of course, what I'm really talking about is sort of building big brains.
Did he call them
The
orcs?
idea that brains are, in themselves, maybe sort of communities of agents or communities of behaviors or something, and getting all of that to come together in a nice way. So, first question, I guess, to be addressed is just, why scalable AI? Like, why are we interested in this at all? And the simple answer, I think, is more is better. The slightly less simple answer is that this is what I call the brute force approach to common sense. Just basically, the more unique situations you can react to, the more unique things you can do, the more specifically you can address certain problems in your world, the more common sense will you appear to an observer. And while you can maybe say, well, that's a cop-out because you're not doing anything really smart, I would just say, well, if I'm a cop-out, so are these people who are basically doing the same kind of, addressing the same kind of problem and addressing it in the same sort of way in the knowledge representation domain. So, I mean, the Psych project is a project that's been going on for, God, at least 150 years down in Texas. OpenMind is a newer one that's sort of an online version of Psych, as far as I can tell. But the idea in both of these projects is about let's just fill a computer with all kinds of little common sense nuggets about the world. Because clearly the reason that computers can't talk to us or can't understand what we're doing is because
They're
they
talking
just don't
about
have,
general AI.
you know, some of that low-level stuff that we all know and we never even bothered
And
to
from Halo 2.
specifically learn, or that certainly we don't bother to teach because it's just so obvious. And I'm talking about stuff like, well, water gets stuff wet, birds fly, you know, hitting something with a rock hurts, you know, whatever. So I'm just arguing that there is an academic precedent for this kind of approach, and obviously we're not interested in doing this in a knowledge representation, sort of a factual way. We're interested in encoding behavior, so knowledge is behavior. For a game like Halo 2, I can see, no doubt there are more, but I can see at least, and I'm going to address in this talk, at least 3 different dimensions of scalability. And what I'm talking about there is volume, variety, and variation. Now, volume is what I was just talking about, just sort of what are all the things that I can do? Like, for one of our
Variety and
actors,
variation.
just sheer number of things that I can do, number of animations I can play.
This has got to be some kind of. This has got to be some
Well,
designer
in this case,
thing
for example,
for sure.
number of vehicles I can drive. Do I know how to behave?
He
with
came up with
vehicles,
this
fighting vehicles?
just for
Can
this
I,
presentation.
Shoot all these different kinds of weapons. Do I know how to then also do all the normal infantry-based behaviors and so on and so forth? So, because of the introduction of things like vehicles and the different kinds of weapons, that becomes actually quite a difficult challenge. Because of course, it's not just about driving the vehicle; it's about driving it well and also behaving with that vehicle in a different way. Obviously, I drive a tank in a different way than I drive a little a ghost, sort of like a bicycle or something. On the variety side, I'm talking about sort of what are all the different kinds of characters and how do they differ from one to the other. So this is sort of an interesting kind of scalability. We have characters like the Grunt, who's one of our main, you know, sort of workhorse characters that you see all over the game. You can have, you know, minor variations, basically essentially cosmetic variations.
Oh, that is in
on the
Halo
Grunt,
2.
like
Why
the
did I think that was
hair
Halo
Grunt,
3?
Same character with a different skin. You have
That is Halo 2.
other full characters that behave in very different ways, with a very different combat cycle, like the Flood, who don't have the sort of the usual fight, shoot at the player, hide, come out again when my shields are recharged. We even have things like Flood swarms, which are, you know, swarms of tiny little guys that behave in a completely different way from everyone else, and even perceive in a different way, and so on. And then, of course, we have story characters as well, like Miranda, who you see over there. And speaking of story, that's one of the things that variation concerns itself with. So variation is the thought that, well, these guys, they behave and they also behave over time. So one character will behave differently in one part of the level than they will in the other part of the level. And why does that change? Well, you know, the story can demand certain things at certain times for pacing, for drama, for a higher challenge at the end of the level, or what have you. So if we're going to put together a brain that is going to be sort of generally competent, it also has to be able to be easily varied in all of these directions. So what is the ultimate goal with this? What are we trying to get here? Well, I'm a great lover of the theater, speaking of story, so I'm going to present my ultimate goal in plain manuscript form. The designer comes up to the AI engineer and says, I want X to do Y whenever Z. The engineer responds, okay, and I know exactly where to put that. And the designer says, I'm happy now, and he trundles back to his design bubble. So there's 2 points to that.
Wow, yeah.
One point is that I get to make fun of designers all the time. The second point is that, maybe this is a very general point, but I like to point out that in a nice architecture and a great architecture, everything sort of has its nice place, and everything is sort of easy to do because you know exactly how to attack that problem, and there's already infrastructure there, hopefully, to address the kind of thing that they're talking about. But the most important point of this slide is
This is
that
my goal too.
when a designer comes up and says X, Y, and Z,
If I want something to happen, I
he's
should be
talking
able to
about
put it
player
in there.
experience. He's not talking about something smart. He's talking about
Unless it's
when
obvious
you
that I
kill
haven't
one
coded
brute,
something
the
yet,
other
then I
brute
need
attacks
to
you.
put it in.
He's talking about
Like a new action.
when you cause this much damage in an elite, he has to take cover. He's talking about when I throw a grenade on a vehicle, the driver has to jump out. Lots and lots of these little rules that are in themselves very stupid, you know, very, very simple. So that is going to be one of the main points of what we're going to be talking about, that in a lot of ways, we're not dealing with anything smart. We're not interested in something smart. And we're certainly not interested in AI that is sort of imaginative or can come up with novel solutions to problems that are unexpected and so on and so forth. If that kind of stuff happens, that's great. But the real point is that X, Y, and Z has to happen mechanically and predictably and every time. So what's the problem there? Like, why is that difficult? Well, it's difficult because there are a couple hundred of them. And, you know, how do they interact is the question. So, a couple of requirements to our AI system.
And I forgot something.
First one I'm going to call transparency. And this is about sort of the player's ability to look at an agent, or an actor, as we call them, and tell what's going on in the agent and the actor's brain. The point is that in order to make these rules that the player can learn to exploit, like the player has to be able to look at a character and say, more or less, I think this is what's going to happen, or I think this is what he's going to do when I do this.
Yep.
So a lot of that is also about what we call facilitating the ongoing narrative in the player's head. So I run up to a grunt. I'm shooting him with a machine gun. The grunt is shooting back. I pull out an energy sword, and all of a sudden the grunt goes, ah, and turns around and runs around the corner. So I follow him around the corner with my energy sword. The grunt goes into the corner, finds he has nowhere to go, and turns around and starts shooting. And I say, wow, that was so cool, and I tell my friends about it. Now the cool thing there is that there were two mechanical things that the grunt did. And hopefully I, as a player, will be able to tell my friend, hey, he totally ran away because I pulled out the energy sword. And he totally turned on and started fighting me again because he had nowhere to go. Now, those are two XYZs that a designer has told me. And I have, in essence, basically, told my own little story about what the grunt was doing. So I've attributed some kind of intentionality to his actions. What would be very not transparent, one might say opaque, is that would be if the grunt was just sort of acting randomly. That they were doing a bunch of different things, and it seemed sort of cool, but I didn't really get a sense that I was impacting the actor in any way. So, very related to the idea of transparency is the idea of coherence. Coherence, I sort of think is more of a temporal thing. Transparency is about making decisions. Then coherence is about the action over time. So, is the action that the actor is
this guy's kind of slow.
Is performing? Is it
I'm gonna be
focused?
honest. He's a little
does he seem
slow.
to have the right priorities? When he gets interrupted, does he seem to get interrupted by something that is meaningfully interruptive? Does it make sense that he was doing one thing and now he's doing another thing? The ultimate incoherence would be sort of the dithering problem, which a lot of AI programmers face throughout time. The idea that an actor might sit there and basically just twitch left and right because he can't decide whether to go get the weapon or hide around the corner.
Right.
So that would be bad. Instead, we want nice focused action over time. And the other thing we want is directability. So, I mean, a big part of the Halo.
So I guess how would I do that? Because what I've written down so far doesn't really solve that inherently. I do say only one goal at a time. That still means it's possible to execute one goal on one tick that says chase the player, and execute another goal on the very next tick that says run from the player. Just two totally conflicting goals. But somehow they keep acting on each other and overstepping each other. How would I solve that? Because I still want something, I still want it to be possible that at literally any moment, one goal can say, stop what you're doing and do something else. For an example, that would be sticking to their schedule until they see the player and then they go investigate the player, or they chase the player or attack the player. How do I write that in? Do I say, this goal, when we execute, reserve the next 2 seconds, and our goal will stay for 2 seconds? Do I say, this goal has an overwrite priority, where if it runs, it can interrupt a running goal, even if the goal hasn't completed? I don't think I wrote anywhere that a goal has to complete before it can be interrupted. That's what's difficult. How can I write that in? Because, I mean, it sounds like he's just brushing over it and he's not actually going to explain how they do it. How do they say, run away unless, you know, I'm at a dead end? How do they say, shoot the player unless a grenade lands in front of you and then dodge the grenade? Right? How do they say that? Because if I have some kind of goal whose function, if I have two goals, let me bring it back to the chase and run away from player. I'm not gonna have a run away from player probably, but let's say I did. Do I say that, and these would both run on two things, right? Not two things. They would both be evaluating whether or not they should run based on their distance to the player. Chase probably says chase if we're far away. Run probably says run if we're really close, right? That means there's a point at which a little bit closer and they will run, a little bit further and they will chase. So if they're close enough to run away, they suddenly reach this exact distance where they just literally instantaneously tick to tick keep changing what they're doing. Say, oh, I'm too far, let's chase the player. Oh, I'm too close, let's run away from the player, right? This might be a good example of if I were to make the hunter like a physical thing that could move around in the world. I'm not really sure if he's even going to be that capable. I'm thinking it's just like a model that teleports somewhere and stands perfectly still. But let's say the hunter was a physical character who could move around, and they were a ranged character, so they would try to maintain some distance from you. There's a distance at which they decide to run, and a distance at which they decide to stop and shoot. Which means there is a threshold where a little bit closer they will run, a little bit further they will shoot. So if I'm running towards them at just the right speed, I can make them stop and jitter back and forth constantly. I could even like basically stun them by approaching, stopping, waiting for them to leave, and then they stop and turn, and I approach them, and then they continue running. Even if I were to have a delay, like, oh, I can't run this action. Even if I were to say, all right, this goal has full reign over over navigation for the next 2 seconds. That means there's a 2-second gap where as long as I stop, and I wait 2 seconds and I walk forward, he will like continuously just never do anything and just run away constantly and never shoot back at me. That would be bad. So I can't even put like a timer on it. I mean, I would have to, at some point I have to, right? So how would I do that? How would I stop that kind of jitter from happening? I guess I could like keep a log of the previous actions that have been taken. Maybe no matter what, if he's run away, he won't do it again for like an extra delay. And I have it tuned so that the delay is long enough that he's guaranteed to get like 1 or 2 shots at you before he tries to run again. Maybe that would be it. A proper log of actions. Or even just having the behavior track that and say, all right, I fleed 5 seconds ago. I can flee again. And it says, okay, I've already fleed. I can't. I would like to, but I can't because I have already fleed in the last 5 seconds, so I won't. I mean, logic wouldn't be like that. The logic would just say, have I fleed in the last 5 seconds? Yes. Okay, skip everything that checks if I should flee. And if I could possibly flee, then I would actually check if I can, if I want to. Something like that.
The Bungie philosophy is that really the designers came in all of this and that however the AI behaves, it has to be able to take direction from a designer. A designer has to be able to impose some sort of maybe large-scale rules as time goes on across the level, and impact behavior in some sort of way like that. So we have to make the AI receptive to designer input. And another general thing is that we have to make it workable for the AI engineer. So for me, or you. Basically, is the system just overall too complicated for me to use? Can I basically fit all of the workings in my
Yeah, I'm at the
one
point
time?
where
Can
it's too
read
complex
them
for me
about
to
the
use.
system, and
I
can
can't use it.
ultimately sort of query the system
I can't
and
use
figure
what
out
I
what's
have.
wrong when it needs to be, when something needs to be debugged and so on. So we have all these things. Now, for these questions of transparency and coherence and so on, you should really check out talk a couple years ago by Chris Butcher, my boss, and Jamie Griesmer, our lead level designer. That was a GDC 2002 talk, and that was called The Illusion of Intelligence, the Integration of AI and Level Design in Halo. That's an excellent talk, and it's a great philosophical overview and mostly a design overview of the role of AI in gameplay and so on and so forth. I'm not going to be talking about that. I'm going to be talking more about just how do we actually do the AI. So they had a nice little diagram in their talk in which perceptions came in from the world. It went through a little box with gears drawn in it, and then actions came out. And it was like, well, okay, fine. Today we're going to take that little box and blow it up. So maybe you get the idea from this slide that transparency, coherence, and directability, to some extent workability, all sort of center around the idea of decision making. Basically, are the right decisions being made? Are we making them over the correct amount of time? And are we choosing to be interrupted when appropriate, and so on and so forth? So really, I guess what I should be doing is inviting you to this talk.
Oh, I guess he is.
Decision making the Halo 2 AI, because that's really what we're going to be doing. So when you think about the general problem of decision making, there's a bunch of things that go into it. Maybe
Title
most
card number
obviously
2.
Sort of perception. Basically just what do I know about the world and how does that impact my decision making. The other question is memory. What have I been doing recently? What do I remember about things I've tried and failed to do, perhaps? More on the design side is sort of just the character definition. So a designer sits down and inputs maybe 500 floating point numbers which control behavior. And that clearly is not just a placebo. It is actually going to impact the behavior in some way or another.
What?
And then there's a question of level scripting.
500 floating point values? No way. I gotta see that. I've seen enough of the Blam engine to know like what that would look like, but that I can't believe that there's actually 500 numbers they can put in for a character. That's just ridiculous.
So again, like how does behavior change over the course of the level? Maybe not in an automatic way. In fact, certainly not in an automatic way. That would be really bad. What we're really talking about there is how the
Unless they mean 500 as in like all their possible actions, all their possible state, like everything like that. Okay, then sure, maybe you have 500 numbers, but there's no way you have like a character definition sheet that's like 500 numbers long. And that's like a quarter of what they do.
designer is able to change AI behavior in subtle and hopefully not so subtle ways over the course of the level because the drama requires it, because the pacing requires it, or whatever. So let's talk about decision making. Well, first of all, what are we going to be deciding between? Well, I'm going to call it, I'm sure we all have our own names for it, but I'm going to call it a behavior. Behavior as a program that takes temporary control of the actor in order to get something done. And
oh, funny. That's the name I've chosen. Behavior.
The important thing is that behaviors are temporal. They're not just sort of single events. And this is, I think, one of the areas in which academic AI, things like reinforcement learning and so on, often sort of gloss over this point that an action is not like a discrete event. An action is, I got to do something and I have this much time to do it, or I recognize these ending conditions, or whatever. Now, over the time that the behavior has control of the actor, they have these kinds of sort of action primitives. They can move the actor around to a particular point. They can orient, shoot, crouch, play dialogue.
Action primitives. Wow.
And they can also trigger what I'm calling actions, which are things like get into a vehicle, lean up against a wall, throw a grenade, so on and so forth.
That's literally what I was about to do. Behavior. Execute actions. Yep.
Very basic stuff. And then, again, like behaviors have a notion not only of duration, but also of relevancy. So they have an idea of like, well, when is it appropriate for me to turn on? Another way of saying that is starting and ending conditions. So we have a bunch of them in Halo 2. We have things like fight, vehicle entry, throw a grenade, cover friend, check body, which are which are post-combat behaviors. There's also really specific stuff, like elites can walk around and wake up a sleeping grunt. We're going to have to be able to do custom stuff like that. And in Halo 2, we had about 130 of these different things. Any particular character probably have less, probably have maybe 80 for one of the workhorses. And so this is how it all sort of fits in, and this is the absolute canonical structure, so hopefully we don't need to explain too much about it. Things come down from the world through perception and through the knowledge model. We build a couple of target possibilities, we pick a target, and then we choose a behavior somehow, and then those sort of...
So yeah, target selection is something that I don't have yet. I don't actually have target selection. I have an idea of goal selection, but I think somewhere in between senses and memory, I do need target selection. Because a goal needs to know about the targets. A behavior needs to know about the targets. Right? This travel, I guess I can call it primitive or whatever. This travel thing, I have a node, I have target groups. This is literally all target selection. He's got to be close, he's got to be real, a real target, and it's got to be in a certain group. So perhaps somewhere in between, maybe this is where a secondary sense fits in. I have curiosity that builds up interest in targets. Maybe that is my target selection. And I pull from curiosity and I say, what's the most interesting thing to me right now? Like, who's the most interesting enemy? Who's the most interesting friend? Maybe even just say, who's the most interesting thing in this group? That's probably what I say, right? Give me information about the most interesting zombie target, right? Where is he? Where have I seen him? Details like that. I have not. Good. That's good. Glad to hear it, Danilin. Does target selection fall into goals? No, I think I need some generic list. I mean, this is literally what they have, right? They're showing that they have a list. Okay, here's my 5 options. I'm picking this 4th option. Like, that's literally what they're showing. No, I have not. I don't know. That's something I gotta think about.
Control streams
when will you?
And impact my body or whatever.
Never, preferably.
So how do we actually, what is that decision process? Like, what is going on in there? Well, if you ask a designer, he's going to say something about the combat cycle probably, or at least if you ask a Bungie designer. And this is just basically the sort of canonical set of states that an AI can go through. Idle, he sees something, he goes to combat, he loses track, but he goes to search, he sees him again, goes to combat, self-preservation, flight, and so on and so forth. So again, that's very experiential. The player is going to see hopefully very explicitly all of these different modes of behavior. But of course, there's tons and tons of complexity hidden in there. Namely, you know, when do these things happen? How long do I self-preserve for? When I flee, do I ever come out of it again? How do I search? So on and so forth. So this is not a decision mechanism. This is just sort of a high-level description. This is a decision mechanism, behavior tree, and here I have to apologize for the AI programmers in the room because this will be the 30 billionth time that you've ever heard a behavior tree explained. Each of these boxes represents some kind of decision process, and as I choose one behavior, its children then become candidates for expression and so on and so forth. So I start with the root. I have only one choice, so I go that. I decide, well, now I have 4 high-level behaviors to choose from. Well, I choose engage. Now I have these options. I decide search because I can't see the guy, and then I decide what kind of search, and it's uncovered. So very simple. Here I'll get a little polemical. I mean, like, one of the problems I think we have in the game industry is that we tend to reinvent the wheel over and over and over again. And in particular, hierarchical decision structures is something that everyone is using and everyone's calling by a different name. So I apologize for spending any time whatsoever on it. But as it is the fundamental decision structure of the Halo 2 AI, I have to deal with it in some way or another. So we all know the good things about it.
It's like saying bleeding is something natural that the body has to do when it's... It would be preferable if it never happens.
Sort of an intuitive way to think about this.
And it's a symptom of... It's a symptom of something.
Making it's fairly modular, and it's it's nice.
It is not on its own something necessary.
Tree, and I don't have to think about all the other branches when I'm down one particular branch. The bad thing is, of course, that it's never really that simple.
Bleeding is natural, but you never want it to happen.
And encapsulation and so
it is
on.
never good when it's
There's
happening.
all kinds of subtle communication going on under the hood that we can't really get rid of. Debugging is hard.
Except for some cases where you have ingested some kind of actual toxin and literally the best way to get rid of it is just to bloodlet, then sure. But you never want it to happen. Like I said, that's a symptom again.
But why did he not do what I expected him to? Sort of negative debugging.
If it's happening, it means something bad is happening.
And I'm going to talk a lot more about memory later on.
Or has happened.
So I'm going to do my absolute best to sort of stick to what is actually, I think, sort of unique about our behavior tree and why we made certain decisions. Well, first of all, the first thing to say is, well, what is actually going on inside those boxes? Like, what kind of decision routine are we using? Two general approaches. You could say, well, the parent knows what kind of children are attached to it, and so just explicitly says who gets to run, which is fine. That kind of works. Gets a little more hairy when we get to something like 20 or 30 children, which we have in some cases in Halo 2, because you have to come up with decision logic, which handles all of those cases. And it's also not very easy to sort of pull behaviors in and out of it. So, or the parent, the custom decision routine has to take that into account in some way. So we generally go when we can for the sort of a child competitive model. Even within the child competitive strategy, though, you can sort of think of two large-scale approaches, sort of that analog relevancy approach. And I've dealt with a lot of academic systems which have done it this way. Basically, each behavior provides some floating point number, which is how much I want to run. And then and then the parent says, okay, I picked the one with the highest number. And I probably give a boost to the guy who was running last time because I don't want to dither or something like that. That's good. That's good.
Oh, okay. Well, he just brushed right over that, but that's exactly what I want to do, right? When we're picking a goal, we probably add some value to the goal that was running previously, so we can try to prevent it from fluctuating, flipping quickly. Yeah.
Which, as an industry and as a company, we do not at all like. And in general, if we were using an analog relevancy, we would generally want sort of discrete events to snap on authoritatively, and so we'd probably go from 0 relevancy to 5,000.0 relevancy from one tick to the next. But as long as we're doing that, well, why not just go ahead and do a binary relevancy?
He says 5,000. I think that's probably exactly how they do grenade dodging. They probably assign grenade dodging to like 5,000 because maybe something else is 1,000 because that one was supposed to be higher priority than everything else. But now they need something even higher priority. It's funny.
So in other words, each behavior is just saying, yeah, I want to run or I don't. So once I have that, I have a couple of options open to me about how exactly my decision is going to go about. There's things like the prioritized list. So my list of children is prioritized. I pick the first one that is relevant, and on subsequent ticks, more relevant guys can, or more higher priority guys can interrupt lower priority guys. There's things like you can do it sequentially. You can do it sequentially looping. So I go back to the beginning when I'm finished, and search is an example of.
Maybe that means if I do child, which I mean, that's if I say if I do it, that's literally what I'm doing. I guess I could call goals a high priority, like guaranteed just to be child competitive. They are the children of some root node that is picking what to do. So if I were to implement grenade dodging in Halo using what I'm going with right now, I would say, I might say that a child can interrupt a sibling, or yeah, a node can interrupt a sibling, but it can't go any higher up the chain than that. So if I'm running a priority 1 action, and then one of its children is running a priority 100, and then a sibling of that one runs a priority 200, we would overwrite that one. But we would never check something like an, yes, fitting with a child and sibling, something like a cousin, where a cousin suddenly activates and says, oh, like, I wouldn't even check it because it's not even relevant. But I wouldn't allow something like a cousin to say 1000 and override even its own sibling. I guess this would be more like an uncle. An uncle can't override. Actually, I guess it could. I don't know. Something crazy like that. Whatever. I'm just gonna watch.
Scheme. Randomized and things like one-off randomized.
Just forget about
what
that.
our post-combat uses. So post-combat has a couple of behaviors available to it and gets to run each one once at most. But it will probably turn off before it gets to it. So the question of well, what should we use then? Should we use parent custom? Should we use analog relevancy? Should we use binary relevancy? The correct answer, of course, is that we should use all of them because they're all going to be useful at one point or another. So this is something maybe silly, but it's something I'm going to be doing across the talk. I have about 5 design principles scattered throughout there, and these are actually pretty, I think, guiding philosophies for the way at least that I design systems and certainly AI systems. So yeah. So it turns out that the prioritized list approach is actually going to be the one that we use by far the most. In fact, on many of the high-level behaviors, those big groups like the root group or the engage group or whatever, the prioritized list is actually really important. And we end up using it that way, which is kind of satisfying because in a lot of ways, that's also again the way that you approach a problem, right? You say, hey, I have a problem. Can I do the best thing? No. Can I do the second best thing? No. Can I do the third best thing? Oh yeah, I can. Okay, great. So anyway, but there's a problem with prioritized list approach. What happens when a priority is not constant? And I'll give you a good example. I hope you can read that. Those are 3 behaviors in that little behavior.
I hope he might mention something about like when do you dodge a grenade, when do you dodge a vehicle, when do you shoot an enemy, right? Like those 3 things.
Charge, fight, and vehicle entry in that order. And guys basically say, hey, when I know there are enemies around and I see a vehicle next to me, I want to get in the vehicle because that's a smart thing to do. However, if I'm actively fighting a guy, then I don't want to do that. I want to concentrate on the guy, and then afterwards I'll go into the vehicle. So a designer has said, yeah, that's a good rule to have. Unless the player's in the vehicle, in which case you absolutely want to get in the vehicle no matter what. In other words, the priorities of the vehicle entry and the fight behavior are switched. So, well, how do we do that? There's a good example of 2 XYZs which are sort of conflicting each other. Well, the way we do that is we introduce this idea of an impulse. And an impulse is sort of this, it's a free-floating trigger. It's just something which is, it's basically taking a alternative condition to a existing behavior and it's moving it out into a different place. So in this case, we solve the problem by basically creating a player vehicle entry impulse, which is high priority than fight, and but the general case of vehicle entry is still lower priority. So impulses in some way reference some other behavior. And there's 2 ways we can go about executing them. We can do in place. So in this case, it would be something like I'm running engage and I'm running fight underneath it, and my player vehicle entry impulse becomes relevant. And as a consequence, I begin running the vehicle entry behavior at the priority level of the original impulse. And the other option is to do sort of a redirection. In this case, I've added a self-preserve on damage impulse, which is just above the fight. And what happens now is that when that becomes relevant, I can actually redirect my execution stack to go to another part of the tree. So that's just a generally useful thing, and that's in fact how we do a lot of our self-preservation triggers, because as you might imagine, there's lots of reasons, all of them different to actually cover. So that's, I think, another design principle.
So redirection, I guess, makes sense there.
Don't hide it. Hiding it in this case is the very strong temptation to just say, hey, these 2 things trigger the same behavior, so why not just put it together in one relevancy function and be done with it? In fact, it's really worth separating those 2 out into 2 different sort of system-recognized entities so that we can assign different priorities and for other reasons too, which I'll get into a little later on. Just very quickly, there's another reason to have impulses around. Imagine an impulse which doesn't reference another behavior at all, which is just a piece of code, and I just stuck it into the tree somewhere, and I never actually cause it to become relevant or anything. I call those hacks. Or, to put it nicely, localized code with ad hoc functionality. And as stupid as that sounds, it's actually a really good idea in my mind to basically never let the architecture get in the way of doing something simple. if I can write a little piece of code which says, hey, when I recognize these conditions, play this line of dialogue, then I should just be able to do that. And the nice thing is that an impulse is just a little chunk of code, and I can put it in the tree, and it runs in a very specific place under specific conditions. So we have actually 2 examples right there, but we have a ton of examples of where we do that kind of stuff in the Halo 2 AI. Crouch on danger impulse is something that sits at the top of the engage behavior group, which says basically, hey, when my danger level gets above a certain threshold, then I crouch down. So continue what you're doing, whatever other behaviors you're running in this group, but crouch down while you do it. That's cool. The other thing is a dive impulse, where a dive is sort of an instantaneous action. It's just sort of launching of an animation. So if I can detect the conditions that should cause me to dive, then there's really no reason for me to continue doing that over time. I can just instead have a little piece of code that says, hey, dive, and then the guy does it. And then presumably he has some ability also to analyze his own body on subsequent ticks and decide, hey, my body is being used for this animation. So I actually think that's important to put into design principle 3, embrace the hackery. That's a great thing, right? There are 2 things that are demanded. When we want to do a hack, there are 2 things that are demanded of our architecture. One is let us do it, and 2 is help us to contain.
We're back. Dog is barking. I'm back. All right.
Catalog and otherwise keep track of it. And actually, this fulfills those requirements pretty well. If only because in order to create an impulse, we have to add it to this long global list of impulses, and so it's pretty hard to forget about it because it's there whenever we look at it. Here's another problem. In determining relevancy, we check the same conditions over and over and over and over and over again. And I'm talking about things like the actor's vehicle status. Certain behaviors he can run when he's in infantry mode, others he can run when he's a driver, other when he's a passenger. And almost every behavior has some requirements in terms of vehicle status. So every behavior has to go through and say, hey, are you this or are you that? Are you one of these? Are you this one in particular? Are you one of these two? And so on and so forth. Another example is the actor's alert status. Is he idle in combat? Does he have a visible target? That kind of thing. So that's kind of dissatisfying. The way that we get around that is we attach a little piece of metadata to each behavior. What that does, first of all, is that it forces each behavior to declare its execution conditions, which is not a bad thing because it forces us to think, hey, actually, should we allow this behavior to run? Does it make sense for a passenger in a vehicle to do this, or only a driver, so on and so forth? In Halo 2, those conditions were expressed in just this little bit vector, and so it was really nice and easy to say, hey, do my actual state bit vector match up with this conditions bit vector for this behavior? So I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, well, that's pretty stupid. That's just a way of optimizing a decision process, right? That's just a way of really quickly of checking a bunch of conditions. And of course that's true. But in fact, I think there's sort of an interesting interpretation alternatively, and that's that metadata sort of acts as a behavior mask. Basically, what you see on the left here is the behavior tree as it looks like for a infantryman. The one in the middle is the driver, and the one on the right is the passenger. So you see that what we're sort of doing is actually filtering out major chunks of the tree as we go through and change our overall body posture, our overall state. And I think that's pretty powerful because, well, first of all, clearly the fewer decisions we have to make, the better. The fewer options that we have at any point, the better. And it just forces us to think, well, what is actually the structure of the decision-making process at a particular time? So that's actually a useful thing for us to do. Here's another problem. Character type specific behaviors. So basically, grunts have certain things that they can do. So I want to put it into the tree, but at least we'll never ever be able to do that. So why do we actually go to the trouble, fortunately, to go and check that relevancy function? Even if that relevancy function immediately fails, because maybe at the top of that relevancy function it says, if you are a grunt, then consider. Another example here, well, one of the examples is the retreat from scary enemy impulse. Grunts have a lot of retreat behaviors, so there are a lot of retreat conditions. So basically they have a lot of impulses, which are sort of retreat on this, retreat on that, retreat on the other thing. But a lot of other characters never need to consider it. So the solution is, again, to attach custom behaviors to the tree. In this case, this is sort of a generic fragment of the tree, and this is what it would look like for a grunt. So we've just taken a bunch of impulses and we've added it in a custom way for the grunt, and that's a way that we can make sure that it's only the grunts that consider doing those things and not other characters. What's interesting about that, and what's also sort of interesting about the previous example, is that all of a sudden we're starting to see that the tree is not this completely static structure, that we actually can sort of tweak it in runtime. It's sort of plastic in these ways that we hadn't maybe thought of before. I think this is also important because it's sort of it's design principle 4, so of course it's important. It's a variation from a stable base. So you can sort of consider the generic tree that you see on the left here. Maybe that is actually the thing that implements that designer diagram at the beginning of the combat cycle. So maybe like some of the basic structure of our brains that we're considering is encoded in the generic structure. And so then other characters can come along and add different trigger conditions and different transition conditions and so on. So the alternative would, of course, be to say, well, I'm just going to completely rebuild a new tree for the grunt, and this will be the grunt tree, and then the elite will use the elite tree, and so on and so forth. But given how actually complicated our brains are, there's going to be a lot of repeated structure, and so a lot of common work that could be combined. And so I think by doing sort of the custom behavior approach, we can actually avoid a lot of that. Here's one more thing. Rare event-driven behaviors are tested for every check. Take the behavior which they talked a lot about in the talk a couple years ago. The grunts flee when their leader dies. So a bunch of grunts are fighting with their elite beside them. You headshot the elite, he goes down. And what should happen is that all the grunts should throw up their arms and go running away. Yet another retreat behavior. What's dissatisfying, though, is that if we put it just in a tree as usual, what's going to happen is that we're going to go every single tick and we're going to say, hey, did my leader die? No. Did my leader die? No. Did my leader die? And that's sort of a waste of time, more or less. And it's also, well, in my mind, it's also a waste of mental bandwidth. So we're going to do something we call stimulus behaviors. And these are behaviors or impulses, I should say, that are dynamically and asynchronously placed into a tree at a specified location. So how does that work? Well, I have my actor, and he's got his decision structure in there. And I have events coming in from the world. For example, I have an actor died event, which comes in. My stimulus system turns that into which you absolutely cannot read there, but it's a leader dead retreat impulse. And it's also specifying a duration for that impulse. So basically we're saying a lifetime, like how long should that stay in my tree? Because it just makes no sense to have the guy go down and then 5 seconds later actually, go running away. So it's an indication of how long we should consider reacting to the thing. Well, immediately that becomes active because the thing maybe just did happen. And, sorry, it was put in because it just happened, but it became active because I'm a grunt and I do those things. And it's an impulse. And so what happens is that it redirects us to the retreat behavior and off I go, essentially. So, well, why am I actually making it so complicated? Like, why not just say, hey, when the stimulus system gets that event, just start doing the damn thing, like just start fleeing. Well, sure, okay, we could do that, but maybe that's just one XYZ. In fact, it is just one XYZ. And there's another XYZ which says, if the player comes up in a vehicle, driving a vehicle, you absolutely get in, no questions asked. There's nothing that is more important than getting in that damn vehicle when the player drives up. Well, in that case, we have to be able to refuse to flee under certain circumstances. And it's that priority that the tree actually captures for us. So it's sort of the thought that anytime we're making decisions outside of the tree, it's not necessarily a well thought out decision. If it's in the tree, it is. So there we are. Very quickly, we also support sort of a joint behavior mechanism. We do it through invitation. Basically, guy one on the left says, he comes to some behavior which says, hey, invite these other guys to do this thing with me. At some other point, the guy on the right, guy two, gets the invitation, perhaps through a different behavior, and accepts it and says, yeah, sure, I'll do that with you. And at that point, they can set up some kind of shared memory space and do all that stuff. That's cool. That's cool for things like, say, vehicle flipping. I don't know if anyone has ever seen it in the shipping game, but if there are 3 Marines driving along in a Warthog and the Warthog flips over, they'll actually get together, set up a joint behavior, run around to the same side, and they'll push the thing over together, and then they'll get back in, which is cool. In that kind of
I've never seen that.
Joint invitation-based,
I don't know how it's possible.
Works really well because it's sort of like I don't even want to try to do this thing if I can't get my other 2 friends with me. Another alternative means of setting up that kind of thing is sort of a blackboard.
I mean, it's probably happened, and I maybe just didn't really notice it.
Particularly the kinds of problems where I'm going to be doing
Like if there's several Warthogs, and I'm in one of them, and I see the other guys flip.
Of course.
Maybe later on I see them again. I'm like, actually, I just didn't even think about that. Probably happened.
But anyway, there's a behavior.
They probably flip their vehicle back over.
What I think are sort of cool features to our behavior tree. The behavior DAG. Actually, I didn't even mention that. It's sort of a DAG more than a tree because certain behaviors can appear in more than one place. The fact that we use binary decisions, the use of impulses, metadata, custom behavior stimulus, so on and so forth. I think the most important thing to take out of all of this is that actually the tree is sort of fundamentally dynamic structure now. Like we're adding stuff to, we're taking stuff away, we're filtering out entire branches and so on and so forth. And that's really flexible. That really makes it a lot easier to work with and a lot easier to put new stuff into it and just have it all work. So I don't have a lot of time left actually. I'm going to talk a little bit about memory though, because memory is actually a fundamental problem of behavior trees. In the ideal world, what would we do? We would just say, hey, each behavior in every single actor gets a little chunk of memory and gets to do whatever they want with them. Unfortunately, that's a lot of data to keep around, especially if we have hundreds and hundreds of behaviors. So what do? Well, let's do the obvious thing, and everybody does this, right? Let's keep around state only for the behaviors that are running. Whatever. In Halo 2, that was a very explicit sort of layer allocation. We had a chunk of memory. It was divided into layers. The behavior running in layer 1 got to do one thing, or got to use the first chunk, layer 2, the second chunk, and so on and so forth. Which is fine, except of course we lose that information every time we switch behaviors. So what do we do about that? What do we do about state that we need to keep around regardless of whether we're running behavior or not? An example of that is the grenade throw, right? I'm not running a grenade throw all the time, but I do have to remember when the last time I did throw a grenade was because the designer has said, grenades can only be thrown every 5 seconds and not more. Well, my answer to that is just that memory is actually a pretty complicated thing, and there's actually a couple ways in which we store memory in the Halo 2 AI. First is what I've just talked about, behavior state. It's sort of a short-term thing, like what is the data that I need to successfully complete the behavior that I'm running right now. The other thing is persistent per behavior. So in other words, I have a chunk of memory in the actor, and we let individual behaviors store small amounts of data when they absolutely need to in that memory.
I'll be right back. I'm back.
memory chunk, and that.
I'm kind of
works
getting
for things
used to
like
this
Nitro.
being all the way in my left ear.
We also, however, have to think about doing it per target. What about a melee, for example, where I'm only allowed to melee the same guy once within every 5 seconds, but just because I meleed one guy doesn't mean I can't melee another guy. So clearly at that point I can't keep global state in my brain about meleeing in general. I have to actually store information per target. And so that's another thing that we do. We have a name for these objects because they're always being deleted and created as appropriate. We call them props for no other really good reason than we call the agents actors, and so the actors use props. Sure. It's completely inappropriate in every other way, but in that way it's good. And something that I'll just mention is that props for us are also perception caches. So in other words, I'm getting a stream of data about objects in the world, and we're storing it in that same structure. And they also pretty much constitute our knowledge model. They just basically keep track of, basically that is where I keep track of things in the world. So it's sort of interesting to me that our knowledge model really consists of 2 parts. It's first of all what I'm sensing and what I remember about what the object is doing, and it's also the things that I've done to the object or the things that I've tried to do to the object. As fast as I can, I'll do the example of search, because search is an example where we have to keep per target information. And hopefully this will illustrate pretty clearly why. I acquire a certain target, I fight it, and after a time it takes cover. So of course I decide to search because that's what I do when I lose my target. In the course of searching, because it's an action that takes duration, in the course of searching I inspect the last known location for the guy, and I select a new search point. Maybe that's in the direction that I last saw him heading in. As I'm on my way over there, I acquire a second target. In deciding to fight the second target, because now I have a more immediate problem, I deactivate my search, and any sort of short-term memory that I had about my search is actually discarded. I kill target 2 in short order, and I switch back to target 1. Still not seeing target 1, I decide to search for it, and now the question is, well, where do I search? If I had threw that in the behavior state in that short-term volatile memory, I'd be in big trouble, because I'd be starting again, essentially. Luckily, we put it instead in the per-target behavior, and we can use the existing search point. So I think that's a cool example. First of all, because it's a really coherent, I think, sequence of actions that our agent.
This is an exact problem that I have. Not quite the same, target 1, target 2, but if I would have multiplayer, I would have this problem. My problem is that I have mostly around investigation. What does a zombie do when it sees you, searches for you, and then loses you? What does it do at that point? Or rather, it chases you, it loses you, and then it sees you again. Or it hears you, or I don't know, something like that, right? Could it go back to a previous position that it saw you at? How would it know that, right? Where is that stored? So they have 3 different things, right? They have state that, I guess in my case, a goal keeps track of some state. I guess really probably the behaviors keep track of some state. And when we're out of that behavior, we drop that state, drop that memory. This does kind of go against the model where I want memory to be all contained in one spot and saved all together. I kind of had this for goals where a goal does processing and saves something, which is then used immediately later. That information is technically only transferred top to bottom. It's not persisted. It will be overwritten if it's before every read is a guaranteed write. I'm never writing and then double reading. I'm never writing twice and then reading. I write once, read once, write once, read once, right? The curiosity sense is per target. We do track an interest per target. There's no actual limit on that. There should be a limit, I think. There's no limit on it. So I guess it would really be like another dictionary, right? Also, how does it switch? Right, where's this? They say acquire target and switch. How does it know? Right, it actually doesn't know, I think. I've figured that I probably need like a proper log of actions that are taken and whether or not they were completed. Or not even actions, but goals that are taken and if they were completed. Which, okay, maybe if I really boil this down, I'm just calling goals the first children of the root node, which is the mind. And the behavior is the children of those first root nodes. Or the first, sure, whatever. I guess it's probably not exactly like that. Maybe I should follow the lead here a bit and just cut out goals and just have behaviors, which can then call other behaviors. I don't know if I ever need a case for an impulse where something happens and something else needs to happen in relation to that, no matter what's going on. Yeah, if I have, right, 2 players in the world, how does a zombie decide what to do? Let's say the zombie literally follows this exact path. Sees target 1, loses sight, starts searching, sees player 2, they get player 2. What should they do? They should go back to player 1, and they should continue the search. Right. That is what they should do. Right.
A player watching this, I think, would pretty well understand that he sees a guy going after a target, gets interrupted by something else. Once he's dealt with that, he continues on what he was doing. So I think that's cool. And I think the other cool thing is that what it sort of suggests is that things like search location is really more a property of my mental image of the target, more so than a property of the search behavior itself. What that means is that it's pretty useful when we can to put stuff in the knowledge model rather than keep it in the behavior state. And I think all of this approach to memory in general also constitutes another example of design principle 2 about formalizing complexity and don't hide it. Hiding it in this case would have meant trying to make do with one type of memory, or even worse, it would have meant trying to make do with that short-term volatile memory. Instead, we've noticed that there's going to be these different ways in which we use memory, and so we're going to very explicitly formalize this is what this memory is used for, this memory is used for, and so on. And so every time I come to store a piece of data, store a variable, I have to really think about, well, what do I want the persistence of this data to be? And let me put it in the appropriate place. I also like it because it lets me use words like terms like short-term memory, thereby implying that we do anything, basically appropriating a psychological term and thereby implying that we're doing something like what's going on in our own brains, which is, of course, nonsense. So in the last 15 minutes of the talk, I'm going to talk about how designers deal with our AI. As the diagram suggests, there's 2 general parts to this problem. The character definition, which is about what are the static properties of the character. First of all, things like model, what model, geometric model do they use, what animation graph do they use. And we also have behavior parameters. So like what are the set of floats that control my, all my flee thresholds and my fights and my combat ranges and how I use certain vehicles and so on and so forth. And this is static control because it's basically a static definition that we're going to load into all these different situations, and it should, hopefully that definition will cover every problem we're going to come across. And then there's level scripting or dynamic control. So again, like how are things going to change over the course of the level. You'll note, of course, that the first part deals primarily with the problem of variety. So again, variety is the fact that we're going to have a bunch of different types of characters. So we express those different types of characters through different character definitions. And the other part deals specifically with variation, again, how behavior changes over time. So looking at the way that we deal with variety, in Halo 2 we have a certain number of character types, I think 16 different character types, and those are sort of high level. These are elites, they're grunts, marines, hunters, the big guys with the shields, and so on and so forth. And then for each one of those character types, you can have what we call variants. So you're not just an elite, you'll be a gold elite, a red elite, an honor guard elite, jetpack elite, so on and so forth. And each variant is a different
dot
kind of
character
character.
definition file.
Dot character definition file. Here's the problem. If we have 64 variants, which we actually do, about 80 behaviors per variant, and about 3 parameters to control the behavior correctly per behavior, we have up to 15,000 different floating point numbers that we need to author and maintain, which is a pretty untenable situation. Luckily, we have a way to deal with this, and that is that character files are not just flat lists of parameters, they're actually divided into blocks. So I'll have a vitality block, which says how much life I have, how much shield I have, perception block, search block, weapon usage block for each type of different kind of weapon. In a character file, each of those blocks can be instantiated or not. And we're going to put them in a hierarchy so that child characters only instantiate significant variations from its parent. And at the root of the tree, we have something called the generic character, which gives reasonable values for all the parameters that we could possibly want. And so what we get is a character tree. And again, the nice thing about that is that when I come to decide, hey, I know I want to create an aggressive jetpack elite, which is going to differ from the jetpack elite in the following ways. When I come to tuning that character, I can just focus on what makes that character particularly special with relative to its parent. So that's a pretty useful thing, and we have quite a fleshed out character hierarchy in Halo 2. This is, of course, another example of design principle 4 in action, variation from the stable base.
I'll be honest, I've never noticed. Never noticed that. I feel like I might have noticed it more in Halo Reach. I might say that, yeah, each of the different elites do behave differently. But, I mean, I'm not sure if that's actually in Halo Reach. I definitely didn't notice this in Halo 2.
The other thing that
Yeah, I definitely never noticed that.
Characters reference are these things that we call styles. And styles are cool, as it said, because they're basically a behavior mask. What you see is one of the sort of a screenshot from one of our tools. And what we basically have is a long, flat list of all the behaviors that we could possibly be interested in. And what that lets us do is basically expose to the designer when certain impulses or behaviors are available to particular characters. So maybe I have a grunt that should not flee under any circumstances for some reason. It's a zealot grunt, which instead always charges the player in this suicidal way. Well, that's very easy to set up because we can just go through that behavior list and say, hey, you can't retreat, you can't self-preserve, you can't do anything. And hopefully that'll just all work. The other thing that styles do is they are able to bias control parameters. And I'm not going to talk about how that works because that's I'm already almost out of time. But there is a way basically so that we can indicate basically I want to use a more aggressive parameter set, I want to use a more defensive parameter set, and so on. And the other important thing is that styles are superposable, so I should be able to combine styles in various ways, and I'll explain why that is important in a minute. Note again that this is another reason why impulses are a really great thing, because by separating out different triggers, even though they're referencing the same behavior, if I separate out into multiple impulses, then I'm actually exposing that to the designer to decide whether or not it should be included in a particular character. So I think that's all cool. In terms of dynamic control, so now we're talking about, well, okay, how do we actually go about scripting at a high level behavior? In Halo 1, we did it through these things called encounters. Encounters were groups of actors combined with a group of areas that those actors could occupy. And when fighting was done in one area, they were moved to another encounter. One of the problems was that moving actors from one encounter to the next was sort of architecturally discouraged. It was kind of difficult to round up your actors and make sure they all got through to the next encounter. So in Halo 2, we organized it a little bit differently. We said that actors are collected in groups called squads. We have zones, which are groups of areas, and we have something else called an order, which is sort of a mapping between the two. So the inspiration for the order structure is sort of, well, it's the very kind of order that a sergeant might give his grunts, his men. Basically orders that are barked in the midst of combat that are sort of like, take that hill or hole up in that bunker. Or put in a more generic form, occupy this space and behave this way. So there are two parts of that. There's the position direction and the behavior direction. So position direction I won't go into too much, except to say that here's a battlefield, say, there's enemies standing up, presumably towards the top of the screen. And so the way that a designer might approach this is by saying, well, you're going to start in this initial order, and you're going to occupy this space, and that's an area that they can define by using essentially point clouds. And they're going to say, well, you can occupy this space, and basically do whatever you want within this area. Now, certain trigger conditions, certain conditions might be met.
This spot looks weird. Why does this spot look weird? I know what level this is. And I know the player comes from this direction and goes that way, but this spot just looks weird. What's weird about this?
The designer may be scripting a certain order transition.
I feel like something is missing over here.
Or so on. But at some later point, the order 4 will be assigned to a particular squad, and soon they'll be given a new space to occupy, and so on and so forth. So we have a mechanism actually to do automatic transitions between orders, and in other cases, those are explicitly scripted. Now, in terms of behavior direction for orders, there's a couple of things that we can do. There's certain sort of directions that we can include in the order. The first is, well, vehicles can be disabled or enabled. So I check the box, and suddenly none of the actors in that order are allowed to use vehicles. I can ask the actors to turn on or off active camouflage. I can tell them to follow the player or not, and I can also give instructions on rules of engagement. So, hold back and don't fire until the player opens fire, or until you're fired upon. And the other thing is that we again have a style. So again, the style is a behavior mask and is also a control parameter bias. So that basically allows me to say, hey, you're going to do this, you're going to occupy this space and you're going to do it aggressively. Or
Dude, it seems like Halo 2 has a lot of complexity that I've never seen. I definitely know that AIs do this, but I didn't think this was like a whole system they set up. Right. He says something about, I don't know if he's just making this up on the spot as an example, or if this is a real thing. Oh, okay. There kind of is. I didn't know it was generically coded though. This is literally, he's about to show it. There's literally a mission where you start in active camouflage, and until the enemy spots you, until you're spotted by the enemy, your group that you're with will not engage until you are spotted. So you can like walk into the room with active camo and like assassinate everybody, and the encounter's over. You can walk into the room, shoot your gun, then your guys will start shooting. You can walk into a room and you get a couple of them, and then one of them spots you and shoots you, then your guys start shooting him. Right?
or until you're fired upon.
I didn't know that was like a system they set up. I thought that was just like that one scripted event where they were just going to wait until gunfire or everyone dies.
The thing is that we again have a style. So again, the style is a behavior mask and is also a control parameter bias. So that basically allows me to say, hey, you're going to do this, you're going to occupy
this is
space,
all
you're gonna
probably
do
at this point further than I ever need.
And so that's just another knob that is available for the designers to tweak. That's a little bit dangerous because styles can be, styles are very clearly sort of the sledgehammer approach to behavior. So it's very possible for a designer, unattended, to create a style that actually leaves the actor with nothing to do. And so that's a danger. The two good sides of that is that I personally am always in oversight of those style files. And the other good thing is that we only need a very.
I guess what I'm trying to say with that is, it seems like if you want to mod a custom Halo campaign, Halo 2 could be the one to do it in. If they have that much to do.
Players simply won't recognize them, won't appreciate them. But you see that using these different kind of knobs that we're providing through the order, we can put together orders which say things like, all right, men, engage active camouflage and move forward cautiously and don't open fire until the chief does. So that's kind of cool. What it means is that we actually have we have some sort of, quite an expressive language to actually control our actors and move them around the level in a particular way that serves the drama or the pacing or whatever. The especially good thing is that there's no scripting involved in this. This is all through a GUI. And so they never have to actually touch a text processor.
Yeah, no scripting for that. It's nuts.
So in summary, this is sort of the.
I feel like they do that literally one time.
That the designers have at their disposition.
That's the funny part.
The actor has a.
They have that whole system for that one, the first.
An order, and the order references both a set of areas
fight.
And style. At the same time,
in like the
character
third
also
mission or
references the
something.
character definition, which also feeds behavior parameters into the tree and also provides a style. So again, you'll see the two styles on the right there, and that's exactly why you need the styles to be superposable, because in fact, you're going to be combining them from different sources. In fact, if I'm sitting in a vehicle, the vehicle is also going to have a style for that particular seat, because in certain situations, I don't want a tank to behave the same way as something else. Or I don't want to drive the tank the same way I might drive a warthog. I don't want to stray from my target, say, or what have you. So that's cool, and I think it's cool, in fact, enough to call it Design Principle 5, which is just work with your representations, and even more importantly, make sure your representations work well together. The thing I like about all of this is that all of the structures that we're looking at here, they all feed back into the behavior tree, ultimately. And the nice thing is that they also feed back in principled ways. There's very little that's ad hoc.
They all feed back into the behavior tree. Yeah.
So I'm at the very end. I have a quick recap. These are the design principles. Always choose D, all of the above. Formalize complexity, don't hide it. You want to embrace the hackery always. Variation from a stable base is useful. And you always want to work with your representation, make sure you're leveraging their strengths.
Yeah. I mean, originally when I was writing this, I was set on avoiding a behavior tree. I did not want to have a behavior tree. Thinking about it more, reflecting on what I've made and trying to use it, it's a simple thing that just works. It's proven to work. It's a proven concept that is easy to work with, easier. What is this? Why is he red? I feel like I've never seen this in the game. Yeah. They're mentioning metadata stuff. Essentially, I guess what that boils down to is if I say, hey, I want a target in this group, I could check a value and say, hey, does zombie target exist? And if I have it, then I grab that and I can work from there, right? Instead of saying, all right, check the memory. Do we have an event? No. Is it closest? No. Is it... Do we have a node? No. Is it in our group? No. Right? Instead of doing all of this over and over again for literally every thing. Like I said, I would run through it one time. I could do some pre-processing. But behaviors when they go through it are like they can check first. They can just ask, hey, who's the closest zombie target? And if they don't have it, then maybe there's some generic script that always runs because I know that it's always going to run the same way. And we can grab that. Or just in that position, I can grab it. I don't know.
In terms of technical takeaways, I'm hoping at least that some of the things that we talked about here are actually also useful to you guys who have built similar systems. To me, the technical takeaways of the talk should hopefully be the idea of the dynamic behavior tree, so a tree that's not just static. The idea of binary relevancy as something that's much simpler to get, very specific priorities implemented. The idea of behavior masking, either by style or by metadata. We use a principled approach to memory. And lastly, as hopefully illustrated by that example with search, whenever we can, we take the smarts out of the behavior and we put it in the knowledge model. Conclusions, I just have two quick conclusions. First of all systems, as we've just said, need to play ball with the core decision mechanism. If decisions are going to get made, if behavior is going to be impacted, it has to be in some way through that decision tree. Sorry, behavior tree. Decision trees are something else. And the most important thing, again, is that we're not looking for a smart architecture in a lot of ways. We're looking for an expressive architecture. Because after all, what's important is the designer and his XYZ. So that's what I got. Thanks.
I'll stick around
any time
for
questions.
questions.
Or just a few questions if people could walk up to the microphone. If they can get.
Walk up to the microphone?
And also, yes, if you please
okay.
sign up
Good.
fill out those.
We got a microphone for the questions.
No questions at all.
I just had a quick question. I was wondering how much it would have complicated your job if particularly with dealing with short-term memory, if the characters, the enemies had ran out of ammo.
ran out of ammo, and then presumably had to go pick up other weapons.
Yeah.
You know, actually, our designers have design objections to that kind of thing. One of the things they talk about is that a character with a certain weapon has a very specific function. So a jackal with a sniper rifle has a certain function in the encounter, and then in fact, by allowing the jackal to change weapons, you're actually making this whole system less predictable for the player, and you're basically invalidating for no good reason the player's plan that the player is forming to attack a certain encounter and so on. So for that reason, we don't generally like the idea of AIs. Maybe your allies can do it. That would be one thing, but we don't generally like the idea of enemy AIs changing weapons. And obviously, if they're running out of ammo, then that doesn't leave them much to do. Which sucks. So.
I guess there's the cheat that you can be down to 1 ammo, give it to an ally.
Do enemies run out of ammo in Halo 2? I don't think so. I know that they don't in CE. Maybe they do, but they don't pick up other weapons. Yeah, I guess they don't. I guess they actually, yeah. Because even in Halo 3 they have infinite ammo.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of like a thing. Is that this is probably just a mistake somewhere in the code where when they drop it, they don't remember how much ammo they had. They just drop some random amount of ammo. What he's talking about here is when you're running low on ammo, you can swap it with a ally and recover it, and it would give you back more ammo. Still very little ammo, but more.
Firing with it, but it still only has 1 ammo.
Yeah, no, that's not a bug. That's a design feature. Yeah. Well, what it also means is that it's this really cool thing where, contrary to what your intuition may be, whenever you get a really cool weapon, first thing you should do is give it to the AI. Yeah. Go replay Earth City, everyone, with that in mind. Give the AI the rocket launcher.
Hey, I have a question. Do you have any system that lay down between behavior system and animation, or you play an animation directly from behavior system, or like both of them?
Is the animation system different from the behavior system?
No, like do you have any like another system which might be laid down between behavior and animations?
Oh, yeah. One thing I didn't talk about is sort of the low-level animation and movement and shooting control layer, which is a whole other huge system, which is basically taking these very high-level instructions from the AI, things like take a path to that object or take a path to that point, and is actually doing the sort of the low-level navigation and steering and that kind of thing. So there is a whole mess of complexity down in that layer as well. Yeah. Does that answer your question pretty much? Perfect. Anyway. Sure.
Damn it.
There is the basic. Sorry, the question was.
I was going to repeat it.
If I got it right, is there a different copy of the tree for each actor, or is there some kind of shared structure? The answer is that in fact each actor ultimately, each type of actor, not every actor, but each actor class has a static tree definition assigned for that actor class. So we'll have exactly 16 of them in the game for each character.
Okay. So something I was going to come up with was when I spawn a zombie, it literally has its own full everything. Everything is already on its own. Technically, I don't need that. If I set it up correctly, I can have literally one behavior as like a black box, and it accepts its inputs and it produces an output. And you can, put a reference to that wherever you want, and it will operate correctly there. Technically, that means if I do that, I could have 2 actors running the exact same code at the exact same time with different inputs. So technically, I save a little bit on memory there because I'm not instancing a new behavior tree or anything like that. It's kind of like the one electron universe idea. If they're indistinguishable from each other, then they may as well be the same thing, right? So I guess when I produce a mind and like what it can do, I can just use, I could just use references. I don't have to make a new copy. Hey Yo-Yo.
Each character type, elites, grunts, and so on.
I'm gonna be wrapping up soon.
No, well, when I'm inserting for the stimulus behaviors, when I'm inserting a behavior into that tree, that's actually for one particular actor. Okay, not for a character class. Yeah, well, but you don't want to do. You don't want to do it. I mean, if you want to do it for every grunt, then it would be a good plan to do it for the character class. In fact, we only want the grunts that are part of that leader's immediate area to actually undergo that. And in a lot of cases, it will be very specific individuals that you actually want to run a particular, that you want to stimulate in that way. So,
I was wondering how the decision tree is represented. Is that something that's done in code, or do you have a separate data file for that?
The behavior tree? Mm-hmm. That's done through just hard-coded. Yeah, that's all encoded. The only sort of data-driven aspect of it is what is allowed by particular characters. So again, that style.
Okay. When the player dies, are there any special considerations for resetting the trees?
Is there any special
considerations for resetting the trees?
Resetting them?
Yeah, back to the.
Well, no. We have a whole game state system that takes care of restoring exactly state. You're talking about just the player dies and we restore it to. There's actually no need to do that because the static structures are just that. They're static. The static that just define the structure of the behavior trees themselves. And then the character's place in that tree is just defined by its internal state, and that state is part of a game state system, which is just wholesale sort of plopped in and plopped out as we reset and save.
I was just going to ask about debugging this, and if you had any debugging tools. Like, could you actually look at a behavior tree of a character, like the instantiated version of it?
Yeah, that's a really good question. We actually do not, and we do not have the ability to say, hey, show me what a grunt's tree looks like.
Oh wow.
And that's a glaring deficiency. Like we would have to.
Dang it.
We should do that. That's a good idea.
How was debugging it? Like, if I can imagine they applied a mask onto it, and there's a bunch of different objects in there all playing into the one tree. It might be really difficult to. Like, I can see how easy a designer would be able to rack a behavior.
Sure, yeah, and it happens all the time. They shouldn't be left alone with it. I mean, the most useful debugging tools that we had was just the ability to print out each actor's behavior stack as they run around the world, and also the ability to print out basically the decisions that they're making. So basically, how they got to their current place in the stack. So, but you're right that that doesn't help us. With
I was hoping he might.
Why did you fail to run
like I also thought, like that's a great question. I wonder what his solution is. They didn't make one. It sounds like they had more debugging tools for CE than they did for Halo 2. That's funny. Dang, really? Because I was looking at it and I'm like, looking at the printing and I'm like, okay, like this happened, but why? I don't know anything. I can kind of, like, if I know underlying how it works, I know that, like, okay, investigate didn't call navigate this time because Chase is already navigating, right?
How do you introduce randomness? For example, if you don't want your
this is a good question.
actor to always throw a grenade every 5 seconds, but grenade is highest on the list, how do you introduce some randomness, between picking?
Well, again, it's sort of a relevancy thing, right? The behavior can declare itself relevant or not, which just means that in the relevancy function itself, it can do any kind of probabilistic test it wants to.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Relevancy test. Then it can do a probabilistic function. Did I hear that right? Did you say those are two separate things, or is it the same thing?
Well, again, 5 seconds. But grenade is highest on the list. How do you introduce some randomness, between picking?
Well, again, it's sort of a relevancy thing, right? The behavior can declare itself relevant or not, which just means that in the relevancy function itself, it can do any kind of probabilistic test it wants to.
It just means it says, can I run, can I not? And then inside it actually does, RNG, right? Okay. There's a slide I want to go back to for that. Oh, where is it? It was pretty early. Okay, but not this early. Must be skipping over it. Here. Analog relevancy, binary relevancy. Okay. Should I split those? I don't know. I mean, he says to sign principle 1, given A, B, or C, always choose D, all of the above. I guess I would, right? I guess I probably should in that case. Because then it's like, alright, well, what happens when I finally reach the point where I say, I definitely want binary. And I don't want to say a value between -1 and 1. Right, what happens then? Then I would say, oh, that's fine, I already support that. So then I just use it, right? Alright, well. I'm going to go ahead and take a few more notes. I'll put this one right next to it. What was this one? '25, 2005. $2005. Change this default color. I think I definitely can. I've done it before. I don't know. I'm just gonna go right to the end of the slides where he has it all written out. Given A, B, and C, always choose D. All of the above. Right? Formalize complexity. He says embrace the hackery. That's probably fine if, you know, you're making a game that you gotta ship soon. Maybe not if you are... Where's this style thing? Okay. Is it... I want to strike through this. Why is it literally just like totally gone? I mean, the real thing is these like actually conflict with each other. Formalize complexity, don't hide it, embrace the hackery. Like these are mutually exclusive. Jeez. They had a need where they needed impulses, and they called that hackery. It's not really hackery. Variation from a stable base. And then it was obviously I will do this because I'm using it. I can't make a system for the game and then just never actually use it. That's kind of impossible. I have to use it if I want it to be in the game. They use dynamically. Can I spell at all? Dynamically inserted impulses, temporal events, to interrupt actions when something important happens. For example, fleeing, what is it? Dodging a grenade at any time. Dodging a grenade in combat. Fleeing when leader dies. Okay. That's something I don't have yet. Oh yeah, they split memory into 3 sections. In 3 locations. Temporary behavior memory that is deleted when that behavior is inactive. Persistent behavior memory that can be shared. I think it was like that could be shared with other behaviors. And persistent target memory. Actually, maybe it was just persistent behavior memory. And persistent target memory that is shared with all behaviors. Right? That's what they have. What else? Yeah, they had a whole inheritance thing. I don't think I really need that. I'm not making stuff that crazy, I think. I mean, maybe I could. I don't know. I will write this down. Style resources that describe a character. Influences, behaviors, and decisions. Well, the behaviors are static structures that operate on inputs from the world and the style to act on the controller. I have been writing it so I can do it this way, although I have just been straight up duplicating them every time I do it. It's definitely more that I should split the settings from the implementation. So when I'm instancing something, I'm just instancing some variables. I'm not instancing an object with, I mean, technically it doesn't be an object, but I'm not instancing an object with virtual classes and things like that, right? The behavior is the same, it just has some style input, and it has, basically, it's literally a box that takes in state and outputs a decision. That object is the same everywhere. The only thing that changes is the inputs. Literally a function. It's literally functional programming, right? It's just data and methods, data and functions. Ensuring I stick with that structure and probably making it even more clear from GDScript side will make it easier when I am at the point where I want to go ahead and implement it into C++ directly, just to get that speed benefit of C over interpreted, of static compiled over interpreted. And it should be easier too, right? I say, all right, here's my resource, make a struct. Here's my behavior, make a function, and a static function at that. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think it's it for today. I'll be thinking about this. I'll try to work on this a little bit more to get more concrete information on memory and what I'm going to do there. Merging goals and behaviors, they should be kind of the same thing. And including this, they have this emotion thing, which really is just like a floating point value that goes up and down over time. They also have events. Keep a record of behaviors taken, or persistent behavior memory, to reduce repetitive behaviors. Throwing grenades constantly. Throwing grenades constantly, made the same target twice. And since this is big parentheses, it just shouldn't even be parentheses anymore. Right, okay. And they have a bit more rigid system. They know that, like, literally every character in the game will have attack, or, engage, flee, idle, pretty much. Like, those three things. That was in the Halo CE presentation, that was in this presentation again, so it's pretty clear they have the same general layout. Maybe a bit more complexity in Halo 2 than CE, obviously. Not even maybe, but obviously more complexity. But it seems like that that triple is very obviously something just optimize in to the model. Like build it into the model. Because every single character does that. In my case, I don't want that. I'm going to have a larger variety. Maybe that's how they made civilians in Halo 3. They basically start with a Marine and give them only flee options. Except for like the few workers that you spot in one of the missions that are like shooting pistols at hunters. Which is very sad. Sometimes they actually get them. Sometimes those guys with the pistols actually kill a hunter. Very rare, but it does happen. Alright. Yeah, that's gonna be it for today. It's really just a planning day. I kind of don't like days like this. Because I feel like literally nothing happens. I'm just planning, thinking. But well, it's got to be done someday. Alright, thanks for watching. I will be back tomorrow. Hopefully with a better idea. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe I'll have to revisit it and continue it. But hopefully with a better idea of what to do here and start reworking what I've got. Really, this system should stay the exact same. This one might need to change a little bit. I might need to go ahead and throw in some more stuff there. The goals and behaviors are going to totally change. Those are totally going to change. The actions are going to stay. I don't have actions listed. But actions are like the lowest level. I think they call them primitives. The lowest level thing that an actor can do. Travel, attack, look. Turn, things like that. Alright. That's it. Back tomorrow. Goodbye.